first generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Alien. Paranoia. Enemyless. Wiretap. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
That was with another agent, Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kima. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigra. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus that will destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't be sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reps. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attack detected full advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notoriety be brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within constructions. Nanonet filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheek. With this type of disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. Comparison of those diligent millipedes legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. And aspiration from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. The level hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hitting all chrome hitting with chrome. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the record.
Yo, smashing in bitches like a savage, no hands, BMX bike, oh yeah, elbows bleeding from the carpet, life spin out of hand, shit get out of hand, they leave it with no hands, punishment in the Middle East, they awaken the altered beast, surrounded by evil, traces of ectoplasm, muscles jerking from spasms, thought patterns nocturnal, son of the night, astral creep stab deep, so wounds will never heal, take you to hell, if I'm going, we both going on this trip, bitch told me to get a grip, so I choked the owl with both hands. Watching the lifespan replay in the final moments. Watching the night like the wise owl. Beware the jinn living in sin. Paranormal world leaving hints. Keep your third eye sharp. I was rap battling before 106 in Park. It's nothing new to me. Don't ask me about other artists. I'm off grid. That's why my shit always giving niggas gridlock. Have your dome sizzling like a McGriddle. Tough guys make me giggle. Wordplay got you baffled. Put a bomb on your muffler. Your mom's muff end up inside your mouth. Keep my name out your mouthpiece. I got people that will run up in your crib. Put a piece in your mouth. Throw your ass inside your kid's baby crib. Beat your chest in to your rib cage. Look like a fucking spare rib. I'm at the restaurant trying to buy one rib from the waitress's chest. Using black bags from the bodega as condoms. Hold on, let me tie a little knot, baby. I love the hate, I love the hate, using as fuel. Fools ain't ready for the doom. We nightmare creatures coming through your speakers like a specter. I love the hate, I love the hate. I love the hate, using as fuel. Fools ain't ready for the doom. We nightmare creatures coming through your speakers like a specter. I love the hate, I love the hate. I love the hate, I love the hate, using as fuel.
I'm a nightmare creature, nice to meet ya. Let me see your neck so I can bleed ya. I hold your heart in my hand, but it ain't a Valentine. Blood wars I win by feeding off the sheep all the time. Vampire Chronicles, I chronicle your death to your last breath. Bite marks on your right, but my grips on your left. Out of the shadows, I emerge, I would have another option. But to answer the call of my dark nature, it's in my blood to hate ya. Wait a minute, my killer instincts calling, my fingers are out. You struggle in fear, body stiff like you knocked out. What you know about the electron? I burn you like an offering. I offer no hope to my victims. I can't sympathize with my food supply. I'm on a high bloodletting, ebbs and flows. How long will the killing go on? No one knows. I'm too cold to give a damn. I was born this way, no Lady Gaga. I gotcha, I make the death quick. If the chick is thick, I'll give that kitty cat a lick. I stick to the plan, blood on my hands, but I'm not guilty. I'm hungry, don't deprive me of the plasma that gives me energy.
I love the hate, I love the hate, using as fuel. Fools ain't ready for the doom. We nightmare creatures coming through your speakers like a specter. I love the hate, I love the hate. I love the hate, using as fuel. Fools ain't ready for the doom. ghostly nightmare creatures coming through your speakers like a specter. I love the hate, I love the hate. I love the hate, I love the hate. Music is
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. We got this spooky Saturday sort of arrangement here. So we got a catalog of dangerous themes to present to you guys in terms of anti, really anti-theology, right? Anti-philosophy, right? And anti-science, right? And of course, we've sort of cataloged how we got into the mess of looking at the architectonic view. And of course, we're looking at a historical development of these various, ideas, right? But in terms of, the theological view, obviously the theological scope used to contain the political view of man, right? And the political view of man is basically very limited, right, within an ethnic or a cultural expression, right? As we've seen, right? States that are, under the rule of theological state, right? Okay, they usually have a patriarch or ruler, right? That is God's vicegerent on earth, right? That's usually how that was run, right? But the scope of such a ruler, right, was extremely limited, right? Right now, it was basically ideas like John Locke, right, that basically taught people that they are basically individuals, right, in terms of they are separate from God's whole understanding, right, that your dad was ruled by God, right? So your dad was subservient to God. So you were subservient to your father, and your father was subservient to God, and God was subservient, right, or put in service of the state, right? This concept of God, right? And of course, the rulers used this concept, right? They said they were the vicegerents of the Most High, right? And throughout time, it's philosophy, right, that creates this notion of the individual, right? And it's really Plato that really understood this notion of the universal man, right? So he created this notion, right, that man could be idealized as a universal concept, right? And with it, they created the notion of the city and speech, right? Now, there's another idea, right, separate from Athens, right, which is the notion in Jerusalem, right? And this notion in Jerusalem was about a nation, right, or a people, right, that was separate from the political structure, right? So the political ideal was separate from the nation, right? So you get this concept of a nation state, right? In Athens, right, the political ideal was part of the people as a whole, right? Right. So they didn't yet know this notion, but Plato invented this other notion of universal rights. Okay. So, it's basically religion, right, that created this idea that man could use his reason to supersede nature, right? That man was beyond nature, right? So once the philosophers, right, they capitalize on this notion, right? Okay, this is how philosophy, this is one of the ways in which philosophy sort of hijacked the religious ideal, right? Was this notion of the hierarchy of being and the universal man, and through the notion of the eschatological scheme of the religious, right, ideal, right? Okay, and of course, this notion of the state, right, was part and parcel of hijacking the eschatological concept, right? right? Because basically, right, Locke had created the concept that man was a sort of individual, and he sort of created this notion through empiricism, right? Through the notion of empiricism, right? That because of the idea of empiricism, right, you could look at how ideas were imprinted on the senses, right? And of course, he talked about the tabula rasa, right? And this notion of the tabula rasa, right? Or the blank slate on which ideas are printed, that the mind is this blank slate on which ideas are printed, right? Okay, this was actually a part and parcel of the notion of the collective unconscious, right? Right, and of course, the notion of the collective, right? Okay, because obviously Rousseau was trying to get rid of this idea of individualism in Locke, right? He found it destructive to civic virtues, right? So he tried to smash this notion of private property, right? And he talked about the collective spirit, right? And of course, when this notion of collective spirit is not put in the people as a whole, it's put in the notion of a state. And you have the notion of progress attached to the notion of the state, right? And you have the state progressing throughout time, right? The realization of freedom throughout time in man, right? As a universal ideal, right? That's realized through in this dialectic, right, of man's reason versus nature, right? And to transcend nature, right, through the use of man's reason, right, to free man from nature, right? So you have all those notions, right? Individualism, you have nature's laws that are constraining on man, right? You have the notion of collective salvation, right? You have the notion of the nation, right? Okay. You have the notion of the pseudo eschatology of progress, man's realization of freedom throughout time, right? And the realization of the state and the apotheosis of the state, right? So you have the development of these various notions, right? And collectively, this entire scheme, right? We talk about the development of liberal ideals or liberal notions of thought, right? So let me dial this back, right? And show you guys how these three modes have failed, right? So I talked about the theological speculations, how they got hijacked by philosophy. And of course, where is the religious ideal of today's age? Right? You could keep your religion in your closet, right? The religious people, right? Even though religion should be a totalizing view, right? It's not religion that accomplishes things, right? And philosophy is the handmaiden of science, right? So philosophy has failed, right? Right now, there's many ideas that science cannot address, right? Science is devoid of theological, metaphysical, or even personal speculations, right? Man has been divorced from his own knowledge, right? Science is knowledge for the sake of knowledge, right? But there you have the notion, right, of the creative impulse itself, right? Okay, because the creative impulse is what melds the supernatural and the natural, the material and the immaterial, right? So we're increasingly seeing a dialectic, right? And as I explained earlier, right, it begins with the use of symbols, right? Now, obviously, language is more in terms of communication, right? And the symbolic forms are more in terms of meaning, right? Right. So I drew a dialectic, right, between symbols and language, right? How symbols are reliant on cultural vehicles of expression, right? And communication, right? And this is the move where creating a universal language, right? The Tower of Babel, right? The ultimate technical marvel, right? As Plato said, right? Writing is the most dangerous invention, right? Because it lets us transform meaning, right? As we catalyze meaning, right, through the use of techniques, right, two concepts become interlinked, right? One is the concept of iconicity, and the other is the concept of technicity, right? And of course, these are the same concept, right? Iconicity and technicity are the same concept via the idea of symbolic expression. Being part and parcel of those technical forms, right? So where does iconicity and technicity combine? Is in the idea of biotechne, right? Biotechne, right? Biotechne is man's cultural vehicles of expression, right? And of course, technique was limited through man's cultural vehicles of expression, right? So you have the idea, right, of mind being catalyzed through the use of symbols, through the use of techniques at an early stage. Beware the great stereopticon. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, precisely. Right? So this idea of mind versus language, right, is that mind right, that is really used to be part of the spiritual extension of natural forms, right? Okay, is now sublimated, right? First via the cultural forms and then via the technical forms, right? Again, you have the diminution of mind, right? That used to be part of spirit and nature and so on, right? Being transformed through the idea of language itself. And the notion of language transforming mind is not that mind influences or mind structures the use of language, right? But it's that language comes to structure the use of mind, and so does the technical forms. Technical forms start to limit language. And of course, it's because math and logic are a subset of language itself, right? But they're used to interpret nature, right? And when math and logic are used to interpret nature, okay, then they create a universal language, right? And mind becomes limited by the structures of language itself, right? Okay, this is when language starts to interpret all of nature, right? So the use of language to interpret all of nature is basically a transformation of mind through the use of language, right? So there's the dialect. So there's the first dialectic, right? Is this dialectic of mind versus language. The second one is the whole dialectical notion, right, of nature versus time, right? And of course, these are part and parcel of the notion of being versus becoming itself, right? Right? Language is more part and parcel of technique and becoming, right? And mind is part of the whole notion of being itself, right? And of course, as Skolimowski is putting it, in the idea of immanence versus transcendence, right? And he's using lots of ideas, right, for that, right? Okay, and he's using the notion of grace tied to the notion of creativity, right, to meld the bridge between the natural and the supernatural, right? And of course, this is a bridge between materiality and ethereality, right, which is another dialectical aspect, right, that we're drawing upon here, right? Right, which is part and parcel of the notion of being and becoming and nature versus time, right? Okay, because this notion right has to do with the ethereality of time itself, right? Because time, right, is this process of becoming, right? Right, whereas nature, right now, of course, we used to be, our understanding of the natural through the technical forms, right? And how the technical forms are based on our creative aspect, right? Which is itself transforming nature, right? That seems to be part and parcel of this dialectic of nature versus time, right? Okay. And of course, our separation from nature, right, by the ethereal aspects, right, of the symbolic and the use of language, right? And of course, this religious ideal, right? That is really a sort of we'll say it's sort of a hermetic ideal, right? Because the whole hermetic ideal is about sort of dualistic notion that's brought through change in the ideal of creativity itself, right? Because God creates the world coming to know himself through his creation, right? The two are all there is, what comes to be and what makes it. Right? So this pre-scientific notion of transformation of nature, right? I don't think it's sort of Gnostic, because the Gnostics, they don't want to transform nature, they want to go beyond nature, right? So in the notion of immanence versus transcendence, right, they're more on the side of transcendence, right? But I think Plato and the Hermetic ideal, right, there you have sort of this pre-scientific notion of how reason can be used sort of transcend nature through the process of creativity, right? And that melds the bridge between being and becoming, right? So this is essentially what Plato was trying to do, right? He was trying to draw a bridge between Parmenides and Heraclitus, right? And trying to meld these two notions of being and becoming together, right? Okay. I'll drop the link again for you guys, right? Okay, so we got mind versus language. We got being versus becoming, right? Okay, what are some other ideas? Okay, and of course, I've mentioned some of them here, right? In terms of nature versus time, right? And of course, we're moving more and more right towards the notion of universal, right? And of course, this notion of universal evolution, right? Or cosmic evolution, right? Which is sort of against this Darwinian ideal, right? It's sort of against the Darwinian idea. Although there is sort of progress, right, in Darwinism, right? Right. Remember Marx, Hegel, and Darwin, right? These three guys, and also Blavatsky, right? You got four guys, right? Marx, Hegel, Darwin, Blavatsky, right? What does Marx say? Marx says we're progressing towards a universal ideal, right? A sort of quasi-collective salvation, a sort of pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? And this is that through this notion of dialectical materialism, society is continually transforming itself, and it's changing through this notion of the apotheosis of the state in Hegel, right? Hegel is talking about the apotheosis of the state and the cunning of reason and reason in history, and how it develops through time and how freedom is unveiling itself throughout time, right? Darwin is talking about the collective development of the species, how the evolutionary gap between apes and man is going to grow even greater, right? So he's saying this is going to be about a collective progress of humanity in general, right, towards its more perfected forms, right? And Blavatsky talks about the notion of this collective salvation, right, in terms of the Christ consciousness, the awakening of Christ consciousness, right? So all four of them, right, in the 1800s, right, they're talking about the pseudo-eschatology of progress in their own sort of way, right? Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and open up this Skolomowski, but let me go to the other side of the room and grab this coffee here real quick. And you guys are welcome to join the chat here, right? The conversation, right? Of course, right? And of course, last Saturday we had a brilliant presentation by our friend, okay, Avian Buddha. Okay, an excellent presentation that he gave on evolution, right? And of course, he's got his new channel, right? Let me play some of his video that he made, right? Because his video is pretty brilliant. And let me promote his channel here. And of course, I'll play some of this at the end of the episode, right? Lotus Evolution. Right, so give him some subscribers here. Let me actually go to the chat here. Check out the chat. Avian Buddha channel. Okay, let me put this channel here for him. Yeah, so here's his channel. Right, so go and check him out. Let's check out some of his talk here because he's already procured some interesting videos here, right?
Topic exploring
let me go back to the beginning of this
channel. This is Avian Buddha, and I'm going to be talking about what this channel is about. And one of the questions that inspired this channel is, can Buddhas, among other species, eventually emerge? And so I got some passages from the Lotus Sutra to, bless some people, give the good vibes. You will be a Buddha, you are a future Buddha. And these other quotes, I will not read them because of time, but yes. So one of the goals of this channel is to unite Guanan's traditionalism with spiritual evolution, a more spiritual take on evolution. Basically, from a profane standpoint, contingent facts are treated as if they stood alone, detached from the supra-rational unity that grounds them. In the traditional view, however, sciences and social forms must be subordinated to the timeless principle of unity, the summit of the hierarchy, from which temporal multiplicity, matter division, quantification, individuation precedes and derives meaning. Within manifestation, being, becoming is real but impermanent. Beyond being, the unmanifest or unconditioned, there is no becoming. Therefore, evolutionary forms are only conventionally real relative to the one. So one theme of this channel is to argue that various lineages of species Wilton can be biased towards reaching the capacity for awakening to the unmanifest, which can be termed original face, suchness, dharmakaya, etc. So that was Guanan, but I personally lean more towards Mahayana Buddhism, but people of other traditions are welcome, or people of all different beliefs or traditions or mysticism are welcome. So basically, I believe all sentient beings possess Buddha nature. Buddha nature is universal and ungraded, while realms and cognitive cultural capacities vary the likelihood of awakening. With shared karmic decline in one population, others could contingently surpass it in Dharma-conducive civilization. My claim: if any sapient non-human were to experience enlightenment, that is the original phase, it would be identical to the experience of enlightenment of a conventional human. For one's original phase is without form, unborn, without beginning and end, and unconditioned. It is akin to non-abiding awareness. So another thing that inspired this channel is that I do not believe mind can emerge from non-mind. So there's no ex nihilo mind. Purely mindless matter can't generate first-person experience. That's the unresolved explanatory gap. And two-aspect continuity. On a panpsychist dual-aspect view, a la skrbina, systems don't create minds. They integrate and intensify what is already intrinsic to nature. So the channel theme is, thus Buddha nature is universal Different species may become better or worse situated to realize it, while industrial techniques can mimic intelligence yet remain spiritually disordered. Brains don't mint consciousness, they tune it. So if you either an idealism, which is like mind is the basis of reality, the foundation, you know, that's what Bernardo Kastrup believes, or a panpsychism is fine. You know, I will make frequent references to mind being more mysterious, ontologically speaking, and during streams on this channel, because I do not think mind can be purely reduced to physical facts due to the explanatory gap. So here's a nice quote from about the non-abiding awareness. Myriad dharmas are only mind. Mind is unobtainable. What is there to seek? If the Buddha nature is seen, there will be no seeing of a nature in anything, neither cultivation nor seated meditation. This is the pure Chan of Tathagata. With sudden enlightenment to Tathagata Chan, the 6 paramitas and myriad means are completed within that essence. I have some nice quotes here. Rujing said, "The sky tips over like a jar, flooding the inner vision." Diamond Sutra, "Mind that abides nowhere must come forth." So, you know, as the Chan tradition says, you know, awakening to the true nature of mind is awakening to one's Buddha nature and achieving Buddhahood. You know, yeah. Purpose and slogan of this channel: in the one vehicle, the telluric is drawn towards the solar, across vast kalpas and skillful means, until the sun of awakening stands unobscured. Imagining non-human sapiens and high civilizations from corvid cities to octopus polities work as a counterspell to humanism, decentering man as measure and widening our ethical and metaphysical horizons. Sustainability and conservation are virtues of tradition and the Dharma, ties into speculative evolution to a grander philosophy and spirituality.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. You know, so I'll play more of that at the end of the episode here.
I appreciate you sharing it, TML.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll get the word out.
I also recommend your channel to my friends and other people who join my channel.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. There's not that many people obviously recommending. So you know, every little bit helps, you know, you know, as they say. So you know. But yeah, you know, this is more along the lines of you know, what we're going at in the Skolmowski here. Right? And we're on chapter looks like chapter 9 here. This is chapter 9. Right then I'm at, yeah, chapter 9. On a history, on Teilhard's predicament. And yeah, so, you know, as you saw in the beginning, right? There's this whole great notion of the transformation, right? And change of living beings, right? And of course, it's mired in you know, in the mystical, you know, and that is because you know, for on the one end, right, it's drawing from this notion of the great chain of being, or the hierarchy of being, right, that's found in Aristotle in his De Anima, right, about this notion of telos, right, and sort of directing things to their final cause, right, and so he's got this notion, right, that operates within natural beings, right. He describes it, right. He describes the mineral soul, the plant soul, the animal soul, and the rational soul of the human, right. So he describes how soul transforms as it goes up the hierarchy of being, right. So okay, so that's the first idea why it's mired in mysticism, right? The second notion, why it's mired in mysticism, is that nature has to be driving this change, right? Because if this is moving towards better and better forms, right? So, you could put the pressure on both sides, right? See, this is the problem with the theory, right? You could put pressure on it from both sides, right? So there's lots of problems with the conventional view, right? And one of the key problems was described by Buddha there, right? It was this idea about, right, the non-emergence principle of mind, right, that they have sort of failed to incorporate, right? And this is the main thing that we talk about in episode 4 of the Machine Lives, right, that we did with Dr. Skrbina, right?
That's exactly right. And it's also why behaviorists basically viewed the mind as like internal noise. You know what I mean? The early behaviorists in the 50s. They saw the mind as just being like noise and irrelevant, believe it or not. The behaviorists.
Right. Right. And yeah, obviously they're taking the idea of the sophists, right? They're more on the notion that it's, the limits of your language are the limits of your world. And of course, this whole idea of behaviorism, right, is sort of linked to analytic philosophy, right? And its whole dismissal of metaphysics as a category, right? And of course, we knew that the creation of metaphysics as a category in the first place is a mistake, right? Because you're sort of creating it as a separate notion, right? So the whole idea of having metaphysics as a separate area of study, right, is sort of dualistic in the first sense, because you're saying spirit is separate from matter, right, in the sense that, it's beyond, right? So yeah, creating it as a category in the first place is a problem, right? But dismissing it as a fundamental aspect of reality, right? That's just comical.
I have a
Right.
quick question that's related to that is, have you read any Heidegger, like Heidegger, because I want to get into Heidegger a bit, but it seems kind of daunting, but Heidegger seemed interesting to me, some of his views. But I'm just curious, have you read any Heidegger or I'm just kidding.
Yes, we could go over it together. Although I'm not aware of any other experts other than Chad Hagen and Skrbina. We could contact them together and and try to get them on the line and get a serious discussion going about Heidegger. That would also be very fruitful. But yeah, I think this whole idea with Heidegger, right? The question concerning technology, right? That is a great work that we're going to focus on. It's just that in a sort of sequential analysis, we haven't sort of gotten around to it yet.
I'm sorry for derailing. I didn't mean
No,
to.
no, I know it's perfectly fine, but I've mentioned it tons of times, right? So it's definitely relevant, right? But yeah, we will be talking about Heidegger's question concerning technology, so we can set that up, for sure. But also I was looking at hundreds of presentations online about Heidegger.
Yeah, I'm going to research it because I feel like biosemiotics goes in a good direction towards Heidegger's phenomenology. It avoids the reductionism, you know what I mean? Because, the thing is, what you were saying before is that I feel like, these people, these scientists completely discount phenomenology. They don't value it at all, you know what I mean? They act like, that's the big problem, I think. So basically, I think phenomenology and the aspects underlying and framing might help to understand technique in a more inner sense, because I kind of wonder, the phenomenology of, let's say, I don't know, a business magnate or a business leader who treats the workers like they're expendable, or they treat, everything like a standing reserve to be exploited, so there has to be and maybe that's kind of underlying the scientists too, with how they want to dissect and manipulate things. They think it's kind of reductionist. You see what I mean? But yeah, I feel like there are multiple directions you can go and converge in the same opinions about technique. You see what I'm trying to say? The same views on technique, or some views, I meant.
Yeah, that's one of the main things I use in the definitions, right? Because I have some definitions of technology, right? And one of them is in framing of goals, right? You know, so in terms of the whole notion of concealing and revealing, right, at the same time, right? That's a huge idea, right? And of course, what I like to say is the how-to is hidden, right? And this is part and parcel of the complexification of the means themselves, right? So I say, it's creating processes external to ourselves, it's in framing of goals, and it's complexification of means. So it's three, fundamental concepts.
The creating process external to ourselves and framing of goals and the complexification of means. That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank that sounds about right. Yeah, and you have done a very good job looking at the history. The history, the vast history, that led to all of that. I mean, that's very complex stuff.
Oh yeah, and lots of work to be done. Because I'm just giving a basic outline, right, of facts, right, of observable facts, right. How those are explained and charted out, right. There's tons of details that are missing there, right. So, obviously, the main thing would be to go to these works, Plato and Aristotle and Maimonides, and Aquinas, the works of the Manichaeans, the works of the Hermeticists, right? Look at the proto-scientific literature, look at the Kabbalistic literature, right? And of course, break down all this stuff and look at how it either agrees or disagrees with those fundamental notions that I'm laying out, right? About individualism, freedom, reason throughout history, right? The fundamental progress of man, right? The technical forms versus the natural forms, right? And about transforming nature, right? So, or transcending nature, right? So, so it remains to be seen that all this work is going to be done, right? Obviously, we may not be able to do it, but of course, we're charting out the direction that things are taking, right? So this is actually, part and parcel of describing, right, those fundamental critiques, because obviously, in outlining those critiques, right, you outline certain works, and of course, the exploration of those works, right, that's up to minds that are more astute even than ourselves, right? That have much more time on our hands, that have much more resources, right? That could devote more attention to those subjects, right? That aren't dealing with personal trauma and emotional, like, all these, problems. So obviously,
very interdisciplinary, very interdisciplinary.
exactly. So it's not going to be done by those universities, right? So, this is actually very true, right? That there has to be multidisciplinary research. It has to be done on behalf of the people, right? They need independent research organizations, right? Or IROs, right? I just made that up, but yeah, then they need to basically create libraries and materials, right, that are not part of those educational databases that belong to the system, basically, right? So we need to create libraries and materials, right, so that people can do multidisciplinary research right on their own, and we could foster youth who want to engage in this type of research, right? Because otherwise, there's just not enough time and not enough energy behind an opposition to the status quo. There's not going to be enough time, right, in order to challenge things.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely. I feel like each one of us can just do our best. You know what I mean? I feel like starting with the foundational thinkers like Ellul or Frederick Younger or some other ones. They is probably a good starting point. Yeah, I think ellul is a very good starting point. And skrbina, I think is a very underrated thinker. You know, I mean, look, he kind of deserves more recognition. But yeah, that's
Right.
yeah, you just gotta do your best. But I do agree that bringing people of lots of different backgrounds can really help. You know, get to the root of things.
Yeah, I think like Rousseau and Mumford in terms of anthropology. Kaczynski and ellul in terms of politics. Skrbina. Guanan and a few others in terms of metaphysics. Right. Obviously, everybody needs to get cooking on some of the real material, right? Because there's actually no political theory on earth, right? Communism, capitalism, all that stuff is secondary to what's written in that book, Technological Society, right? That's basically the fundamental political theory of our age. Yeah, obviously between that and industrial society and its future, these are fundamental critiques. Obviously, discourses on inequality, right? I think those are the top three. Right. If you haven't read either Industrial Society and Its Future, The Technological Society by Jacques Ellul, or Discourses on Inequality by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, right, then you're missing a fundamental critique of history. Right. You just don't know how to look at modernity. Right. So that is a critical problem that you should be aware of. Right. There's not too many people that explain it, and I put it out 3 different explanations that are that range from simple to complex, right? So the responsibility is yours now, all right? Because obviously you can't depend on people to create ideas for you and to give you critiques and YouTube videos and all that type of stuff. That is very slow, right? You need to go learn for yourself, right? And obviously that requires people to do independent research, right, and to do multidisciplinary research, right? So there's just not enough time, right? So I'm looking at the various critiques I'm laying down and seeing that just in the various nooks and crannies of what I'm presenting, right, there's lots of missing pieces of information, right? I could brush up on my own critiques. I could read books by Aquinas, and right, there's really no reason to go watch YouTube videos and do this sort of drab, other than the fact of trying to communicate with people, right, and establish people who actually want to correspond to the message, right? So there's actually no other reason to talk to people, right, other than to look at these fundamental critiques, in my opinion.
Yeah, I most certainly agree. There are so many thinkers that are anti-modernist, but I do think those 3 are probably a good foundation for people to start off from. No, I need to also read some more too, but I do plan to read a lot more. Yeah, but yeah, that's a good tripartite foundation to start from. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, if you're looking for,
This is why I keep Goodreads, because let me tell you this: so many people, they've read so much. Like there are people who have read, I don't know, like 1,000 books, but I can't read that fast. You know what I mean? But I still like to be selective in what I read, and then I so I create a Goodreads to pinpoint what I should read next and stuff like that. So that's kind of what helps me, I guess. But yeah, it's best for everyone to do their best and start, based on like the essentials, the foundation.
Yeah, welcome, Twilight Blessings.
Blessings. Yeah, I would say that as for modern times, Fichte, Schelling, and Heidegger were the greatest minds of, I mean, to me, like bar none, really. Being in time, it completely fixed the Schelling completely fixed the schism that we always talk about of nature and God, where they actually became one again. You know, Schelling said nature is invisible, spirit
Wait,
is invisible.
you read Schelling, Frederick Schelling? Is that who you're referring
Yes,
to?
yes,
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Yeah. So Frederick Schelling.
yeah, yeah. He says reason does not have the idea of God. It is this idea and nothing else.
Oh, that's
You
profound.
see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like, I have some quotes from it because, yeah, I heard Heidegger and I just immediately thought of Schelling because they go so well together. Um, but yeah, it's like the idea of like there's also this idea of God having an unconscious mind, and so the divinity itself actually has a dark side. You know, I'll get into that another time. But that was one of the ideas, which let's just say the jury's out. I'm not sure on that one. That's something I'm daily contemplating. You know, history is an epic composed in the mind of God, Schelling said. You know, this is, you know, like the idea that you can be a subject and an object at the same time, because you see yourself as a subjective, you know, observer, but in observing yourself, you become also the object of the observation. So this was like really groundbreaking at the time because Immanuel Kant came and basically all but buried, you know, what would be considered at the time spiritualism, mysticism, you know. And even though he had a lot of good points, he did. So when people say that he was completely wrong, well, no, he was right on a lot of things too. But like that had to happen in order for it had to be taken out of the transpersonal and the, you know, disembodied worlds and all that and be brought back to the here and now. And so it was a necessity, I feel, at least. But yeah, these are names you really don't hear too often. They've just been kind of pushed to the side, and they're some of the few that did repair this casting out almost of nature from divinity and from man, making them all separate. You know, just like the Cartesian dualism. You know, where you have a mind, you have a body, and you have a soul. Well, who said those things were separate? You know, like it was always understood in ancient times that there's no separation between the natural and the supernatural. You know, so, but I could go on and on and on and on.
Can you tell me about Schilling's idea of unground? Like I remember reading it about like how does unground fit into all that? Unground or something. You know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah. I know what you're talking about. It gets into like the whole idea of like the ground of being in Heidegger. You know, and you had the Umwelt, the Eigenwelt, and which is like the with world, the world you experience of other people. You know, within the external world, and then the world you have inside yourself. You know, and how those interact with each other. Basically, that we are a trinity ourselves. Uh, so, like when how do I explain it? You have because a lot of this also was kind of hard to translate because of the difference in with German and like not necessarily the language but the ideas, like the way that they're put across. And so this is why even like with Young, where a lot of these ideas were misunderstood, and a lot of people that were actually quite mystical were seen as like atheistic and stuff, but it's really not the case at all. Um, but it's you know, like I said, the Umfeld, for instance, is the subjective world that you inhabit. It's like cognition, the senses, and then the filters that are created by the mind. You know, and then that's Heidegger's being in the world, which is the disclosure of being. Okay. Now, what's interesting is if you go into like old pagan ideas, there's the Umwelten of the dead, which is the chthonic, the underworld cycle. What would in today's like Western magic be called the chlothic. You know, it's like the psychopomp. You know, like Inanna having to go into the underworld and be, you know, stripped of all of her virtues and all of her attachments to this world and then reborn again, you know, from her dark sister or whatever. When we have dark sisters, dark brothers or whatever, it's really like the shadow side of that being, you know. But
I have a question. I'm sorry. Do you accept the like solar that the Evola has, or like Guanon, or do you think it's just pure eminence, like the Deleuze, or like I don't know, like pure eminence? Like, do you think there's both transcendence and eminence, or just eminence?
Yes.
Like,
yes, I think it's both.
okay.
I don't pretend to understand how exactly that works, but just from my own experiences, I believe it's both.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think you
Also,
wouldn't.
I have a very non-dualistic view of reality in general, and so like the idea of like higher and lower even to me is kind of like preposterous. If you and I are talking, you know, because you'll understand what I mean by this. Like this idea of there being like we'll talk about like higher selves, for instance. There's no such thing. There's only the self. Just like the self can't reach enlightenment. The self is already enlightened. Only the ego can attain any kind of goal, you know, because there's nothing that the self isn't already, you know. So, you know, and you know, people talk about, oh, you have to get rid of your ego. It's like, well, how do you get rid of something that you created yourself? It's not nothing to get rid of. It's not real to begin with.
Isn't
So
that
how do you
called
wipe out?
Jivia, and
You get what I'm
Jivia?
saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You're saying Jivia, though. That's the false self, the ego. Jivia is called. I
Right.
think it's,
Yes. Yeah, I call it the pseudo self. It's the you that's identified with your religion, your background, your, you know, your race, or whatever the hell. You know, these are transitory experiences that we have. It's not who we actually are at the end of the day.
It's how we identify too.
Well, identification is the ego.
You're right.
You can literally replace the word ego with identity.
Mm-hmm.
They're one and the same thing. And that's what I'm saying. When you start putting on titles and you start, you know, identifying with your job, your income, your whatever the hell it is, you're just adding levels of illusion, I guess you could say, to who you are. Like Buddha said that life is suffering, but what people don't understand is like the reason why life is suffering is because people try to compete with reality. Essentially, they identify with false ideas and false, you know, personas, whatever, and then they try to enact that in the world. And whether that's something like external, where it's like something you wear, something you portray out in the world, persona is literally a mask, you know, or it's something that you tell yourself. If you're not being authentic to yourself or to the world, you will suffer. Like it's not even a question, it will happen. And so that's how people end up in toxic cycles and what have you. That's another topic. But yeah, when you try to make reality do things that it's not meant to do, or when you try to identify with something that has no foundation, It's like quicksand. You're identifying with something that has no stability.
And
It has no tangible reality, really, at all. And this is what I'm saying. Everything comes and goes. Everything ebbs and flows. And that's something you learn in meditation. I am not the body. I am not the mind. I'm not even my thoughts. You start to realize that.
Yeah, it's like niti niti. They call it niti niti in Advaita.
Yeah.
Niti niti.
Yeah, not this, not that, exactly. And Shiva is that which is not. So it cannot be defined. As soon as you try to define God, it stops being God and begins to be an idea. So that's what I was saying. Reason does not have the idea of God. It is this idea and nothing else. Like that pretty much tells you in very clear language, very simple language. So like Schelling held that divisions imposed on nature by our ordinary perception and thought did not have absolute validity. And this is what I always talk about, that they should be interpreted as the outcome of a formative energy, okay, which is the soul or inner aspect of nature. You could call this Plato's forms in a way, although that's kind of first off, it's questionable if Plato even believed in the forms. That could be part of his noble lie. But anyways, leave that aside for now. He was a proponent of organicism. So this is what I'm saying: pulling the spiritual outside of disembodied worlds, and
Yeah, because he attacked his own theory in the Parmenides. So,
right.
So it's like, why would he attack the theory of the forms that he created, right?
Well, that's the thing, and that's why it makes sense that that's probably what he did. Is that it was probably part of the noble lie, so that people stop believing in the literal gods, and that's what Socrates was trying to say too, and that's why they went after him. His charge was that he was poisoning the minds of the youth because he was, getting them to disobey the priests of the time and not worship the immortal gods, and this is kind of the thing. So the structures of the stages of nature were defined as how do I put it, matter, the equilibrium of the retraction and contraction of the forces of light, okay, and then you have magnetism and electricity and chemical action, okay, and then you have the component phases of reproduction, irritability, and sensibility, okay. So this was a continual change. So like in Heraclitus type way, kind of, not quite, but in a way, close to it. And then this is presented to us as an experience taken together with the thought of unity as a productive force of nature, which then leads to the conception of duality, which is really just polarity. So basically, a lot of these thinkers, and myself included, would make the argument that what people see as duality is actually polarity. And that most duality is actually perceptual error. Duality exists, but it's in the strict sense of what a lot of religions and occult traditions, for that matter, calls duality is completely bunk. It's actually, there is a polarity, yes, and there is a dialectic, yes, what's known as the contrarium, actually, to go further. But it is ultimately of one substance. Not that there is one substance or one like being, but that its nature is of one substance. There is only that one substance, and that would be the all, the absolute. The originator, whatever you want to call it, God. you know. So like this was really an idea to bring the inanimate back into consideration as being divine. So the spirit in all natural objects. So this is animism, really, and how that comes to fulfillment in man, from the lowest to the highest forms
Yeah.
of nature.
Yeah, what's
And
interesting is Clogis described Eros as the ever-renewing cosmic force that generates life out of chaos, like the Tao.
yes,
Eros involves the complementing of polar opposites, coming and going, growing and fading, illuminating and extinguishing, and the continual transformation of bringing together and tearing apart primal images.
but exactly. In a nutshell, yeah. So okay, so basically, like some philosophers believe that like all knowledge could eventually be gained, okay, over time. And then there were others who said it was impossible, that we're limited in a way, you know, the time we lived, we're limited in our capacities, we're limited in our ability to reach the mystery.
One thing I would say that you're overlooking, though, but this one I have to explore more, but this is more speculative, but I kind of pissed off my Buddhist friend, Mike Cross, mentioning this, but I think there is something to Sarvastivada Veda over, you know, the more extremely non-dualistic stuff, you know, like dharmas exist in past, present, and future, and they have an element of tangibility. You see, I'm kind of departing from, you know, Nagarjuna when I say that, because I feel, you know about model logic? You know about model logic, or not
It
really?
sounds familiar, refresh my memory, but it sounds familiar.
Basically, when you start using words like possibility and necessarily, you know, it leads to like a kind of logic where you can start talking about possible worlds versus, you know, and then you start talking about necessarily, and then you use possibility, and you can start discussing worlds in a kind of more counterfactual way. You know what counterfactual mean, right?
Yeah.
Counter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So counterfactuals, I think they might have some kind of metaphysical implication, but I need to explore that more, you know, because when you start thinking like that, it does kind of like, I don't know, like make you think more in terms of, you know, more like a kind of more fractal-like way, but where bubbles are like volts or something like that, you know, and yeah, like it's like more like, yeah, so it's hard to explain, yeah, but maybe model logic has something to it also, I don't know. And then, yeah, well, yeah, I need to explore that more, basically. Sorry, I was a little bit tired.
Yeah, no, I get you though.
Yeah,
So,
by the way,
so here's
yeah,
a critique of Schelling and Heidegger.
yeah, by the way, real quick,
Devin.
real quick, Twilight, it's Avicenna, right, the Persian philosopher, right, who actually invented these categories, yes. Right, of necessary and contingent, right. Of course, he put 4 different combinations of these, right. Existent, I think it was necessary existent, right? So there's necessary non-existent, right, properties of the world, right? So there's all these different properties of the world, right? And of course, he said that there's imagined things, right? So you could imagine things that are based on other things, right? But they don't exist. And he said the only thing that exists in the in the top category of necessary existent is God, right? But yeah, you were gonna
right.
I'm gonna present something about Heidegger and Schelling or something like that.
Oh yeah. We might have to do like a whole stream on this because this is a deep topic. But there's there's a book that was written called Schelling, Heidegger, and Evil by a guy named Devin Hawkins, and he says, being that natural evil would be the creation of God, Schelling denies its existence. In his Theodicy, Schelling argues that the possibility of evil grounds itself in human beings' free will. Made in the image of God, humans share God's constitutive parts. Humans are distinguished from God by this severability of the bond or unity of these parts. This unity is necessary in God, but humans can choose to unify their constituent parts in the core or centrum of their being. In no way can God be an object of knowledge. We are never outside of God so that we could posit him as an object.
Yeah, sounds like you're more with immanence than transcendence there. But yeah, it is what it is.
I would say more so, yes.
Right.
But I would but remember, these are all just what do you call it? They're all just methodologies. They're all just signs, to point to something more. Ultimately, there is no one way of,
Skillful means.
positing anything, anything in total. But I in my own personal experiences, I would say that it's both. Okay, so like the Godhead, for instance, okay, is not divine nature or substance. It's the devouring ferocity of purity that a person is able to approach only with an equal purity. Okay, so like, okay, how do I put this? You have like the will to power, right? Well, there's something beyond that called the will to meaning. Okay, and that is considered as the highest calling of the spirit. Philosophy is intrinsically a will to self-transcendence. Okay, so confronting the boundaries of beings, which it transcends by questioning beyond being through the question of being itself. So we're in a meaningful, mysterious, and mystical world when we're children. We're not told what's real and what's not. We're not told what's fantasy and what's true. There's very much an awe. Okay, so before we start to differentiate and the world and its things, okay, all conscious human life begins without reflective self-consciousness. Okay, so basically consciousness precedes self-consciousness, if you follow me. So you can't build an absolute system of any kind if that's your premise. So basically, in truth, there does not ever nor anywhere exist a subject, a self, or any object or non-self. So there's no self or non-self in that sense. In the way, not that there isn't one, but in the way that we basically, this gets into what I call the mysteria. You start having ideas about ideas and start mistaking the idea for the reality of it. Again, the thing in itself. So, like Descartes, I think, therefore I am, as the ground of consciousness. And this, an ego is not an ultimate reality.
Actually, I have something interesting to interject. Red Pine, who wrote a good summary of the Heart Sutra, said, "I am aware, therefore I neither am nor am not."
Correct. Exactly. That's exactly what it's saying. Because the ego is not an ultimate entity with faculties of reason. It's a medium for which the substance of the universe, God, you could say, is operating through its processes.
Yeah, it sounds to me you're saying
So
this.
basically, in the knowledge of God, so in the knowledge of God, there is no subject or object of knowledge. There's just the life of the divine substance animating the world, and man as part of that world.
It sounds to me you're saying the skandals are empty of underlying essence, and then the
Correct.
transcendent source is, luminescent, and it allows for the
Yes.
luminosity. Yes.
It's understanding that we really just project these impressions into things when truthfully everything is empty. So the absolute identity of all things precedes discursive or reflective thought. Okay, that's really again, it's mysteria. It's actually a form of a sophistry. Actually, to be really, all reflection stands in formal opposition, not because of thinking that there is being, but because of being that there is thinking. Do you get what I'm saying? So basically, he got it backwards.
I'm getting what you're saying,
So,
and I
so
respect
the
that.
rest, so to say basically that the human mind and reality are substantially different, or otherwise said, the difference between subjects of cognition and objects of knowledge is a substantial one. Nature becomes spirit-like, and spirit becomes nature-like, and the opposition seems to dissolve in compensation. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's basically similar to what Nagarjuna argues in the MMK, or also Dzogchen, basically their idea of that primordial awareness. I forgot what it was called. I think primordial awareness,
Yes.
or yeah, that's what it was called. Yeah, okay, and
Yeah, to put it in my like magical philosophy, practice, the dark goddess is that which the primordial womb, like Tiamat, or Yomengander, or the Apep, or whatever you got, the dragon of the deep has always been a symbol of the primordial mother before there was a creation, the uncreation. Okay, the blocks of reality that were there before reality was formed into any one substance, before it was differentiated from its pure potential into concepts, into anything really. So that's really what that is. It's from darkness that everything originated, not light. And then really darkness and light are two sides of the same coin.
well, the Tao Te Ching actually said cause. I think some translations say darkness beyond dark. Basically, it's like a darkness.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So here's from him directly. It says, "In man there exists the whole power of the principle of darkness, and in him too the whole force of light. In him there are both centers, the deepest pit and the highest heaven. Man's will is the seed concealed in eternal longing of God, present as yet only in the depths of divine light of life, locked in the depths which God divined when he determined to will nature."
Yeah, blessings to all the people. I'm gonna go ahead and play a song here, and then we're gonna go and reflect on some of these ideas from Skolomowski on Teilhard de Chardin. Obviously, he thinks there's problems and solutions in the idea there, as I was explaining, putting the pressure on both sides of the theory, right? From the notion of the hierarchy of being to the notion of cosmic evolution, right? So yeah, we're going to take a look at this whole notion here of immanence versus transcendence. I don't know why this isn't coming up here. Give me 1 second. Like, plug this in so it detects this hard drive. Yeah, Ibn Sina. Exactly. Persian philosopher from like 932 AD. And yeah, he was sort of a deist in his sort of expressions of his cosmology. But he's an interesting thinker. And he exercised a key influence on several philosophers, including Maimonides.
Let me just say one thing that could potentially dox myself, but if you look deeply, maybe Twilight is a challenge to you, and it actually kind of criticizes certain things you say, critique it somewhat lightly, but it's a kind of challenge. If you can find my short story and read it, it was published in a reputable literary journal, you can see that there is some issues with too much, non-dualities. I mean, like what I'm trying to say is that horror story I wrote is very interesting, and they actually go into the esoteric stuff, like Zervan and Ahriman and Ahura Mazda. I'm not gonna say it because I don't want to dox myself, but if you do find that horror story, I think it would interest you. So, but I don't want to dox myself. Well, sorry about that. Just
Yeah, there's various shapes and forms. I know what you mean. Yes, I agree.
I used to have this one practice where I would, get the extremely idyllic stuff, and then I would get extremely dark and macabre stuff, and I would alternate back and forth. They did that kind of stuff in MK Ultra, but I did it to myself because I wanted to.
Me too.
Yeah, yeah, I did to myself.
Me
I would
too.
watch. Well, I would watch Movements, and then I would watch The House That Jack Built, and then I would, alternate back and forth between extreme media of light and darkness, back and forth. And when I do that, I think it's a little dangerous to say that they don't have a determinate border. There should be some degree of determinacy between their border to some extent, you know what I mean? Which is why maybe it's not good to completely reject there being no such thing as logos or Dharma not having some kind of, more normative basis. You get what I'm trying to say? Saying that abandoning all normative values carries a large risk, is what I'm saying. That's all.
Oh no, I have my own set of principles and ethics that I follow.
Yeah, no, I wasn't really attacking you, and so I was just talking.
No. I know.
Yeah, like how some
No, but I know some people go way too far on it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it is a problem. It becomes something like solipsism, and that's like the opposite of what I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, I've known some people like that online. I've never interacted with them in real life, but one of them actually harmed an animal, and he wrote.
Yeah.
He became popular in Slovenia, and he also wrote like stuff about how everything is just a fractal without building blocks. You know what I mean? And it's just moved like that. And he kind of abandoned all meta ethics and all normative values. And I don't really like to go that far. Which is why I think maybe Sarvastivada Vida has some truth to it, like I was saying before. Like Sarvastivada Vida was the biggest form of Buddhism in Central Asia and Iran. But there is some truth that the Yosei people and the Tocharians were Nordic-like people, though. So there is some truth to that. The Yosei were very closely related to Finnish people, in that time. The Kushan Empire tends to be a kind of underappreciated. You know, I mean, Central Asia had a lot of interesting empires that people don't really know about. You know, like the Kushan Empire, Kanishka the Great. I actually like this ancient Central Asian empires a little bit more than, you know, ancient Persia. You know, I mean, like Achaemenids, Sassanids. You know, I mean, I don't really care for them that much, the Achaemenids or Sassanids, in terms of cultural value. I think the Sogdians were more fascinating, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. I get you.
Maybe speaking of what you're talking about, you know, tell me this is not conspiracy. This really pissed me off.
Was that a meme?
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
I'm
But
serious.
You can play the music. Sorry for making this, prolonging this. You know, I didn't mean to.
It's no worries. It's no worries, friends. Yeah, let me play a little song for you guys, and then we'll you know, see if anybody has any thoughts on Teilhard's predicament from eco-theology. Pretty interesting reflections, and of course, I have some other ideas from Fridtjof Capra, who wrote Tao of Physics, and Marina Abramovich, who's a pretty weird weirdo. And then also we got ideas from the Kala Chakra, you know, and then we're gonna go ahead and look at different notions. From Mumford to ellul, and of course that'll lead us back to the net, Unabomber, the internet, Unabomber, and LSD, and look at those concepts in that whole documentary before we look at Skrbina on Kaczynski, and that's going to be sort of the direction we're going in here for today, and of course we'll continue on Tuesday with a lot of different things, but whoa, what the hell is this? All right, give me 1 second, folks. I don't know why this is not coming up as large icons, but as like some sort of weird list. All right, here we go. All right, we'll be right back.
Come here. Turn it like this.
Well, let me introduce my translator, homie. My hands will speak for me. I ain't stacking grams, I'm cashing cans to grab 40s. Ransacking recorder studios, taking equipment and making a living off and getting paid when I flip it. I got cake and 2 biscuits on my bakery steeds, making all these little fakers start to shaking their knees. I'm spraying Febreze on my cake when I leave home, cause I ain't fighting crime if I'm stanky like B.O. Show me the B-hole like a Hunter Moore hashtag, cutting up the Dutch and dumping guts up on your ad, man. If you puff it pass it, you won't never get it back again. We confiscate the competition's contraband, you comprehend.
Descendant of the Knights and Templars, face the Benz all. My balls make gen spar, stars don't get far. So Paul says get left scarred. Killer hit squad, heartless guards involved in illegit jobs. You get robbed, I get wrecked large, dodging a theft charge. My lawyer gets disbarred, found dead in his car. I'm there in the hood, cousin, murder a good dozen. Lycans hit your parliament, the werewolves of London. Howling at the witching hour, use a sick coward. Like a Penn State coach, fucking kids in the shower. I'll towel step the shit out you, son. Not your pops to fuck out. Turn around and smack the shit out your mom.
It's going down, fucking NASDAQ rating. I'ma rearrange your face like an abstract painting. You wanna quarantine my scene and your team better call a fucking army with hazmat training. Cause this material is hazardous, and half the shit that I haven't spit would make these rappers have to slash their wrists right in half with a vertical gash. I have to laugh cause after this your whole career deserves an asterisk. I'll murder rap this shit like Bill the Butcher or Bread Savage. You fake 8 Mile rappers are dead rabbits, and I'm just here to spread panic to the masses like Charlie Manson, amassing a massive cold. Can you feel the madness?
I'm John Goodman, no, I'm John Candy. I'm the father to your style, you John Ramsey. You constantly, nah, that's Mitch's pattern. While rappers is getting tattered and chickens get dipped in batter, I'm sticking dick to cadavers. Fucking bodied it. Punching a toddler, still thumb sucking his mommy's tits. Fun crushing and fondling. I could unplug a humbucker and still rock this shit. I'm Buck Rogers' rocket ship, Draconia Marauder, Pavlovian disorder. Hear phony ass performers, mouth foaming up with water. Now post it on your quarter and we waiting for you outside. It ain't the paper, ain't the bitches, shit's about pride.
Howling at the witch and owl, use a sick Howard. Howling at the witch and owl.
Fucking body.
I'ma rearrange your face like an abstract painting. It's going down.
Fucking bodied it.
My hands will speak for me. My hands will speak for me.
Fucking bodied it.
All right, yeah. Thank you for joining to Twilight, Son of Lilith. Blessings. Unless he like fell out there, drop the link again for anybody who wants to join. And yeah, we'll check out what Skolomowski's saying here. And yeah, Teilhard's predicament. Right. So I explained it a little bit, right? Obviously, he's being pressed on by both sides, right? One from the Aristotelian notions that are pre-Christian, right? And others from the scientific ideas of evolution. Right, and there we see that evolution can't justify physical matter. It can't justify the evolution of mind from dead matter. Right, and so there's a whole idea of, of how science cannot interpret metaphysics, right? And this is a huge issue, right? So we got Teilhard's predicament. It says in the history of the Western Christian Church. Oh, sorry. The history of the Western Christian Church has been nothing short of turbulent. The last century has seen the church at its low ebb. The time of crisis is also the time of the reformers who attempt to put things aright. Of the many important Christian theologians of the 20th century, the following three should be mentioned. Schweitzer, right? Okay, what's the deal with Albert Schweitzer? Right, does anybody know about Albert Schweitzer? Right, obviously he's part of a German school of historical criticism, right, going off of the ideas of Ferdinand Christian Bauer, right? And of course, he's reinterpreting these ideas of Paul, right? And of course, he wrote a book on Paul and mysticism, and he's totally dropping the ball, right? He's saying Paul is like Buddha and Hegel. All right, so there's no clarity there, right? Over this transcendental evolution, right? Spiritual evolution throughout history, right? So Schweitzer, right, is interesting. He's part of this German historical school of criticism, right? And of course, he's reinterpreting the Bible, and he wants to take a historical, critical view of the Bible and then apply it to the modern world, right? So this is the entire thing of Schweitzer, right? There's Teilhard de Chardin, right, who's sort of talking about this notion of evolution and this notion of going beyond nature, right? And then there's this notion of Tillich, who's talking about the ecology of hope, the courage to be, right? And of course, this whole idea of existence, right? Okay, and how this has to do with the notion of faith, and how faith has to do with the notion of grace, right? And how grace has to do with the notion of eminence versus transcendence, right? And how this is about, right, in a sense, it's about taking this idea of transformation, right, putting it in an active form instead of being swept up in the change of history, right? So he's talking about this idea, right? He says Schweitzer, at least at his best, can be easily accommodated within eco-theology. The heritage of Tillich has been discussed In this chapter, we shall discuss the ambiguous theological heritage of Teilhard de Chardin, right? A Jesuit priest, right? And of course, he tried to combine evolution with the religious eschatology, right? And of course, this is a huge event, right, within history, right? Because it's part and parcel of the salvation history of the Jews, this notion of messianism, the coming of the kingdom of God on earth, right? So it's combined Jewish and Christian eschatologies, right, to the Judeo-Christian idea, right? And it's totally hijacked this notion of messianism, right? And of course, there's this tension between the notion of the apocalypse on the one end and the notion of the kingdom of God on the other end. There's two competing eschatologies, right? As we pointed out before, right? Right, either we're moving towards a devolution, right? Kali Yuga, right? Or we're becoming closer to God, becoming like God, right? In the process of transcending nature, right? So there's competing notions here. It's an extremely tense situation, right? Right. But anyways, let's go on. There are two opposite forces within Teilhard, right? He's going to explain this, right? In his theology, right? They are never satisfactorily reconciled in his own writings. Teilhard's predicament is also Schweitzer's predicament. Schweitzer's predicament, right? It is really the predicament of the 20th century Christianity. How to reconcile the Christian teachings based on the dogma, revelation, the idea of salvation, right? Okay, so you have revelation on the one hand, you have salvation on the other hand, right? And of course, these two notions are linked, right? Within the notion of progress, right? They're inextricably linked within the notion of the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? Right? Because in that whole pseudo-eschatology, right? Right, it's clear that dispensationalism and this revelation throughout history is idea of our salvation becoming more and more clear throughout history, right? As well as the idea of the return to paradise, right? Now, obviously, the return to paradise can be a cyclical idea of a return back to original state, right? Return to Eden, right? And there you have the sort of neo-primitivism, right, aspect, right? Or the Discordian aspect, right? But then you have the accelerationism, right? Of this idea of that we're going to create a new phase, transform Earth and transform heaven and everything, right? And create a brand new situation, right? Through technology and all this stuff. We're going to adopt the technology of the angels and totally transform man. Right? So there's, again, this dual notion, right? Competing for the soul of humanity, right? Notion of a return to, just in that notion of the return to paradise, right? Is it a cyclical view or is it a linear view of transcending nature, right? As we said, right? Right, with the new insights, a new Tao that accentuates the process of self-perfectibility. There's that idea, self-perfectibility, right? Which she said is a replacement for the messianic futurism. Right, so the notion of self-perfectibility is a replacement for messianic futurism, right? Is that an adequate replacement? It's a good question, right? Is that an adequate replacement? So he says a new Tao that accentuates the process of self-perfectibility of responsibility, right? Where he was talking about responsibility as the idea of grace versus the notion of creativity, which is a gift and a curse, right? Is of the idea of man and woman who co-create with God, right? In more explicit terms, we witness a clash between the past dogma and realization of the cosmic Christ, right? And of course, this notion of evolution, he believes is a notion of the arrival of consciousness, right? That one of the things that evolution has to understand and create, right, or guide is the notion of consciousness itself, right? Otherwise, you have emergence of mind from dead matter at some point. Nobody knows what combination of dead matter creates mind or emanates, or nobody actually knows, right? So it's just a weird emergence, right? Right. So yeah, so we have this idea, right? In more explicit terms, we witness a clash between past dogma and the realization of the cosmic Christ in each of us. Okay, this is a theosophical notion, right? As we talked about, right? Okay, between the past dogma and the revelation of the cosmic Christ in each of us, the clash between authority imposed on us, the sense of our own responsibility for our own life, as well as that for the life of the globe, right? And this is the notion of personalism, right? Right? Right, because there's a global technological system, right? We're forced, because of the dual aspects, right, of both massification and atomization, right, to look at the global ecology as a whole, right, to look at the world system as a whole, right, and look at our personal role, right? And of course, in that personal role, we have to idealize or revivify local aspects of community, right? Right, as ellul says, one of the key credos of this personalism, right, is plan, you know, think globally but plan locally, right, or whatever, right? So it's this idea of looking at both scopes, right? Anyways, I'm gonna go grab this coffee from the other side of the room. Give me 1 second, folks. Okay. Okay, let's check this out. Okay, let's see what he's got to say. See what he's saying here. He says, if we take Teilhard's chief opus, The Phenomenon of Man, right, I think he was trying to play off of Darwin's idea, right? The Descent of Man or something like that is like the name of Darwin's book or something like that, right? Phenomenon of Man. And of course, he's adding this notion of like sort of, you know, obviously he's taking the notion of Hegel, right? Phenomenology, right? Right. And of course, this notion of progress, right? And of course, this notion of progress is necessary for the notion, right, to supplant a telos within nature, right? So it says, if we take Teilhard's chief opus, The Phenomenon of Man, it is clear that God is evolving towards the omega point. And only then at omega will he become full God, such as the main thrust of the book. However, at the very end of the book, in the epilogue, Teilhard changes the whole perspective. And as it were, tries to mend his ways and explicitly acknowledges that the omega point is in the image of the traditional Christian God, right? Okay. And of course, God's entrance into history, right? Our idealization in Christ, right? The whole idea that Paul puts forward, right? I think it's Corinthians 11:1, imitate me as I imitate Christ, right? So there you have the transformative nature of Christ, right? As the second Adam, right? And you have Christ being the first fruits of the resurrection, right? So he exemplifies man's future, right? So I mean, obviously Skolmowski doesn't see it, right? Right? He's saying he doesn't see it, right? Right, because it's too much of a maybe because it's too much of a return instead of a moving forward, right, with things, right? But let's see what he says, right? Little piece of chocolate. Let's see what he says. Where was I? Okay. Yeah, so God becoming, right? Not just man becoming like God, right? But God himself becoming full God or whatever, right? Right, so this is a notion that's in Paul, right? Obviously, as I was talking about, right? God becomes all in all with the creator, right? This is the formula in Corinthians, right? Right, that Christ takes obedience of God unto himself and becomes one with the creator, right? Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
You're talking about Teilhard and his view that of the his idea of the theistic evolution where man self-perfects, and then you were saying God, basically more like the self-perfection of the evolution, basically, and evolving to God. And you were talking about Adam also, something about Adam and God. Yeah, yeah. I cannot ever pronounce his name. Teilhard. I know he's the Frenchman.
Yeah.
With the whole, the cosmic evolution thing where man is like self-perfecting, and a lot of transhumanists are also influenced by him.
Yeah, this always destroys the situation here with the StreamYard because you try to share this page, and of course, there's all these ads on these pages, right? So it's horrible.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow, but today I'm a little bit tired, but I'm trying to follow. I pick up like at least 70% or something.
Yeah, it's no worries.
Yeah.
But this is mainly, in Paul here. So let me just read this. It says, "Now, brothers and sisters, I want to remind you of the gospel I preached to you, you've received, on which you have taken your stand. By this gospel you are saved, if you hold firmly to the word I preached to you. Otherwise, you have believed in vain. Right? For what I received, passed on to you of first importance, that Christ died for our sins according to Scripture, that he was buried and raised on the third day according to Scripture. Right? That he appeared to Cephas. Right? Okay, so he's explaining how Christ is the first fruits of the resurrection because he's like appeared in this new body, right? So he says, then to the 12, after that he appeared to more than 500 brothers and sisters at the same time, most of whom are still living, some of whom have fallen asleep. Son of a bitch, this stupid thing. All right, here we go. Yeah, the ads are extremely crazy, especially on the Bible website, right? So it says, after that, okay, so I read that. Appeared to James, the apostle. Last of all, he appeared to me also, one abnormally born, for I am at least to the apostles. Do not deserve to be called an apostle, because I persecuted the church of God, but by the grace of God, I am. His grace to me was not without effect. Right, and I worked harder than all of them, yet not I, but the grace of God was with me. Whether then it is I or they, this is what I preach and this is what I believe. Now, this is the important part. This is the important part. These two parts right here, these two chunks, right? Until 28 here, right? It says, but if it is preached that Christ has been raised from the dead, how can some of you say that there is no resurrection of the dead? Right? If there's no resurrection of the dead, then not even Christ has been raised. And if Christ has not been raised, then the preaching is useless, and so is your faith. Right? More than that, we are then found to be false witnesses about God, right? For we have testified about God that he raised Christ from the dead, but he did not raise him. In fact, the dead are not raised. For if the dead are not raised, then Christ has not been raised either. Right? For if Christ has not been raised, your faith is futile. You're still in your sin. So this is an extremely important point. Right? So you can't have the Christian faith without this, is what Paul is saying. Okay, let me skip to 20 here. He says, but Christ has indeed been raised from the dead, the first fruits of those who have fallen asleep. For since the dead came through man, the resurrection of the dead comes also through a man. Okay, think about that, right? For since death came through a man, the resurrection of the dead comes also through a man. For as in Adam, all die, right? So the property of God becoming man transforms, right, the notion of death itself, right? For as in Adam all die, so in Christ all will be made alive. All will be made alive, it says, right? But each in turn, Christ the first fruits, then when he comes, those who belong to him, then the end will come. Then he hands over the kingdom of God, the Father, after he's destroyed all dominion, authority, and power. For he must reign until he has put all his enemies under his feet. The last enemy to be destroyed is death. How about that? Right? For he has put everything under his feet. And now when it says everything has been put under him, it is clear that it does not include God himself. Who put everything under Christ. Right? When he has done this, the Son himself will be made subject to him who put everything under him, so that God may be made all in all. Let me read that last part again. It says, when he has done this, the Son himself will be made subject to him who put everything under him, so that God may be all in all. So has God transformed there? Right? Because God becomes all in all. Where Christ, that was given dominion over everything, gives up obedience to the Almighty God, right?
It's kind of like how some transhumanists kind of want to be hooked up to like a supercomputer, and then they learn everything, and they kind of become like a godlike figure in their profane viewpoint or something. It's like a perversion of those beliefs.
Yeah, it's interesting. But of course, there's a notion in Paul about the Godhead, right? And of course, this notion
Godhead to them would be like the ecosystem of the cloud, where you have like this centralized AI that can basically answer everything in it's profane perversion. It's like a perversion of that belief is what I'm saying. But I can see how this kind of stuff ultimately led to the industrial growth. You see what I mean? Like I think the thing is like you kind of tie into Vilna Goan also, because the higher comes down to the lower, and then it fuses with the lower and stuff. It becomes hypostatic union. When I mentioned the Nestorians, that was interesting, because Nestorians believed in prosopon. You know about the prosopon?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think prosopon can avoid those issues, but something about the hypostatic union does not sit right with me. You know what I mean? Personally speaking, like I don't know, like.
So yeah, I guess there's quite a bit here. So actually I'll just continue here. So yeah, God changing, he will become full God. This is Skolomowski, right? Such is the main thrust of the book. However, in the very end of the book, in the epilogue, Teilhard changes the whole perspective, and as it were, tries to mend his ways and explicitly acknowledges that his Omega God is in the image of the traditional Christian God. Okay, so this is the part we were at, right? When this epilogue is a strange thing after he develops a new theological perspective. Teilhard catches himself in a heresy, becomes aware of his schism, and proposes to return to Christianity. It thus appears that Teilhard forced himself to interpret his creative evolution in the Christian key as he writes, quote, the universe fulfilling itself in a synthesis of centers is in perfect conformity with the laws of union. God, the center of centers, in that final vision that Christian dogma culminates. And so exactly so perfectly does this coincide with the omega point that doubtless I should never have ventured to envisage the latter or formulate the hypothesis rationally if in my consciousness as a believer I had not found not only its speculative model, but also its living reality. Teilhard tries to equate the process of evolutionary unfolding with the Christogenesis, but the equation does not work because it cannot work. The two processes of conceiving of God, the traditional Christian and evolutionary, are diametrically opposed to each other. The respective eschatologies are different too. We shall not belabor the difference in the story of creation. Far more important is the source of the divine, the idea of salvation, the ultimate concept of man. By attempting to subsume omega point under Christian theology, Teilhard undermines the raison d'etre of evolution as an unfolding of self-actualizing process. For if evolution is a return to Christ, a return to the original paradise, then it only recapitulates the past. If, on the other hand, evolution is actualizing itself and will be only actualized at the end of time, then there is no return to paradise lost, for there was never a paradise before, he says. Right, so the main concept, right, is mired in not only the concept of as he says, this notion of Christogenesis, as he says, right? Or like becoming like Christ, right? And of course, it's also mired in the notion of the futurism of the paradise, which is also on another end a recapitulation of the past, right? So he's pointing out that this is a highly paradoxical notion itself, right? Highly paradoxical in its extrapolations, right? Okay, let's move on. He says, let me discuss this dilemma in some detail, for it is of great importance if we recognize the notion and the authority of God as conceived in the traditional religions, particularly in traditional Christianity. Then our evolution, including the moral and spiritual one, is completed. What we can do, and the only thing we can do, is to return to the paradise lost, to reacquire virtues that have been bestowed on us by God, the original maker. If, on the other hand, we see ourselves as unfinished spiritual beings, indeed only in the infancy of our evolution, then we simply cannot accept the notion of traditional God who made us perfect. Okay. When we contemplate our primordial beginnings in the cosmic dust, we realize that they were far from godly. It is only at the end of the immense journey that we may become godly. Right? And only if we actualize God in ourselves. God is in the making in us. The further we go in our evolutionary journey, the closer we may approach him. God is spiritually actualizing itself in us. Our goal should therefore be to transcend further and further and never to return. Okay, for a return represents a fall from grace. right? So he's got this notion of future, right? He's dealing with this notion of immanence versus transcendence, right? He's not trying to, right, deal in the notion of progress, right? But he's saying we still need hope and we need an ideal of the future, right? Of course, this can't constitute a return to the past at the same time. So he says our goal should therefore be to, wait, hold on. He says evolution is a barbed wire. Excuse me. If we could return, it would return to the brutishness of the brutishness and dimness, and not to grace and perfection. Insofar as Teilhard upholds the Christian myth of return, he profoundly undermines his evolutionary thesis. Insofar as he seriously upholds the evolutionary thesis, he profoundly undermines Christian heritage. Right, so there's a huge tension between these two views, right, that we've obviously explained. Right, there's thus a profound incoherence in his views. Right, this is true. Right, he says, but there's a way of incorporating the Christogenesis into the evolutionary design, namely by treating Jesus not as God, a point of final destiny and of human strivings, but as a symbol, as an inspiration, as a reminder that even at this stage, our evolutionary development, we are capable of so much grace and divinity. Then Christ consciousness becomes not so much the ritualistic identification with Christ's body or blood, but an imaginary flame that illumines our road toward greater grace and consciousness and constant reminder of what we are capable. Right? So this whole idea of right, and of course, I want to posit an entire thing about grace versus enlightenment. Right? And of course, this whole idea of right becoming closer to God, right? Grace, which is found in the moment, right? Being against the notion that we're going to end up in this stage of enlightenment to transcend nature. Right, so there's the one notion of us going beyond the human. Then there's another notion of going beyond nature. And of course, I'm paying special attention to both of these areas, right? Okay, so he says another path to reconciliation is to think of the whole universe in a sacramental way. The view not entirely foreign to early Christianity, but the one that is actively entertained and pursued by present churches. Our culture is woven around the skeleton of Christianity. To deny or destroy the skeleton would be nothing short of destroying Western culture. Right? So he says cultures live by symbols. Symbols of our culture have been thoroughly pervaded by Christian teaching and metaphors. We cannot tear apart the vessel in which we are floating. Like Descartes, we have to reconstruct our boat while we are afloat. Our task is made even more difficult by such people as Lynn White, who has insisted that the blueprint for deconstruction of the environment is the Bible. In his celebrated essay, "The Historical Roots of the Ecological Crisis," White has galvanized our attention and almost paralyzed us with inaction by telling us that the sense in which we are doomed. The most important document of our culture by which we have lived is fundamentally misconceived. As a guidance and inspiration has led astray, White has eloquently argued that the Judeo-Christian theology is responsible for the separation of man from nature, quote, man's relation to the soil was profoundly changed. Formerly, man had been part of nature. Now he's been exploiter of nature. Man and nature are two things, and man is master. Okay, and this is the last paragraph, and then we'll go ahead and look at some of the documentary here before we move to yeah, we got a couple of documentaries, right? Obviously, we got the art meets science and spirituality, right? And then we got the other one with Mumford on the City, right? So we're looking at two different ones right now. Before we look at the ideas of ellul again, right? So he says here, and this is the last paragraph we're reading of the chapter 9, Teilhard's predicament in eco-theology. Says here, therefore, was the evidence showing that the sacred book was, if only implicitly, a blueprint for destruction. During the last 15 years, we have absorbed the shock of this revelation and slowly learned to live with it, and have come to recognize that our culture is not made of one cloth, but possesses various layers and is open to different interpretations. What we have witnessed during the last decade is a conscious effort, both within Judaic and Christian traditions, to reinterpret our religious and cultural heritage so that we can make peace with nature and ipso facto an important part of ourselves. Okay, we'll read more of this later, right? Okay. Read more of this later. We're coming to the end of this work, Eco-Theology. Right, and let me open up this documentary for you guys. See where this goes. Okay, see where you guys go with this. Fridtjof Capra, right, who wrote Tao of Physics. Obviously, we've been looking at a lot of Tao. I'm looking at a lot at Taoism itself. Right, of course, he is looking at nature as a system. And there's the ideas of Marina Abramovich, right, who's sort of looking at techno-shamanism and art and spirituality in her own weird ways. And, of course, she's sort of a practitioner of these Kala Chakra type of stuff, right? Right, so she's a weirdo. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but, like, you know, they have this funny videos of, like, is Jay-Z part of the Illuminati with, like, Mark Dice? And he'll show, like, Jay-Z with Marina Abramovich. And, of course, she's got all these history of, you know, the Podesta files. And, you know, the Pizzagate, where they were doing weird parties with Marina Abramovich. Anyways.
Yeah, I know about that, yeah. Definitely. I know
Pretty
about
weird.
that. Yeah.
So yeah, she's a weird I believe she's like Russian Jewish lady.
Yeah, well, you know, for all we know, it could have been a man. But
right.
Yeah. But yeah, they just mixed a lot of Kabbalistic stuff with transhumanism. You know, you see that everywhere, and you know, in the media and whatever, you see it everywhere. Yeah, and transgressive stuff too. They mixed that. Yeah. That one thing where they ate the cake shaped like a human or something like that, I think. Or
right, spirit eating or whatever, spirit food or something like that.
Yeah, well, that's just what we see on the tip of the iceberg. We don't know the full extent of their depravity, but we can make inferences.
Yeah, that's right. So, of course, it's important to look at those ideas on their own terms. So yeah, we will do that with the Kala Chakra and all this type of stuff. And, of course, we looked at the Dalai Lama earlier. But yeah, let's take a look at some of this stuff.
I will always go to the east and to this or to the nature, to the extreme situations like living in the desert or spending time with Tibetans or Aborigines or go to Micronesia. And there I will get the energy and ideas for the art. And then I will come to the Western society and I will serve like a bridge.
Modern physics and modern science in general.
So what a weird concept, right? So what's interesting is that in looking at a dialectic between East and West, she also drew a dialectic between nature and technology. And when she's saying the East represents nature, right, or the extreme situations, right, whereas comfort and modernity is represented by the West, right, which is pretty interesting.
Oh, can you turn on the subtitles? Yeah,
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Lead us to a worldview which is profoundly ecological. Ecological in the sense that it takes into account of the fundamental interconnectedness and interdependence of all phenomena.
Right, right, because physics obviously, right, and basically liberalism in general, right? Liberalism in the scientific worldview, right? They have totalizing views, right? They're totalizing views, just like religion, right? They tend to interpret all natural phenomena, right? So obviously it leads to the ecological view, right? And of course, while he's looking at the system's view of nature, right? The whole technological world system, right, seems to suggest the very same thing, right? Because as I said, it's part of the foundations of liberalism and the scientific worldview, right? Is empiricism, universalism, right? The fact that we all have the ability to interpret nature and all this, to interpret natural phenomena and all this type of stuff, right?
Yeah, they think it's all like a pinballs hitting each other. Or like it's just simple like, mechanical causes and effects. They don't think there's like any kind of like inner intelligence to any of it. They can just dissect it, the components, and understand it mechanically.
Right, precisely. Yeah, bless up, Ragamuffin.
The fact that we are embedded in larger systems. We are embedded in the cyclical processes of nature.
I don't know any scientist which has scientific tools to understand the understanding, to go beyond the object, to deal with the subject in a non-objectifiable way.
You probably know that the Taoist expression for evil is that evil exists because there's goodness. And that means that there's dualism. If you can bring the dualism back to one.
Yeah, he's misinterpreted Taoism, right? Because if evil exists not because of goodness, right, but as a part of the structure of goodness itself, right? So it's like a lesser part of goodness itself, right? As it says, what is a good man? A bad man's teacher. What is a bad man? A good man's charge, right? And he says, I'm good to those who are good. I'm also good to those who are not good, right? So it's not, they're not part of a duality, right? So
I will say that, well, in the Eastern traditions, Han Shan, what makes Shan avoid the bad antinomianism is the system of karma. But, the thing about Taoism is that, it's very diverse, yeah, but there have been some Taoists who don't really have that much of a sense of morality, though. But that depends on the Taoist. There are like different interpretations of Taoism. Buddhists and Taoists have had their disagreements over something. I think Han Shan leaned more towards the Buddhist, and so did the writer of Journey to the West. He leaned more towards the Buddhist than the Taoist or something like that. But the system of karma is where the ethical imperatives are derived from in Mahayana. But I don't know, the Taoists seem to be over the place regarding that.
Yeah. Yeah, what I usually say is that I compare it to Confucianism, right? And of course, his idea of goodness is less based on the notion of cultural refinement, and it's and it's more based on intrinsic nature of things, right? But also personal sensibility, right? So, I mean, it's pretty clear for Confucius, right, that goodness is based on, how one behaves within a society, right? So, like, for example, one of the students asks, Confucius, is this guy good? Is that guy good? Right? And he, explains what the person is good at in society, right? So he explains their goodness as context dependent within the division of labor in the society as a whole, right? He does not see it as a separate instant, right? Whereas, Lao Tzu's talking about the nature of goodness as a whole, right? Those who are good who are not aware of their goodness and are therefore truly good, right? So true goodness is not the perception of virtue or the appearance of it, right? But something deeper than that, right? All right, but yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, on the whole, they're pretty much immoralists, right? Because trying to be good is like trying to have attachment to desires and all this type of stuff. And
Yeah, Diamond
trying to
Sutra
impose
sees
yourself.
similarly. Diamond Sutra says that true goodness comes when you give a present or something. This is just an example. Without a concept of present giver or receiver, you don't attach to expectations of a reward. Basically, when you help someone and you want something in return, that's not true helping. You know what I mean? You have to let go of the concepts of self and other and the object of the present. That's what the Diamond Sutra argues.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I love that Diamond Sutra. Yeah, that is such a fascinating text. Definitely.
Which you can also call integrity. Integrity is a very interesting word because it means wholeness.
Although the very existence of mankind is at stake, anything goes, so nobody actually does anything, states Raymond Panikar, Catholic priest and Hindu scholar. He plays the game, but doesn't abide by the rules. He spends 6 months of the year writing at his home in the Catalan mountains near Barcelona. Clinging to the mechanistic worldview of Newton and Descartes has brought us perilously close to destruction, warns Fritjof Capra, theoretical high-energy physicist. We are at a turning point in all aspects of our culture. The paradigm shift toward a systemic worldview is crucial because without it, there will be no future. Marina Abramovic draws strength from nature and ancient cultures. Her quest turned into a personal investigation of physical limits and mental potential as she attempts to gain control of her body and mind to actually transcend matter through her performances and other works of art.
My view of the world is the view of an artist's view of the world.
By the way, she seems to focus on this a lot, right? So she's drawing the idea of materiality versus ethereality clearer, right, by using creativity to transcend the physical limitations, right? So this is part and parcel of her entire idea, right, is the transformative properties of mind and art, right? And of course, I think she's talking about nature as a limiting force, right, on mind. So it seems like she's drawing a dialectic between mind and nature, right?
And how I see the the world now is, I'm so busy actually, not so much about this century, but about 21st century, more even than this one we're living in. But I really believe that the future, this 21st century, will be a world without really art in the kind of sense we're having it now. There will be the world without objects, where the human being can be on such a high level of the consciousness and kind of strong mental state that they can transmit the thoughts and the energy to the other people just without actually having objects in between. So there will not be sculptures and no paintings, no installations. There will be just the artists who stand in the front of the public, and the public who is developed enough to can receive such a message and such energy. And they just sit or stand like the samurais in old Japan, look each other and they transmit their energy.
So new ideas are an expression of the creativity of a scientist. And there is no science without creativity. That's at the very core. When you do scientific research, you go into a new terrain and you create novelty. And usually what this means is to connect things, to see a new pattern. You don't create ex nihilo from nothing, but you create new patterns of ideas, new connections.
I really think there was a
Yeah, so there's a reimagining of creativity, right, that doesn't deal in innovation, right? And as we said, the whole idea of enframing as a sort of concealing and revealing, right, is about, right, how we look at nature. So if it's realizing new patterns, right, the emergence of new patterns, right, that there's no total, innovation, right? So there's nothing new that's coming forward, right? But the new thing is the patterns, right, that emerge out of the old information, right? So I find that idea to be interesting. Obviously, it's sort of a new idea, right?
Of contact between artists and scientists, and I think that this contact should be reestablished. And also, some scientists, I mean, when the scientists really, when they come to the discovery, they never come to discovery in an ordinary way, like mathematical formulas, and you sit in the studio or in your scientist laboratory and you come to the great discovery. Always come in the same way as artists create the piece. And this is a very interesting touching point. Come from another state of mind, again, not from that, how you call the rational state. And there is where we could have the dialogue. When things come from subconscious, from we call inspiration, artists call very old-fashioned word, but it exists, inspiration. And there is the field where artists can talk with the scientists on that level.
Yeah. So the concept of innovation, right, and how it's part of the notion of, spontaneity, right, and the process of discovery, right, and how that is there in art and science. And of course, we moved from, understanding the world through art to understanding it through science, from understanding it through religion to understanding it through politics, right? And that's why sort of this diminution has, taken place, right?
To create a new vision, a new way of seeing things, a new way of understanding, of expressing things, a new way of self-expression. And so since we now need a new perception of reality, it is very important to find the most creative ways of expressing this new perception and the most persuasive and convincing ways.
This is the only one is Nikola Tesla, who was busy about magnetic fields, who was busy about anti-gravitation, who was busy about energy fields. I mean, and he had incredible visions that every object and every human being and every plant and anything on this planet have his own wavelengths or frequencies. And there is he talked about idea of parallel worlds, that actually in this world we live in many parallel worlds, but we only can communicate with our own world with the objects who are with the same wavelengths. And if it's not same wavelengths, we actually the everything else is invisible. So when we talk about spirituality, the people talk about this invisible world. Well, we don't have the proof because it's not physical, but exists. But now scientists discovering that this actually invisible world exists. There are hundreds.
So it's interesting, right? The sort of you know, that she has a dualism, right, between materiality and ethereality, that she wants to transcend objects, right? She thinks that art is going to transcend objects, that there's going to be no more objects, that we're just going to sort of telepathically come into our idea, right? And she's also talking about this whole notion of this invisible world of energies, right? And of course, this is part of the occult, right? The spiritual notion of correspondences. And what's interesting is that this is coming from Tesla, right? This great new age concept, right? Where we see, like Mark Passio and all these guys, right? That are like these new age guys, right? They sort of have like satanic or Masonic bend, right? Where they're critiquing science, right? And they want to bring the ideas of spiritualism into the notions of scientism. And of course, who's their guy? Tesla. And everybody's got an energy signature, and they've got a vibe, and you tune into this universal energy signature and all this stuff, right? So it's pretty interesting, right? And of course, Tesla was hugely influenced by Vedanta, right? Philosophy, right? And talking about this ethereal notion of energy, right? Anyways, let me play some music, and we'll come back to this video here. And of course, we're looking at the satanic stylings of Marina Abramovich. We're going to be looking at the Kala Chakra, right, in just a minute here.
Also, let me ask one quick thing. Doesn't the Bible say that the East and West should never meet or something like that? The West and East should not meet? I remember reading that somewhere, but I don't remember. Like when the West and East meet, that will be the end of the world or something. Like when they start to like have intercultural exchange in a very strong way, or
Like
something.
figures that combine the East and the West, right? Like it's.
I think the Bible said that though, or am I misremembering? I remember reading it somewhere.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Nothing I'm aware of, but yeah.
Oh yeah, you can play the music. I'll try to find it while you play the music.
Yeah, I'm intrigued for sure. I think I heard like the weird cult leader Mahdi guy say something like that. That he's a leader that's, or he's like a figure that's firmly planted in the East and the West, because he's like, I don't know. So yeah, something about combining the East and the West. Obviously, this is a huge notion in theosophy, right? So yeah, interesting. But yeah, let's play a little song about Antichristos. Antichristos. Right, of course, I played this earlier, and my friend Lilith said, he said it sounds like something that that Belial would listen to.
No, sorry, I got confused with Rudyard Kipling. Sorry, because I'm tired. He had a poem from the Ballad of East and West where he said, "East is East and West is West, and never the twain shall meet," or something like that. Rudyard Kipling had a poem about that. You know if Kipling had any connections to the occult?
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, he was like Swedenborg. I think he was interested in that. Yeah, he was hugely influenced by the occult. Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, hold on. Let me try to find this for you guys. Oh yeah, here it is. Stairs to the Beast. 666.
I put no stock in religion. By the word religion, I've seen the lunacy of fanatics of every denomination be called the will of God. I've seen too much religion in the eyes of too many murderers.
He was born June 6 of 06, the year of the beast. As sickness poured out on the streets, meet Lucifer Sion, the son of an ex-priest. The opposite of my Jesus peace. This is a prophecy revealed. Our future now hanging in the balance. This newborn embodying the madness. The stage is set, we know what the plan is. In this war, you can't fight with the
answer to
cannons.
Jesus was Hitler, Antichrist of the scriptures. Nostradamus predicted and called him Hitler. He exists, lives deep in the abyss. He's half fish that shits from a serpent to a prince, far from being a religious fanatic. Aware of the madness, setting the stage controlled by fascists. Locked in for ages, making way for the savage. Plotting they manage, look at the evil they axis.
By the word religion, I've seen the lunacy of fanatics of every denomination be called the will of God. I've seen too much religion in the eyes of too many murderers.
You're lured by the false prophet, a biologic project made in Hell's Kitchen, jihad like Islamic. Instead it's more demonic. The descendants of the fallen godmen hold the veil like modern conmen. It's not uncommon. Wolves in sheep's clothes, the popes and the priests are the ones that you keep close. Beware of the man that rebuilds the temple of Solomon, cause he got the 666.
He's already here. 91's the year. September 11, George said it clear. The new world order, are you prepared? I don't think you understand what it is, he said. 1,000 points in light described ahead. The point I'm saying, the home is near. He came from the womb of a beast, was conceived in a ceremony of Illuminati. Planets to plant the chip in everybody.
By the word religion, I've seen the lunacy of fanatics of every denomination be called the will of God. I've seen too much religion in the eyes of too many.
I don't know if he's Islamic, Christian, Jewish, indigenous, or Buddhist, or Freemason. We're all clueless, the truth is a chasing. There's an enemy waiting to enslave us for a force that'll rape us. 1945, they established the UN. Guess who will lead them? All prize from within. Our faith is sealed, all age the year. Them RFID cards by law, they're here.
An army of the dead patiently waits for this dark prince to show face. We hold faith, they will wage war against this whole race. Death infinite, the best will win it. Violent image, we can't sit back and ride the visions. Ride a passage to God's dominion, forces you in it. We take steps to victory, a dark symphony. Walk the steps to the beast, they're holy infamy.
By the word religion, I've seen the lunacy of fanatics of every denomination be called the will of God. I've seen too much religion in the eyes of too many murderers. Holiness is in right action and courage on behalf of those who cannot defend themselves. And goodness.
It's a parallel worlds. And I'm fascinated by the idea of being in this space, and just by changing my wavelength, I disappear from in the front of your eyes, and I reappear in the same room, but with in another order, with another setup. I mean, this is could be incredible to work with a scientist and an artist together and make such things possible.
So, I mean, she's clearly talking about virtual reality, right? So it's interesting that, yeah, right, and she wants to work with scientists to bring that about, right? So she thinks that this is a place where art and science are going to meet, right, in a sort of middle space where you get to recreate your body and appear however you want and communicate with people that way. And then your person or the way you present yourself will be the art form, right? So sort of art that's directly personal without the use of objects, right? But obviously this is using, or I don't see how it would take place without a virtual space, right? Right, it sounds like Tron, right? But of course, I think in Tron, like everybody has to wear the same type of outfit or something like that, right? So yeah, it's a little bit different.
Do you feel that you were accepted by
Well,
the Catholic Church?
I was.
You was.
Because I want to reform myself. I don't want to reform the church. That's not my business. And then there's more tolerance than it looks like if you stick to what you feel you should do, and you don't speak in the name of the church or whoever. I speak under my own responsibility. You want to put it in a slightly ironical way, I enjoy the privilege of not being infallible. With monkhood, it's different. You can be a Hindu monk, a Christian monk, a Buddhist monk, a Tibetan monk, a Shinto monk, whatever. So monkhood is prior to the split of division in religious confessions. So then I was led to investigate what is that kind of thing which makes Christian, Buddhist, Hindu an adjective when the noun is monkhood, is the monk. So in monkhood, there is a prior dimension, perhaps the Urdimension, a kind of primordial trait of being human, which then splits in different ways.
But I think this is the time that we should really put forces together, and there is not a point anymore to is artist, scientist, biologist, or spiritual leader. I think that we all have the same aim, but till now we didn't been introduced to each other in a way, and that's why I think this meeting is extremely important.
Well, if I listen to you, I have the feeling that you believe that you can change the world.
You know, I will not even start if I don't believe that. I can say about art is like breathing. You must breathe to live. As the Brancusi said once, and I always repeat this sentence because it's essential for my ideas about art, is that it's not important what are you doing, what form what you're doing takes. It can be painting, installation, sculpture, performance, or whatever. You also sit in the bank and sign the checks. What is important is from which state of mind you are doing what you're doing. Somebody said, let's get back to nature, but how? So my theory is about two things. It's about cleaning the house inside and cleaning the house outside. Now, cleaning the house inside is...
Let me interject something.
Once I was on the train sitting with the rabbi.
Yeah, I feel like in the past, people would have deep convo beneath a tree or something, where birds are fluttering or there's a nice scenic view, in the past, like, I don't know, like during the axial age, or something. But the point I'm making is now they have it in this weird, creepy looking room, I mean? It kind of has a very, creepy feel, rooms like this, this crowded space and artificial light, and and then you're listening to these creepy guys tell you about like the deep questions of life, and the setting doesn't really fit, but maybe it does fit in some way because these people are not trustworthy or something. You get what I'm trying to say? It's like the environment really sucks, like in that room or something.
Yeah, totally. And it's like, like what she's saying is interesting, but I get the cleaning the house inside, but what is this cleaning the house outside? Or how much are you going to clean, right, of the outside world to try to fuse it with your expectations of your inner purity, right? So I think there's a dangerous aspect to that, right? What she's mentioning.
Let me tell you this, a lot of researchers for conservationism, they go and they capture a bird or they capture a threatened animal and they put like surveillance cameras on them or GPS locating devices. And sometimes they even use like new ones. And I think to myself, don't these people think in a more comprehensive way? Like that's not really how to help them. You know what I mean? They do that kind of stuff, and it's more like they're trying to manipulate nature more or control it more, you know, by using that surveillance technologies for conservation. You know, the way a better approach is to just scale back the complexity. You see what I'm saying? But you know, the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, these scientists can be fooled into anything. They can be told that, oh, let's you know, genetically engineer them and then release them. Let's, I don't know, let's fuse them with robots or whatever to make them more resilient. You know, they don't really think in a comprehensive way, these specialists, you know, because they're so compartmentalized. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just want to mention that, you know, because it kind of reflects this room also with how, you know, boxy it looks. You know what I mean? It's a very boxy room, and with the synthetic lights and stuff like that. You know, yeah, it's just creepy stuff. But yeah, that's the creepy stuff is true. Yeah, I just, you know, I once was ostracized. You know, even when I was going 10 years ago in my neuroscience education, I was ostracized because I opposed reductionism, that mind is purely reducible to the brain. And because of that, I was being attacked by a lot of people. And so I tend to, it's kind of weird. The scientists are some of the most depraved people, you know what I mean? Because they're just specialists, you know, they don't think in a more comprehensive way, you know what I mean? You know, I mean, Ted Kaczynski talk about that too, you know, in Industrial Society a lot. Yeah, in Manifesto. And he read his other books too. But yeah, he talks about that in his manifesto.
Yeah, I totally agree. And yeah, I mean, yeah, what she mentions next is pretty creepy. So, and what's really creepy is she's talking to a rabbi on a train, right? And she's talking about cremation. So it's like, I don't know, like something about this story just doesn't sit well with me because she's talking to a rabbi, and obviously the implication is about the you know, Jays burning up the bodies of the Hitler burning the Jays or whatever, throwing them in the gas chambers and cremating their bodies or whatever, right? So I mean just really weird context of how she's like saying this, and obviously they're both Jewish talking about this, and anyways, check this out.
And the one very old man. Now, cleaning the house inside is, of course, our body. Once I was on the train sitting with the rabbi and the one very old man, we discussed some things, and this old man said, what is your, what you're doing? And he said, I'm for 40 years working in a crematorium, just burning the bodies. And we had very interesting conversation. In the end, he said me something that really, really struck me. He said, you know, 40 years ago, to burn the human body in crematorium, you need 125 degrees. These days, you need 715 because of chemicals in our body who increase. I mean, this is a fact. So this is our house inside. So now to come back to this less is more. What we need is to empty our house. That's what we need.
To me, ecology.
So pretty weird.
Depopulation, basically. She's promoting depopulation.
Dark example, right? Yeah, pretty dark statement, honestly, overall.
Bill Gates has made some pretty dark statements too, if I remember correctly. These people aren't normal, you know. When I read, I bought this book once for fine paintings from London City, and it was full of occult imagery, and it was very disgusting, you know what I mean? All that artwork, and you know, the classical art paintings from London City. I was just confused why there's so much, I don't know, weird symbolism to the occult in a lot of the paintings. You know, London City is not actually a part of UK. You know, it's considered, you know, separate from it. You know, like I said before. But yeah, all those paintings were very creepy. Yeah, but yeah, it's creepy still. Yeah, actually, what's funny is Current to 93, which is deep into the occult. I'm not sure you ever heard of that band. Current to 93. They have a song called Lucifer Over London. Yeah, and they're very much into Crowley and the Varjariana David Tibet of that band, Current 93. And yeah, their stuff is kind of nihilistic and very transgressive. Yeah, you should maybe look into its connections. You'll probably find some interesting stuff too. David Tibet. So you never heard of him, or have you?
I have not. No. Yeah,
Oh,
David Tibet. Yeah, interesting.
What's interesting, all those creepy 09A guys and Vajrayana guys, and they went into music, like Current 93 and some other bands whose names presently elude me. I forget their name. But there are a lot of bands making music about like the Teilhard kind of themes. I mean, like
Right.
Yeah, lots of bands like that. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously the secularized concept of the omega point is the singularity, right? So it's become Judaized and secularized, a la Kurzweil, right?
Also, transsexualism tied into Kabbalah too, the divine androgyne, basically.
Right. Right. There's like 8 races in the Talmud. 8 genders in the Talmud or something like that. Weird stuff. And the androgynous spirit or whatever, Adam Kadmon and all this type of stuff. So there's lots of weird stuff there. But yeah, what struck me interesting about what she said is her talking about the chemical toxicity, right? So she's talking about this modern condition, right? The accumulation over time, right? But secondly, it's a sort of misanthropic view, right? Like population control, and she's talking about the human being like slab at being burned, right? And of course, just the brutality of it, of her explanation.
Yeah.
Right?
You know about David Attenborough? You know about him, Attenborough?
Yeah, I think he's the Earth guy or whatever, right?
Yeah, he made a documentary talking about all the environmental problems, and like he didn't say it in the documentary, but it was very subtle. It basically implied about global population reduction is necessary or whatever. He basically implied that. In the next few months or weeks, he was at World Economic Forum. He did go to WEF, David Attenborough. So yeah, I do think it's true. The elites want to reduce the population drastically. Maybe, yeah. Let me mention this. Iran has an embassy with 33 windows. I mean, most people don't mention this. 33 windows, one of their biggest embassies. And I think maybe the whole war could be faked. I mean, like all these conflicts in the past few decades could be orchestrated because they want to create the conditions for mass depopulation and chaos and stuff. I mean, yeah, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if that were true. I mean, there's this guy named 7 C's or 7 Eyes or something. He gets all these links. I mean, he kind of showed that, a lot of this so-called conflict could be engineered to a large extent. It could be possible. You know what I mean? I mean, after all, the whole, jab thing was a global phenomenon. And I don't think the jab was based on anything real. The jab, but it was an illusion that was sustained, for at least, I don't know, 2 or 3 years or something. Yeah, so that means that they probably have already won in some sense. I don't see how even Bhutan, which was isolated for like hundreds and thousands of years, I think Bhutan, or was it? Yeah, it was Bhutan. Yeah, it was, and they're opening up now too. Yeah, Bhutan was isolated for thousands and hundreds of years. Yeah, and they were the happiest country in this world, but now they're opening up, believe it or not, to techno-liberalism. Bhutan, that's it. I actually mentioned a documentary on Bhutan a while back with NGOs and stuff like that.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so I hope Copper gives some hope here because what she provided was extremely misanthropic. I mean,
It is the meeting ground of all these endeavors.
Ecology.
Abramovich says that she wants to clean the body. And this is her main emphasis. Now, ecology at the deepest level is an identification of the earth household with the self. It's this spiritual link between the self and the cosmos, and therefore cleaning the body becomes then also cleaning the earth household. And this experience of connectedness, of belonging to the cosmos, of being embedded in the cosmos is the very essence of spiritual or religious experience. So at the deepest level, ecology is spiritual, and ecology, of course, is the very necessary required context now for economics. The reason that our economics fails, the reason that economists don't understand the economy, are not able to solve economic problems, is that they lack an ecological context. And that's what crucially must be introduced. So ecology is really the meeting ground.
Fritjof Capra says the new criterion should be sustainability. I understand that it has importance. But if you make that the only criterion, it would indeed mean stopping growth, because then you could not use any metals, any oil, anything that we take from mines and so on. You couldn't use it anymore. It wouldn't even mean stopping growth. It would mean reducing growth.
So, yeah, I mean, this is a natural conclusion, right? And this is correct, right? So he's saying that, yeah, you have to stop technological growth if we're going to focus on the ecology, right? If we're going to bring the ecological context into the economic framework, right? So this is a natural conclusion. So he's saying, yes, this implies, that we're going to have to stop growth. And yeah, he's absolutely correct. So wonder how Capra will respond. Avian, you got some?
Yeah, that's the right response, But we have to scale back too. Scale back a bit, like I don't know, 12th or 14th century. So that will take time, though. It would be good to scale back. I mean, that's Skrbina's solution too. That's his solution.
Yeah, so he's presenting it as a negative, this bald guy, but it's obvious that that is a natural conclusion and that it's the correct option, right? So I wonder what Capra will say. Capra will try to cope with this and say, well, no, it doesn't necessarily mean this, and, it just means refurbishing our present means. I bet he'll try to cope, right? But yeah.
Yeah, let me see. I'm interested in his response.
Right. Yeah,
Reducing production.
No.
So it's impossible.
No. Well, you know where you can get metals from? From recycling.
Well, yes.
The recycling industry will give you the raw material.
Yeah, recycling.
To some extent. But you couldn't do everything with that as yet.
Yep.
But do we need everything that we
Less
produce
is
now?
better, don't forget.
Right, less is better.
There you go, right? Yep. You don't need everything that they produce, right? Less is going to be better. That's going to be the only option, right? So I'm glad that Capra's being realistic about this, right? And not a head up his ass.
Yeah, they want their cake and to eat it too, basically.
Right.
Yeah. And the thing is, that's why they push for automation, though, because then they can get rid of most of the population, and then they have everything automated or something.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that is the reason why they do it.
But you couldn't do everything with that as yet.
But do we need everything that we produce now?
Less is better, don't forget.
Right, less is better.
In the world as a whole, where we have always heard during these days that so many people are still poor, we need still some growth.
Well, they don't eat metals, do they?
Well, very nice to have wonderful ideas, but we should be realistic at the same time.
I have, no, I need to respond to this. I have a 4-year-old daughter, and when she is an adult, I would like her to be able to breathe. If we do not introduce sustainability as a criterion, as a constraint to the price mechanism, I'm all for the free market forces, but not free, constrained, regulated market forces. If we do not introduce sustainability, then my daughter won't have a chance. See?
Now you exaggerate.
It's that urgent. No, I'm not exaggerating.
I have been saying that I want these ecological concerns brought into the price mechanism. The only thing I'm saying now is you can't be so extreme as to say that you are not allowed to mine any resources anymore from now on.
Well,
That's the only
obviously,
thing I
we'll
say.
have a transition stage, but
that's
that
what I'm
must be
saying.
the ideal. You see,
what I'm saying.
sustainability must, we're not going to introduce it tomorrow, that's clear, but that must be the ideal. And so far, it's not even addressed by economists. That's, now, let me just
That's
add,
not true either.
you have these meetings.
Damn, Capra's hijacking the conversation a little bit, and they're all getting kind of exasperated. But yeah, interesting.
Of the G7, right? The economic summits. At every summit, they repeat, you know, growth, a healthy economy, so much growth at the GNP. Why don't economists stand up and say it's pure nonsense? Because we know it's pure nonsense. The GNP does not measure the health of an economy.
What I am concerned with is that the framework in which...
Interesting. Okay, let's just leave it there, right? So yeah, I think Capra's correct there. Let's just put it that way. So Capra didn't disappoint there.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he seemed much better than the other guys, definitely.
Yeah. Tao of physics. Interesting views. Okay, we're gonna move to looking at the Kala chakra. And obviously, first we're looking at these secret initiations, and I know people don't like this section or whatever, but yeah, I think the Kala chakra section is going to be much more interesting, right? But I want to move to this now, right? Of course, there's lots of weird stuff. Obviously, most of it's about semen and stuff so far, so right, it's been pretty weird stuff. But yeah, let's read some of this. Right, and I already see people leaving in mass. Saw tons of people leave just now, right? So yeah, so so I think the audience will be cut in half by the time we're done with this. It's crazy, man. You know. So I guess people really don't like this section, which I guess is a testament to our crowd here. You know, I think they're, you know, pretty you know, because I don't really like this stuff either. Right? I'm just kind of reading it to understand what's going on here. Right? But yeah, I found this like maybe 2 weeks ago. And I'm reading the sections that are entitled Kala Chakra in a work called The Shadow of the Dalai Lama. About the rituals, right? So so it says here, outside of gynocentric and tantric cults, however, a negative valuation of menstrual blood predominates. Okay, so we were reading this section about menstrual blood, right? And we were looking at how certain religious views see it as a curse, right? So we were looking at the different ideas in which it's a curse. Right, of course, it's in the tantric practices, right, of the Dalai Lama. It's sort of seen as a substance that's used in tantric rituals. Right? So obviously, we talked about the red and the blue whole thing about water. The water of the womb and the blood of the covenant and all this type of stuff, and how you know, the first birth and the second birth and the baptism through fire represented by the blood itself or whatever, and all this different stuff, right? And so yeah, let me start reading from any given point here. It says here, according to the tantric logic of inversion, that precisely the worst is the most appropriate starting substance for the best, the yogi need not fear the magical destructive force of the menses, as he can reverse it into the creative opposite through the proper method. The embracing of a bleeding lover is therefore a great ritual privilege. In this book on Indian ecstatic cults, Philip Rawson indicates the most powerful sexual rite requires intercourse with the female partner when she is menstruating and her red sexual energy is at its peak. Astonishingly, the various types of menses, which can be used for divergent magical purposes, have been cataloged. The text distinguish between the menstrual blood of a virgin, a lower class woman, a married woman, a widow, and so on. The time at which the monthly bleeding takes place also has ritual significance. In Tibet, Yiddams, Yiddams, meditation images exist which illustrate dakinis, whose vaginas the blood is flowing in streams. So we looked at one of those images last time. Everybody left. We're down to like 10 viewers at this point. Wow. In keeping with tantric preference for every possible taboo substance, it is no wonder that he drinks the menses. The following vision was in fact perceived by a woman, the yogini Yeshi Sagyal. It could, however, been just as easily experienced by pretty much any lama. A red lady, perfectly naked and wearing not even a necklace of bones, appeared before me. A necklace of bones? It's pretty fucking extreme, right? She placed her vagina in my mouth, and blood flowed out, which I drank with deep draughts. Holy smokes, how much blood is pouring out of that vagina? It's like Gatorade. It's like Mountain Dew Code Red. Crazy.
I once had a nightmare where I developed some kind of problem and the technicians cut off my head and put it in a cyborg body, and it got me thinking that the reason why the technicians are deep into like Vajrayana is because Vajrayana is all about like transgressive stuff, you know, and because they eliminate the value of karma, you know, because, you know, from the karmic perspective, when you do bad things or transgressive things, it leaves, you know, negative, you know, imprints, you know, that influence your future rebirth. But the thing is that, you know, when you just focus on only the non-duality or the monism or the, you know, what the non-duality basically, or whatever, you know, it kind of leads to that like transgressive stuff. And, you know, I had a friend, you know, he was big into Vajrayana and stuff like that, online pen pal, and he would always go on and on about transhumanism and other stuff. And he would say that technological evolution is part and parcel with the organic life, you know what I mean? And the point he would try to promote is like, I don't know, like a techno Buddha or techno Christ or whatever, you know, and, you know, that's more like a perversion, you know what I mean? It's a perversion, you know. I think that's really the most important thing to argue, that this is a perversion of all the primordial sacred symbols we used
Oh
to
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. And we explain that two ways, right? One is in the late edition of, you know, obviously it's extension of Mahayana ideas, right? So it's 11th century, right? And then after that, right, it's also combined with the shamanism of the indigenous Tibetan paganism, right? So the bone religion, right? So there's two aspects in which it's actually innovative, right? So it does not reflect the ancient practices, right? Would everybody come back now? Interesting.
Yeah, what I mean is that industrialization as it grows in complexity and the means become the ends, where efficiency and productivity are the highest values. Now, I think that's the ultimate subversion or transgression. That's normalized now. Most people see it as normal, you know what I mean? And that's kind of like, it's kind of like being insta-fused by a creepy llama guy, this who is all transgressive, in a way the system is like a creepy llama guy. Something like that.
Right. Yeah, it's like the Aleister Crowley guy. Where he had like this alien, it's like Chinese alien. It's like this ancient thing that he like prayed to. It's weird, man. But yeah, it's kind of like that thing. But yeah,
Yeah, the
yeah,
thing
I
he
don't know.
prayed to
Yeah.
was actually Egyptian, Awas. Awas, I think
Right.
was, yeah.
Right, he's got this Chinese looking thing in his book, The Drug. Right, which is pretty weird. They like telepathically channeled or whatever. And yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen Geno Cyber.
Geno Cyber. What's that?
It's like an anime. Right.
Anime.
Yeah, that I found here, and yeah,
Oh,
they
wow, that
actually
looks
have the concept of Vajra in the anime. I mean, it's pretty weird.
nightmarish. I'm
Yeah,
looking
it
at the
is.
picture
Yeah,
now.
yeah, it's supposed to be one of the most goriest ones, right? But hopefully we don't get popped for this. But yeah, I'll pause in the middle of this. But yeah, let's see what this this is the doctor who creates this like pretty much monster, right? But yeah.
Kenneth, is everything ready?
It's all set, Professor.
Okay then, roll camera. If one were to photograph the human body from an elevated plane, several distinct shadows would begin appearing. These are what's known as mind shadows. Within these shadows, there exists a universe far beyond the mortal plane. There's a
So the mind shadows are like these energy centers, and he explains that they're actually called Vajras. So he calls them Vajras, right? So these like energetic portals, right? Or these vortices within the body, right? So
type of energy called chi, which blows like a savage wind through that universe. The name that I have given to that wind is Vajra. This machine is the mandala. It was
right. So he explains the key energy that blows like a savage wind through the shadow realm, right? Which contains the energetic points of the human, right? And of course, he says, I call it Vajras, right? So, and of course, he's placed the Vajra points within this robotic suit or whatever.
designed to extend one's mind shadows, thus rendering the Vajra infinite. It's done, Ken. Our work is finished.
Extend one's mind shadows, right? So the device is to extend one's mind shadows, rendering the Vajra infinite, he said.
The mandala.
The mandala. And of course, the device itself is called the mandala, right? So he's using a lot of different terminology from Vajrayana in this explanation.
Tanya, how do you feel?
It's really very exciting, Gwen. It doesn't make you feel tired at all.
The Vajra will soon be manifest within a life force of an as yet unknown power, born to the continual creation and destruction of the universe. Today, the birth of that child has come. I give you Genocyber.
So yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I can see it kind of is somewhat Lovecraftian, but mixed with
Yes, very, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I guess technology is kind of like magic in some ways, as it continues moving on. Like but not in a very good way, of course. You know what I mean? More like black magic.
Yeah, totally. So yeah, lots of interesting terminology there. So yeah, so he's drinking the period blood here. You know, it says it now appeared to me that all realms were filled with bliss, the strength only comparable to that of the lion returned to me. As has already been mentioned, the monthly flow is not always recognized as a substance yearned by yearned for by the yogi. Some authors here also think of other fluids which the woman releases during the sexual act or through stimulation of the clitoris. Quote, when passion is produced, the feminine fluid boils, unquote. Gudun Chopel, who has explored this topic intensively, he's explored it intensively, tells us, from him, we also learn that the woman guard the secret of the magic power of their discharges. What? However, most learned persons nowadays, and also women who have studied many books, say that the female has no regenerative fluid. Because I like conversation about the lower parts, I asked many women friends. What the hell? This guy's a pervert. But aside from shaking a fist at me with shame and laughter, I could not find even one who would give me an honest answer. Interesting. The Sukra. In the traditional Buddhist conception, an embryo arises from the admixture of the male seed and the female seed. The red-white mixture is referred to the text as Sukra. Since the fluids of man and woman produce new life, the following analogic syllogism appears as obvious as it is simple. If the yogi succeeds in permanently uniting within himself both elixirs, the semen virile and the semen feminile, the eternal life lies in store for him. He becomes a born of himself, quote unquote, having overcome the curse of rebirth and replaced it with the esoteric vision of immortality. With the red-white mixture, he attains the medicine of long life, a quote unquote perfected body. Sukra is life juice par excellence. The liquid essence of the entire world of appearances. It is equated with the amrita, or the drink of immortality of divine nectar. Even if many tantric texts speak only of body sita, the male seed, at the heart, it is a matter of absorption of both fluids. It says, of both fluids. Wait, where the hell am I? The male and the female, in short, of Sukra. Admittedly, the mixing of the sexual fluids does seem incompatible with the prohibition against ejaculation, but through the so-called Vajroli method, the damaging consequences of the emission of semen can be reversed. Indeed, this is considered a veritable touchstone of the highest yogic skill. Here, the Tantra master lets his bodhisattva flow into the partner's vagina in order to subsequently draw back into himself through his urethra the male-female mixture which has arisen there. After he has streamed forth, I can't pronounce his name, Mirke Eliade, quotes as text is saying, quote, he draws in and says, through my force, through my seed, I take your seed, and she is without seed. I wonder if he actually says that out loud, right? The man thus steals the seed of the woman, under the impression that he can, through this, become powerful androgynous being, and leaves her without her own life energy. Some of the initiated, quote unquote, even succeed in drawing up the semen feminile without ejaculating any sperm, so as then to produce the yearned for sucra mixture in their own body. The mastery of this method requires painful and lengthy exercises, such as the introduction of small rods of lead and shoulder lengths of solder into the urethra. Yikes. Here can be seen very clearly how much of the calculating and technical meaning of the term upaya or method has in the tantras, yet this does not hinder the tantric babaha from celebrating this thieving process in a poetic stanza. In the sacred citadel of the vulva of superlative skillful partner, do the practice of mixing white seed with her ocean of red seed, then absorb, raise and spread the nectar, the stream of ecstasy such as you've never known. Yeah, there's quite a bit more of this chapter here, so I'll try to read like a few more pages here, I guess. Love stink. Yeah, let me drop the link here for the people. Yeah, lead in your pencil seems dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, no kidding. A lead catheter in your pee-pee hole. How could that be safe? Seems medically unsound, to say the very least. And of course, we're not critiquing anybody's religious practices here, but it's just that Christianity and Buddhism seem to get a bad rap. Why? It's because they're the most popular. Right? You go west, it's Christianity. You go east, it's Buddhism. Right? Just because they're the most popular. Right? But of course, mainstream Buddhism does not teach or practice any of this stuff. Right? So it's important to make that distinction. Right? Nor does Christianity endorse any of the stuff that we talked about in the first part of our show. Right? With Skolomowski and any of that stuff. Right? It's totally separate or different. Yeah, blessings, F.
Yeah, I think Islam was the Islamic world was stable before, the discovery of petroleum and oil. Definitely, like that led to so much coalescence of problems, and of course Israel too. But yeah, it was generally stable speaking. Before all of that stuff. I think that people kind of dehumanize Muslims too much. I do have Muslim family members, like I said. So I don't really hate any Muslims, but it's true that stuff like Wahhabism, even Shia fanaticism, all of that is just a product of like this economic industrial conflict. That's my opinion.
Right. Yeah. And actually, Khomeini wanted to combine Sharia law with socialism, and he wrote a lot of treatises right on the subject. So it's kind of a weird modern form of things.
Yeah,
so
that's
obviously,
because it was like engineered, manufactured, like
Right.
these aren't like organic leaders, you know what I mean? How many
Right.
came from like France?
Yeah,
know what I mean?
France. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, it's like ever since the discovery of petroleum, you know, I mean, the same thing applied to the House of Saud. You can't trust them either,
Yeah.
though. Yeah, so you know, it's a big mess now. You know, it was never this much of a mess in the
Crazy that
past.
you're talking about this right now, because I was just having a conversation about this lady that I knew that was a photographer that was dating the like illegitimate son of one of the Saudi sheikhs, like oil guys in the early 70s, mid 70s. Yeah, and she had this crazy story about how she had this dream, and like it was basically like she wrote it down immediately upon waking, but she didn't understand what it meant until 9/11. And then she was like, "Holy shit!" Because it was like basically like all like symbolic telling of the story of what was happening. And she shared the information of the dream with some people when it happened that asked her about it, and they wanted all the details. And she thinks now that they were like the Great White Brotherhood.
Sorry, Tyron, also the audio was messed up. Can you summarize what you said? You said that she's dating an illegitimate son of the Saudis, and he has some kind of writing or something. Or sorry, I wasn't following.
She
100%.
just had an experience where basically she had a dream that like in retro.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, I think Zeph actually hit like the wrong button. I see she's like outside or whatever, so it could be that she's driving. But yeah, so yeah, she'll break that down when she comes back. but yeah, blessings to Zeph. So yeah,
That was one thing Pinoid was right about, is how, you know, the Anglo oil companies, they really caused tremendous damage in the region in the early 20th century. And there still has repercussions to this day. You know, like BP was initially called like Anglo-Persian Oil Company, and then you had like different OPEC is probably tied to those massive oil industries that like largely Anglo too. But yeah, it is a mess. Yeah, it is a mess. Yeah. I think the discovery of oil or petroleum was one of the worst things to happen. I think Reza Negarestani is interesting for that reason, because he sees it as kind of symbolic, like a kind of like evil entity or like a sentient entity. Oil is kind of sentient, and then it like is manipulating us to destroy ourselves or something. Like Cyclopedia or something. Have you heard of that book? Cyclopedia. Have you heard of that
Yeah,
book?
I've heard of it. That was
Yeah.
weird getting disconnected like that. I was, ugh. It happens every time I try and talk about this shit.
yeah,
I don't know if it's me. Yeah, I have an audio recording of her telling this story though, and it's pretty fascinating. Maybe I'll upload it someday.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't follow. She had a dream about what or something. She said,
About, well, it was like, it was crazy because she was like, I can sort of sum it up, but she tells it way better than I do. Basically, she was like put on this mission by these people. Like she was supposed to like be rescuing or like somehow helping or to stop some horrible situation from happening. And she was in New York. She used to live in New York, so she was very familiar with it. But it was at she was on like a cleaning woman, and she was on the steps of like the Met or something, and which is the museum, Natural History Museum or something, or Metropolitan Museum of Art or something. Yeah, MoMA, that's what it was. That's what she said. And like she could see this person, and she looked at him and she was like, that's not the Ayatollah, you know, because it looked kind of like him, but it wasn't. But she said now, like whenever she saw Osama bin Laden on TV, that it looked just like him. And that's when she started like friggin' putting two and two together, because she was like, that guy's looks familiar, and that looks like that guy in my dream. She was like, oh shit. And she just thought, she shared this information at the time with someone. I don't know exactly the details of that. She said it in the story, but that she recorded for me. But
Yeah, well, the thing
Yeah,
is that
supposed to be the Great White Brotherhood.
whenever there's a real leader in that region, North Africa or Middle East, that killed like Gaddafi, was probably one of the few good leaders, Gaddafi, and a few
Yeah,
others.
I remote viewed that whenever it was happening.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, if they try to go against the whole, I don't know, the oil is traded in US dollars, global reserve currency. And, if anyone tries to oppose that, they're going to be offed or whatever. It has to do with the technique of like the oil, I mean, the technique of oil dynamics tied to the market economy, crap like that,
I don't
It's
think
one of
it's
the
just
worst.
that though. I think it's also the energetic center, like that whole area, the Middle East and Egypt is like the center of mass of the continents. Like there's something to that. That used to be where the latitude or longitude lines, the zero was at there instead of at Greenwich, England before.
I don't know about that, I don't agree with that. I think they have sophisticated culture, of course, but I don't think they're the center of reality, to be honest.
No,
Like,
the center of the continents of
continent,
it's even
yeah.
scientifically it's like it's right the center of like where the majority of, if you distribute the continents, it's like the middle part of where the center of mass would be.
I think the First World War was technically between Rome and Persia. Mostly it was over control of Silk Road access. They wanted access to trading with China and other stuff. But the thing with oil now is that it makes it global, because, the thing about this industrial order is it depends on this network of, oil trade routes, petroleum. Even China has vested effort and interest in the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, if the Strait of Hormuz were closed, China would be pissed or something like that. And America wants access to controlling Strait of Hormuz, stuff like that. But it just makes things worse. It makes speed it up and accelerate it. But I mean, the precursors of it is in the the First World War. It's about trade routes, energy corridors, crap like that, and it ultimately destroys people's self-sufficiency, basically, in the long run.
They destabilize and friggin' take all the resources. Yeah, I know, it's like pillaging.
I mean, our cars are mostly made out of petroleum, and our cars, aren't really like from our own, local community, basically. What I'm trying to say. It's a very, I don't know, it just sucks. It would have been best if people didn't discover oil could be used as energy source. That would have led to a lot more stable world. I don't know if they will transition to a new energy source in the future. Probably will have more problems.
Well, if you think about it, they haven't been like going for a like actual efficiency for a long time. It's like there's different ways to do nuclear power, but they chose the one that they could make bombs with the waste products of instead of
That's
something much
because
safer.
ultimately, these companies or corporations, like let's say, a corporation find a way to drill fresh water and sell it to China because they might need it, or some other foreign country, But that ultimately takes away from your own people, when you drill the fresh water and sell it to a foreign country, because of GDP or because you want to make money, and it's just greed ultimately, but in a more
It is.
global sense. So.
Yeah, well, and I think if more people would just realize that, like, yeah, that's not a good thing to do because whenever I do that to you, that I'm doing it to myself,
Yeah,
even
Jesse
if I'm
Ventura
not
talks
aware of
about
that.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesse Ventura has a very good episode where he talked about, it wasn't really a conspiracy because not all of his episodes were conspiracy, but one of
Nope.
them was called Blue Gold. It was about this man whose name I forgot. That would be actually a good episode to watch on here. Maybe I'll watch it. Yeah, actually, maybe I'll show it on my stream. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's a good thing to show on my stream. But yeah, he shows that
Make a
in Blue
note so you
Gold.
don't forget.
Yeah, in Blue Gold, he showed that there was this man in somewhere in Midwest USA or West USA, I forgot where he was drilling the fresh water and bottling it up and then selling it to China, I believe. And he was doing it in such a very unsustainable way. The freshwater lakes were drying up as he was doing it, and the
Like
locals were complaining
Coca-Cola does
about it.
with the Dasani water in India.
I think we call this, yeah.
But he's doing it in his own backyard, which supposedly is worse, I guess.
Yeah, it's worse. I think going into the phenomenology of the mentality of people like in blue gold or like business magnates or like oil people who have like lots of oil. I think, and maybe in a way, there will be blood kind of went into that, but basically it's just really greed and mechanics, and like they don't really care about long-term
Yeah,
effects.
they
You know.
turn humans into commodities,
Yeah,
basically.
exactly. Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, and it's getting worse too with automation now and with, you know, biodigital convergence and stuff. Yeah, it's getting worse. Yeah.
Well, they're making their choice. That's all I can say.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. I'm curious if,
We all
yeah,
do. And none of us are totally free of like being somewhat responsible for it, but you have to be conscientious of what you do, what you choose.
and that's true too. You know, no one is truly like innocent or free from the
No,
system. You know,
we've all eaten at McDonald's, we've all drinking at, you know, Cokes or like shopped at Walmart. There's not anybody that doesn't do that sometimes.
I mean, that's true. Even Ted Kaczynski had to go to a market sometimes. I think so, because it was very hard to live off the land completely, because he didn't really have that much training when he was younger, I think, or also because the land wasn't that fertile, from what I read. He
Well,
had
and
to
it's
go.
not realistic for everybody to just drop everything and do that. Yes, but that show that you were showing earlier, TML, like whatever those two guys were talking, the German guy and the French guy, I think. That was like in the 70s? It's like 50 years later, and it's even worse now. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty bad now.
Right.
Accelerates. You know, I think we're already in the accelerationist phase. We've
I don't
been.
know that that's not natural to do. I think it accelerates until there's some sort of a collapse and reset usually, but it happens a little different every time because we're at a different state.
I think they
And
want a
space.
collapse, but a collapse where they can like kind of control or manipulate the chaos and then restructure for greater
Yeah,
automation and greater
that's
surveillance.
never worked before. I don't know why they think it's going to work.
Well,
Yeah,
they have very
insane.
advanced, you know, IoT, and you know, even Klaus Schwab said data is the new gold. You see what I mean? And if they get a lot of data, they can create simulations and make predictive models, and I think they can like take steps in advance to control the demolition. I think this is my prediction about.
Minimize the damage to them, but like, what are they going to do if there's like a huge solar flare and it knocks out the entire electrical grid? What are they going to do?
They're ready.
Retreat to their bunkers
Yeah, that's right. They already
and
have.
hope that nobody gets in there because there's
Yeah,
so
that's
many
pretty
people
much
that are
it.
going to be friggin' brutal.
They already
It's gonna be
have
brutal.
like total underground cities, like where
Oh
they
yeah,
like.
and they're not like totally secure. I guarantee you, they're gonna. Yeah, people will not stand for that. Anybody that's a survivor is gonna be hunting those places down, or they already have maps of where they are, like
Yeah,
paper
that's
maps,
true.
not on their phone. But
Yeah,
whatever.
it is a
I
bit
don't know
meh.
that that's even gonna happen. There's so many different ways that it could go. I just hope that people pull their heads out of their asses and hit the brakes a little bit.
Yeah, it would be nice if people would be more critical about the what's the word like the ethos of this age. You know, if ethos is just efficiency and progress, you know, the ethos is not a very good ethos. You know, it's good to look at the ethos of past civilizations. You know, every civilization has a ethos, you know, and the ethos of now is just a pure technique, you know. So I would agree with that. The ethos, you know, is pure technique. Every society has had an ethos, you know, ethos.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but relating to that from a modern viewpoint is a very challenging thing to do. I think you really have to be able to, that's like beyond, that's like time travel empathy in a way. I don't know
That's true.
how
That's
few
true.
people have that skill set.
Well, for me, it's kind of easy, you know, but it's hard to like get up after learning it and go to work, you know, like it really makes you tired
Yeah,
to
I
just
just
yeah,
I
that's
gave
the
up on
thing.
that part, the like conforming and going to work part. It's much easier that way. You can figure it out.
Yeah, well, I'm not
If you're
against.
driven, if you're
Well,
driven,
this is
it'll be an
I'm not
individual.
promoting anyone to do it, but you know, after learning this stuff, I don't care if someone embezzles millions from Walmart or I don't know, or
Oh
just
yeah, no, I always shoplift from Walmart.
yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah. Let him prove it. Plausible deniability. I'm just joking.
It's just kind of fucked up that someone who does that goes to the same president as a child molester or child murderer. You know, that's just messed up. You know, like you
Yeah,
see
well,
where
it just makes better criminals. That's all I gotta say about that. It just makes worse criminals if they ever get out, anyways. It definitely doesn't make them well adjusted to society.
That's interesting. When you think about it, you can take technique and use it to analyze present industrial complex, the big pharma, the military industrial complex. You know,
Yep.
there's so many industrial complexes. And also there is a pet food industrial complex too. I know about the pet
Mhm.
food. Yeah,
Oh,
you don't
that's
want to.
like that's a subset of the agriculture and farming ranches, livestock.
Intensive farming, intensive agriculture is kind of like a farming industrial complex, you know, like a monocrops and
Yeah.
and yeah, all that pesticides. That is a kind of farming industrial complex. The
Well, and
pesticides.
now there's like the shipping industry is highly intertwined with that. That's why, like, during the lockdown, things really came to a grinding halt because, like, there was limited resources and then limited transport. It's like, that was so
That's right.
stupid. It was stupid, but I'm glad it happened now because I think it gave a captive audience to some people that had been waiting a long time to, like, for the people to be bored and listen to them. And after Netflix was done, like, everybody had watched everything on Netflix, people got bored. And that's
That's what,
really rare in the world as of the last few hundred years. Because we're constantly stimulated.
yeah, that's right. In the past, you know, people had more uninhabited space. You know, I remember reading that in ancient China, people could walk for miles and see no one. You know, and that
It's still like
uninhabited.
that here. Like in the desert in southwest New Mexico, yeah, there's places where, like, you could wander for days and days and days and never come across an animal or a person. Maybe you'd see some crows or hawks or something, or maybe a rabbit. But yeah, it's also pretty hostile territory. The Rio Grande is completely dry right now, which is insane. It's been more and more dry. I've never seen it like this dry, though.
Have you noticed a decrease in bird populations around your area? I'm just curious, like, because in my area I used to see more birds, densely populated birds, and now it's like more sparse, the birds. Is there?
No, not really. There's quite a lot of different varieties of birds in it, but I know that the migration of the like butterflies and stuff has been disrupted quite a bit, and some of the hummingbirds there's like fewer up north where my mom lives. They're migrating differently. I think a lot of them are not making it through seasons
Are there any
like they
5G
were.
towers near you? 5G towers.
Yeah, there's 5Gs here in Albuquerque. They're putting in fiber up in Farmington. So it's all going to be the buried utility. I don't think that's going to work out really well because they don't realize the corrosive effects of iron-rich soil.
You seem to know a lot
Oxidization.
about the ecology and the environment. Did you like read a lot about it and stuff? Like, I'm just here.
Oh yeah, I'm self taught pretty much. I read a lot. I mean, I went to like a semester of college, but I made good grades in high school. But I don't know. I've always been learning.
What's your favorite book on the damage from ecological systems from industrialization. Like I think Rachel Carson's Silent Spring is a famous one. But do you have any other ones that are like Rachel Carson's book or something?
Not so much ecological, maybe sociological, and it is related, I suppose. Maybe like Diary of a Political or of a Corporate Hitman or whatever that book was, and then Behold a Pale Horse, Bill Cooper is probably that's a good one too.
I see. Yeah, I'm probably gonna read Rachel Carson's Silent Spring one day on my stream, or at least give a review of it, because that work was very famous. You know, she kind of exposed the DDT that was being done. You know, but I'm pretty
Oh
sure
yeah.
that we. Yeah.
Well, and that's crazy because I have a story about that. They used to spray like for mosquitoes, because like we live by the river, like it's the Animus River, and I used to stand out waiting for the school bus, and the trucks would come by, and they would like directly spray me, like because they were spraying everything on the whole area, basically, from about a mile away from the river to the river on either side to get rid of mosquitoes.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff they do. You know, they just.
So that's kind of like those toxins are what I grew up in. I think I adapted pretty well so far,
Yeah.
knock on wood.
Yeah, there's so much weird toxins now. Lead is one of them, you know, that pesticide you refer to. You know, there's a lot of stuff. Asbestos, you know,
Yeah,
and of course
Roundup,
all the
friggin', I
Roundup, yeah.
mean, I've got probably so much toxin exposure, I should be poisonous.
Well, I think all of us have. You know, unfortunately, most of us have. Most of us. Yeah. The Parsis, I'm not sure if you know about them. The Zoroastrians, they used to have this ritual where, you know, vultures and ravens would eat their body. It's called excarnation. You know, that's how they prefer
Oh yeah, like
to
sky
dispose.
burial.
Yeah, sky burial. That's how they prefer to
Mhm.
dispose. And now they cannot do that because their bodies are toxic to the wildlife. And their
Yeah.
bodies, yeah, like ours,
Well,
you know.
I watched this documentary about like forever chemicals and some Dow made, like the Scotch Guard and the stuff that's in Teflon and all that, and it's in every ecosystem. It's contaminated the entire water cycle of the planet. Like you can go to the most pristine, like isolated place and take measurements, and it's like it's there too. So we kind of have to deal with that. There's no way around it at this point.
Oh, yeah. And that's only the stuff that we know. DK Spiracy
Mhm.
mentioned something. I don't know if it's 100% true, but I do think it is true. He mentioned that, you know, when Fukushima happened, they claimed it stopped. They stopped it, but it was still spilling for at least 5 years due to where they placed the uranium.
Oh
And
yeah,
which,
because they
yeah,
could never find the core. They still haven't found it.
yeah, that's
It just kept
that's.
sinking into the mantle of the earth, basically.
I don't
Who
know,
knows
man.
where it is now?
I hate to
And it
say
was
it,
frying
but
the robot, the
I hate
remote
to say it,
controlled
but
robot.
I don't mean to offend any Christian here, but it's like you know, there was no reason to feel sinful in the past, but now there's plenty of reasons to feel guilt. You know what I mean? Because
And
you know
people
now
don't
it's like
even they don't even think about it like that, though.
yeah, you know, that's unfortunate. Yes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it totally is. But what can you
Well,
do? You can't change other people. You can only hope to have a little bit of influence, which is, I
yeah,
think, what we're all
well,
doing here.
yeah, I know. Well, I guess ultimately, you know, the more I think about it, the more I realize that I just drop all racial discrimination, you know, and just focus on pure technique. You know, that's really the biggest issue. You know, it's a global crisis. You know what I mean? And you know, I don't think it's good to focus on race or any people
Yeah,
or
this
whatever.
lady that was N bombing, and then your friends porn bombed the stream. Yeah, you're not allowed on again, lady. The
Who
Jewish
was
lady,
that?
this Jewish lady who like, you know, her friends came on, porn bombed the stream. Her husband was on the stream. Yeah,
What?
I know exactly who you are, lady. Ramona, if that's your name or whatever. Yeah, you're not allowed on the stream. It's just that fucking simple. Yeah, last time you were here, you didn't, you know, you weren't very respectful to the show. You didn't care what I was doing. I had to restart my entire stream because your friend came up and porn bombed, and you guys were calling people N bomb and F bomb and all this stuff. I mean, trying to derail my stream and not being respectful. And her account name is Rudolph Haas.
What?
Yeah, the Jewish lady who shows up with the screen name Rudolph Haas, the guy who cremated Jays in Auschwitz or whatever. So holy smokes! I mean, this lady's insane.
Yeah, that's hurt people, man. Gotta wonder what their lives have been like that they have to do that shit.
Yeah, and here's this loser right here, Caspian C, who came on with her.
Yikes!
You know,
Get a
what
life,
a loser.
people.
Yeah, and we looked
Find
up his
something-
Twitter, and they're like Alex Jones fans. They got really offended. Right.
Yeah, well, that means we're doing something right. You know, that is an indicator.
Yeah, I mean, you took
Yeah,
it
they're
personal.
bots.
You couldn't be respectful. You showed yourself to be a fucking clown, and right, and you're attached to this woman, and right, that's your wife, you know, and you guys took credit for it. Insane.
Yeah, is that fun? Is that fun for you? Huh?
Let me tell you something interesting, TML. You know, the AI, you know, it's not perfect 100%, but it is, you know, like imagine the military or intelligence agencies having better AI. They can like create fake voices. They can like create fake, you know, agents. You know, they can create a fake persona, you know, and it's kind of hard to tell if these people are real or not. Maybe they're AI bots. You know what I'm saying?
It's not hard for me to tell usually. I mean,
No, they're kind of very
they're
sophisticated.
getting
Like,
better though. They are getting better,
yeah,
but they're
and maybe,
they still
have
have
you heard?
tails. But I guess
Have
the
you heard?
stupider as other people get, the easier it is for them to blend in, because
Have you
everybody
heard?
makes mistakes.
Military is always 10 years ahead of what we see, though. 10, 15 years ahead.
At least. Yeah, I had a really interesting dream about flying cars earlier, like about a couple weeks ago. And it was like they were all driven by AIs that were in communication with each other, so they never like had any sort of like collisions or anything like that. I was like,
Yeah,
yeah, that's the way
IoT.
you do it.
Yeah, that's IoT. Yes, IoT. Yeah, IoT is like a ecosystem. You know, what I mean, that's gonna probably take over a lot of stuff. You know, yeah, IoT. You know, and yeah,
Well, and people will have to find meaning in their lives and things to do, or they will cease to exist, probably. That's
I
maybe a
do
little
think.
harsh, but it's like if you don't figure it out, I guess there's
Yeah, I
a
agree. Yeah, I
graduation
agree.
process to this planet, apparently.
I agree. Yeah, that's really the best. I think the first step is to stop being a materialist or physicalist. You know, maybe.
Yeah, or at least
Yeah.
be self-sustaining as much as possible. And I think if you make any effort towards that,
Yeah, I agree.
it
That's good advice.
yeah, even one small step, it's like just like friggin' like doing a digital detox every once in a while, or like you know, just sit and think about nothing for a while. That's even useful.
Yeah, I agree.
You're
Yes, you
you're
seem to
holding
be a
space.
very wise lady. A wise
Oh,
lady.
thank you. It sounds so good whenever you say it with your accent like that. Funny, I know it sounds horrible to say that really, but yeah.
How does my
I mean,
accent sound? Like normally speaking, like I'm
you
just
just you sound like an Asian guy. Like, and you know how we've all been brainwashed into thinking that it's like you guys are all smart.
Oh, that's interesting.
And you were smart, so
I
that
appreciate it. Thank you. That's
yeah.
interesting. I don't know why I sound like an Asian guy because I think I have a pseudo accent due to trauma during my high school and middle school years, most likely.
It's
It's kind
whenever
of
you say "scoo," you say "scoo" like that. Yeah, I just detect it a little bit. Or what nationality are you? What ethnicity?
I'm Persian.
Really
Yeah.
awesome. I love Iranian and like old history of that. I was just like I used to spin when I was a little kid, and then I realized that there was people that did that like religiously, and I was like, ooh. And poetry. I love poetry.
Yeah, their poetry can be good, you know, like Rumi and stuff.
Well, poetry is basically like song lyrics if it's written well. See, there's no difference between poetry and song lyrics.
Well, I don't know about that.
I mean a real song, not some crap that repeats a verse 100 times. I mean, like real songs, like back in the day, where it's a whole song and plays through like a story. Like Stairway to Heaven, that could be written as a poem without the music. Do you see what I mean? Real songs are actual poetry.
Yeah, there's one band or one musician that his song is like poetry. His name is Ngawan Ring, AIN space GOWAN. I like his Ngawan Ring. I recommend his music. It's a lot like beautiful poetry. I think you would like it, and it's kind of like he's like a bard, like a bard basically.
Yeah, I always say that even if it were telepathic, language would persist because of song lyrics and poetry.
Well, see, everything's about metaphors and synonyms. Is that the right word?
And yeah, and aphorisms and similes and
similes.
Adages.
Sorry, that was the word I was, similes was the word I was looking for.
Proverbs.
Yeah.
Stories.
So it's about like painting a picture using words, and if you do it right, it makes everyone think about the other thing.
Yeah. It's irony. That's irony.
No. It makes you think about the other things. See, that's what I mean. That's what the simile metaphor thing is. It's like,
well, that's what irony is about.
What
too.
else could this represent?
That's
not irony. No, irony is the wrong word for this situation. No, it's about making you start thinking about what else could this represent.
Yeah,
so
totally.
When it's done well, it makes you think.
Yeah, everything makes me think.
I hope so.
But especially if it's done well.
Yeah, except for rap, right?
No, I love rap, and it makes me think.
Oh dear.
And if it doesn't make you think, then it's not your thing. It's fine.
Yeah, dude, I like rap when I was younger. So I please feel free to tell me to shut up, everyone else. Don't let me.
Oh yeah, no. Same.
Don't let me take over the show again. I get
like we could resist, dude. It's like so impossible whenever you get on a like rant.
I know.
You give us permission to tell you to shut up, but then you won't let us.
Yeah, I know.
We'll play.
Especially on my Sunday, I just finished my Rumble show. It was like 3.5 hours long.
Yeah.
And it went as far as I know, except for like the initial hiccup with the microphone. It went extremely well.
Yeah,
awesome.
so we'll play a little bit of music, and then we'll let DeFreak take over for a while, take the wheel for a while. Jesus take the wheel, Melchizedek take the wheel, and then we'll hit up Melcheezy for Sheezy, and then we'll move along with our lives here. Perhaps with Shang Tzu or something else. But yeah, here's some music for you guys, and this is kind of like apocalyptic. It is what it is. But
I hope it's rap.
It's some rap. It's some rap proponents to it. So indeed, there are some rap proponents or components to the. Whoa, these icons are too huge. Extra large icons, large icons, medium icons. Whoa, medium's way too small. So
as long as you're not worshiping them, right?
Yeah, we want large icons. Well, it depends, right? Because remember, Unseen has the icons for the worship, right? So it is what it is. Yeah. So,
who gave them all to him? Just kidding. Just kidding.
Who they is? But yeah. But
Say,
yeah,
oh
here's
man,
yeah, exactly.
he's got all those, and he's got all the power. I'm screwed.
The power. Yeah. Have you guys ever heard "Sinner Man" by Nina Simone?
Yes, I love that song.
Power.
I love that
Yeah.
song.
Yeah, I do. I do love that song. But yeah, this is not that song. But yeah, I should record that song for the show.
Yeah, we should do a remix of it. That would be awesome.
Yeah, but that might be strikeable. But so who knows? But yeah, so 7 Bowls of Wrath and Kali Yuga. We'll be back soon. Blessings.
deafening thunder, gale winds roar, batten down the hatches, the cellar doors, cyclone howling by the window, volcano blasting, molten lava flows, plates start shifting, earth starts spitting, sulfuric acid, cyanide gases, entire city buried under ashes, land liquefies, the mantle collapsing, Richter scale 5, liquefaction, blast furnace blasting, walls of flame, a super typhoon, a horizontal rain, a devastation, a rift across the nation, no salvation from damnation, this must be hell, where the devil dwells, Kali Yuga, you brought on yourselves, stop praying, nobody's listening, tonight's Armageddon, age of destruction, tonight's Armageddon.
I think there are many people today that are looking forward to the great battle, the Armageddon. There is no question that the battle has begun. There is no question that there are a separation into camps. There is no question that there is in the world more and more development of satanic worship.
Sound the alarm, Kali Yuga, calling, the sky turns black, the sky starts falling, a surge from the ocean, a terrible explosion, a great locust cloud, a biblical proportion, swearing to your God, you swear it's all over, you look to the stars of supernova, armies of tsunamis, cloud bursts and monsoons, disaster, catastrophe, whirlpools, plagues, famine, the drought, disease, the great loss of life. Oh, the humanity among the cadavers, there are some survivors, rats and roaches, feet on, left over, the terrible horrors, agonizing death, made so as beasts cease to exist. El Dorado gone, demolished, Egypt gone, vanished, the Babylon crushed into dust, and from the dust rises a phoenix, purification, earth's new birth, age of destruction, you brought on yourself.
And we are at the breakdown of virtually everything. Standard brand, cultures, religions, government, ways of being. Because we are also in jump time, jump phase time, phase breakout into literally a new order of reality.
He came before, he came again, one by one, all I've been, he disagrees, so he beat him, peace and love, to the feet him, hate him all, make him ride, peace and love, make him high, we all sin, that's his love, peace and love, insecure, unity, hand in hand, brotherhood, he won't stand, all my kind, arm in arm, peace and love, and here we gone, fog descending, from heaven, seven stars shine, sinister omen, shrouded in cloud, airy screeches, creepy demons, demonic creatures, cities fall, we pray to die, no Messiah to hear your cries, angels fall from grace, devils take their place, Kali Yuga seals your fate, he came before you, come again, one by one, orphan, he is greed, don't feed him, peace and love, shouldn't feed him, hate him all, make him ride, peace and love, make him die, we all sin, that's secure, peace and love, insecure, unity, hand in hand, brotherhood, we won't stand, all mankind, arm in arm, peace and love, here we go, 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 peace and love, here we go.
Civilization as we know it will end.
Right. Man, those were some badass jams, dude. I gotta say, that was rocking and rolling and punking and jiving and everything.
Yeah, thanks. And I don't know how to set this up.
There you go. All right, so shout out to chat, first of all. Shout out to the panel. And we got the book of Melchizedek coming up. Let's do a quick review. Chapter 1, you got the creation of the universe and Lucifer and all the created angels and beings, rational beings, and way before Earth or mankind was even a thing. Then you have the rebellion of Lucifer into Satan and the darkness and evil as a proposed governmental system to rule the universe. Then we have the relinquishing of God of his throne to allow that, and then you have man being made and being crowned as the king and the arbiter of the universe. So as long as he remains on the throne, then the system of good and evil is not going to be implemented. And here we are in chapter 4, and this is the fall.
Chapter 4. In Eden hung the sweet calm of perfect peace. Everywhere the lovely birds were heard their happy trills in constant praise to the Creator. All nature seemed to blossom, proclaim the kingdom of eternal joy. The animals in union played everywhere, always submissive to the man, the lord of that lovely paradise. Everything was happiness for the couple, but this became more intense in the cool of those spring days. The afterglow, which with its beauty tinged the sky, foreshadowing the dark nights, advertised them also the time of the daily visit of the Eternal. Together, under the light of his presence, long time passed in happy conversation. With encouragement, the couple told the Eternal the amazing wonders that they discovered each day in nature. Yahweh fondly undrawn them the meaning of each being. How we're grateful for the beautiful lessons learned at his feet. With each passing day, the greater the love, respect, and admiration for the great Creator. He was as good, bringing them to life and giving them a home so full of delights. To awaken to the joys of each day, there came to them to remembrance the caresses and the sweet singing of the Eternal, which made them fall asleep every night. Life of Adam and Eve in Eden was not idle. To them it was recommended garden care. His occupation was not wearisome, on the contrary, was pleasant and invigorating. The Creator indicated work as a source of benefits to humans in order to occupy her mind and strengthen her body, her developing all faculties. In mental and physical activity, the man found a high pleasure. It was common to the young couple visits from celestial beings. Visitors always had news to report and questions. They spent a long time listening to them about the wonders of the kingdom of light. Through these visitors, Adam and Eve have gained extensive knowledge of the Lucifer rebellion and its eternal consequences. Visitors, Adam and Eve always begged to be taught the harmonious singing heavenly. As delighted to join the choir angelic voices, in his omniscience, Yahweh knew the terrible enemy's intent. Calling his main hosts, revealed them to weigh the imminent danger that hung over the universe. Satan would to trap in order to bring man to eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Before this revelation, the children of light were afraid, for they knew the tremendous ease of Satan to ensnare innocent creatures and throw them in their meshes death. In solemn council decided to send urgently messengers to warn man of great danger. 2 powerful angels were in charge of this crucial mission. Immediately the messengers commissioned stormed the gates of Jerusalem, reaching the bosom of infinite space. Within moments, transposed wildernesses, crossing galaxies en route. Entered the tunnel of the constellation Orion approaching the new system. Could now make out a short distance the blue planet, where the fate of the universe was about to be decided. In Eden was relaxed. The young couple remained in their innocent activities, enjoying the pleasure of a happy living. Gone were thinking at that moment all the children of light were tense, thinking of their future threatened. Then saw the clear sky, the sign of the approaching celestial visitors, and they raised their arms in a cheerful greeting. Adam and Eve wondered, though, why not see the face of them the same joy? The visitors brought on the face an expression of longing that they could not understand. Tried to change them, the sad feature telling them the new discoveries made in heaven. The messengers, however, not having time available as before, interrupted us with words of warning. Satan would set them a trap in order to get them to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, make themselves heard from the temptation, would succumb to all creation in an eternal abyss of chaos. The angels reminded them that the kingdom had been entrusted to them as a sacred trust, and shall, in a life of fidelity, honor the one who emptied himself for love, puts himself in a position of guest humans. Adam and Eve should be firm against the insinuations of the enemy, as well would seal the victory for the eternal kingdom of light. Telling them the happy reward that would follow his triumph, the angels revealed that plan was Yahweh, the heavenly Jerusalem, transfer to earth. There again, coupled to paradise, forever remain. And man, submissive to the Creator, reign forever without end for Mount Zion amid the universal praise of the hosts. But all this depended entirely on positioning human face of temptations of the enemy, who would do anything to snatch her kingdom. Adam and Eve were afraid to know the plans of Satan, but were comforted to would know he could not do them any harm, forcing them to eat the forbidden fruit. If, perhaps, seek to intimidate them with his power, all the hosts of the eternal come to their rescue. The messengers of the light have completed their mission, recommending the couple remain vigilant, always bearing in mind the responsibility that rested upon them. Should not separate themselves from each other, not even for a moment, because it alone could be swayed. Adam and Eve, thankful for the warnings, angels, joined their voices in a song of promise in an eternal victory, were sure they would never abandon the blessed Creator, hearing the voice of the tempter. Excited at the promise human, the two messengers returned to the bosom of the heavenly Jerusalem, where, next to the holy hosts, await with longing the ringed triumph. Satan saw approaching the messengers of heaven and heard the man singing, promising an eternal victory. This song made her envy and hatred to increase, so that he could not contain. He then told his followers that soon would silence that nagging voice. I'd do anything to transform human praise to the Creator in blasphemy. The hosts of rebels were curious to know the plans of his boss, but were warned by him that they should wait until all decided to stay forever. If your man hear his voice, eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil would be victorious, having forever the domain of the universe. If the man resisted, remaining faithful to the Creator, there is no longer any hope for them. Heaven seemed to be enveloped by an eternal security, but the countenance of the man could be seen an expression of awe. Since the departure of the angels, Adam and Eve remained silent, meditating with reverence about the tremendous responsibility of their mission. Thought of the seriousness that proves imminent would seal his future and all of creation. Animated, however, at the thought of victory, joined once more the voices in song that expressed the certainty of triumph ringed. This melody banished from their minds all fear of defeat, and cheerful, ran in the lush meadows, accompanied by spirited animals that seemed to celebrate the great achievement. Felt secure in their paradise, totally oblivious of the danger of a possible assault. Satan, who carefully watched the couple, realized to be getting his chance. Approached invisibly from heaven, and was waiting for the best time to set his snare. Unaware of the presence of the enemy, the couple remained in their selfless joy, playing carelessly with the animals. In troubled countenance of Satan stamped up a sneaky smile to witness a couple of carelessness. In his exaltation, had failed to meet a final recommendation of the messengers, moving away from one another. The wily foe, not wasting time, took possession of a serpent, the most beautiful of paradise, making it closer to gracefully Eve, seated on the lawn playing with the animals. He realized the presence of attractive snake, whose body reflected the colors of the rainbow. She was surprised to see her pick flowers and fruits from the garden, depositing them at his feet. Gratefully, he took her in his arms, devoting her affection. Having won the affection of the woman, Satan, in his cunning, he began to draw her to the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Unaware of the danger, Eva followed the snake to the tree of proof. Ali, having the enemy hidden in the arms, stroked it and told her endearments. Having eyes in the brightness of seduction, the serpent began to speak. His words were full of wisdom and tenderness, and his voice like an angel. Eve could hardly believe my eyes. His joy became immense to have a creature in my arms so fantastic. Began to talk of many things. Love, the beauties of the garden, the power of the Creator. Eva was amazed at the knowledge so vast serpent who discoursed with mastery on any subject. Encircled by this experience, Eva completely forgot his companion. Even went through your mind the warnings of angels. Adam, entirely forgetting the advice of the heavenly messengers, had moved away in the company of some animals. After some time came with a vengeance in his mind the memory of the warnings received. Rang in his ears clearly the last words uttered by the angels, "Do not turn away from one another, not even for a moment separate, as it is dangerous." His heart beat strong not to see Eva at his side, then raised his voice to a shout, anxious. His voice echoing through the vaults of heaven, however, did not bring an answer. The silence almost choked. In his grief, began to run from one side to another, looking for her in vain. In this
So, find it interesting that, you know, if they don't separate from each other, then their strength and they maintain the good of the heavens and the universe, which is to say, you know, the fact that they separated at all, like, you know, it's kind of like, don't they have independence and like don't they have different interests? Like they have to always be stuck at the hip to maintain the kingdom. To me, that's a little strange, but anyway, any thoughts so far?
Yeah, I like that because it's more of a message, not of independence, as you said, but that these two actually need each other, and that separation is basically part of the fall, right? Just as Satan, he doesn't have a partner, right? So he's all alone, right? So he's tempted by knowledge, right? So there's
to be honest, you're talking about symbiosis.
Exactly.
And like even like the yin yang symbol. The
Right,
good
exactly,
and
right.
the evil, and a bit of good and a bit of evil in the good and the evil. Everything has or should be in that balance, and then everything works.
Precisely.
I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why evil is supposed to be allowed to be in balance. Don't ask me. I didn't create the universe.
I think it's more of a pendulum.
Yeah, no, it is at the moment. I know, but it's supposed to achieve that actual balance. At the moment, it is a pendulum, and it's swinging too far from one side to the other. And at the moment, we know which side it's swinging to. Or at least we should be aware of which side the pendulum is currently swinging. Like, serious, that is one of the most profound statements that people have said in a long time. I've heard it a couple of times, but people don't make a big enough deal of that. It is the pendulum swing. It is the fact that karma is not, like everything is not in balance. The pendulum is swinging back and forth.
Yeah, even whenever it appears to be still, it's not totally still either.
Yeah, but who is it swinging back and forth for? This is the
Well,
next
because
question.
it'd be boring if nothing happened. It would be stagnant and static and dead.
I don't think there's
Do you
any
not
doubt
think
that
actual perfect harmony would be a? I mean, sorry, let me rephrase that. Do you think actual perfect harmony, where it goes back to basically a hunter-gatherer life, do you think that would be a bad thing?
I don't know if it would be a good thing, but it might be better than what we have now.
What detrimental thing happens if you move back to that style of living, where you have a bit of land, you've got a garden, and you and your partner and kids go tend to the garden and stuff, and
I kind of already do that.
Every once in a while, go out hunting and stuff and get some meat. Maybe raise animals yourself, chickens. So you got chicken, you got eggs. You know, like I don't know what the problem is with a traditional lifestyle?
There's pros and cons to both sides, I think.
The only thing that you're missing is your addiction to a cell phone.
Oh no, I totally did like almost a whole month off. So, and I had no problem whatsoever. So, I don't think that it's.
Yeah, I can't. I stream 24/7. So it's
But
like,
I
yeah.
do enjoy talking to all of my friends that are separated by vast distances.
Yeah,
so
see,
I
a phone, I think is still okay. If you use your cell phone as like just a phone and text message, I think
well,
a
those
phone's
seem like
okay.
arbitrary
It's only
boundaries.
if you start playing with like online and you've got to be glued to it all day. I think that's when you realize there might be a problem.
Yeah, I've been there, done that. It's not healthy.
Been there, done that. Yeah, I can say that about a few other things myself.
Yeah, so many things. I learned everything the hard way. I don't recommend it.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it's all right. I'm not going to get into all of them. It's okay.
Yeah, me neither. I usually do, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, sometimes we
Maybe
don't
after.
need to.
Maybe after.
I think,
I love your.
maybe after, yeah. But I don't think there's any doubt that the pendulum is swung. Like, these are evil times. There's a lot of deception, misinformation, a lot of bogus, everything. Like, everything's a facade. It's just terrible. But I think man kind of always wants to, at least kind of wants to have a optimist, a bit of optimism. And so even if it's really that bad, like the mainstream won't acknowledge it because we try to be optimistic about the future.
I also think the powers that be try to get us to a minimal level of comfort to ease us into either dependence on their system or these addictions to cope.
Well, here's the weird thing. Everyone thinks that like you use addictions to cope. I have been an alcoholic since my teens, early teens. And here I am doing some of the most, I know I'm not famous. Fuck all people know me. It's all right.
Thank
I'm
God.
not trying to say that. No, but I'm breaking some of the craziest stories. Like my Rumble show today, I basically I'm not the one who found the original footage, and someone else in my chat told me about it, and then I found the footage, and it's like, oh, there's the shooter of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend anybody watch that. It's pretty horrific.
No. It's I've already got it. The stuff I get on Telegram is everything. I've got the stabbing of that Ariana chick as well. And I wouldn't recommend anyone watching that either. Nope. I won't put, I've put the Charlie Kirk one on, because everyone said, oh, it's bullshit, it's fake. He's got like one of those.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's got one of those fucking things in his chest. Shit, whatever they're called.
No, that's because Americans can't even take responsibility for their own, like, crazy people, I guess.
Yeah.
I know, no, it's not even that.
Yeah, so DeFreak, if you want to take this over, you can. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Start yourself.
That's all right. I wouldn't mind hearing about what he has to say about Charlie Kirk real quick. So if you could land that.
Yeah, go ahead, DK. Then he wants to hear what you have to say about Charlie Kirk.
All right.
What it is.
Hey, to be honest, me talking about Charlie Kirk today on my Rumble show was over an hour. Just be aware.
So you're saying that there was
no, I'll try and sum it up. I'll try and keep it shorter than that. Jeez, if you want to see the full thing, go look up DK Spiracy on Rumble. Go see the full thing. I'm not going to go full length. I'll try and do the Reader's Digest version for everyone. Right, so basically, I didn't really follow Charlie Kirk, but I'd heard that he was starting to question Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu apparently rang him personally 2 weeks ago, invited him to Israel, and apparently he said no. Apparently he had stopped accepting donations from Jewish organizations. Apparently he had said to someone that if I turn against Israel, they will try and kill me. And now we get this patsy on the roof, and I 100% guarantee he wasn't shot from that position. Like, if any of you have seen the video of him being shot, I have it saved on Telegram. I can't put it on Discord. I can't put it on YouTube. I've played it once on my D-Live channel just to point out the fact that I do not believe this is fake. My dad was an ambulance officer. I have slit animals' throats. Okay, that was the exit wound. It wasn't the entry. He was
So you
shot
think
from
he was shot?
the right. Yeah, he was shot from the right side to the left, and it all spurted out the left side of his neck.
Crossfire.
Nope. No crossfire.
No,
The dude on the
so-
roof is a patsy.
All right.
He's who is about to be set up for it. Because apparently there's like mention of some shit being a pellet gun, mention of a Mauser, and whatever millimeter bullet that went through him is not the same gauge caliber as the Mauser.
Someone
If
else
you
was
can,
saying that yesterday.
I can show you one video, and I'm pretty sure it stops before getting graphic.
All right. Well,
No,
let's do
actually,
that.
I can't, because it's from
Oh.
YouTube. Because it's from YouTube anyway, so I can't.
All right. But DK, you were just saying that you thought that he was wearing an apparatus or something, and that it was like, a tube or something, or it was fake. So like, I'm I'm confused. Weren't you about to?
Sorry, say again.
You were saying that it was like he was wearing some sort of apparatus or whatever. It was a real, like,
No, that's what other people are saying.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't
Oh, okay.
say that at all.
Okay.
No, that's not one word that came out of my mouth.
Well,
see, here's the rule. No, there's a rule. You wait like 48 to 72 hours and evaluate the information. Don't speak too soon. If you jump the gun and start going, oh, blah, blah, this happened, blah, 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 you generally find out you're spreading lies.
When did you get the video?
I got the video on day one, but I didn't share it on day one. It got shared to me on my Telegram channel, so whoever was on my channel got to see it. But since then, I've pieced together everything else, and I've made a whole channel about Charlie Kirk assassination on my Telegram archive. There's like 86 videos or posts on it, both good and bad, in favor of him, and bits that are to do with like the supposed assassin running away and everything and shit across the building. I've tried to compile everything I can. And also the fact that whenever there is something like this, what else is going on at the same time? Do any of you know what was going on at the same time in Congress, Senate, or whatever? Do you know what was being voted on just later that evening?
No. I know that the girl in the subway was the
the vote to table Schumer's amendment to show the Epstein files.
Yeah, surprising. Not.
Well, every Democrat voted to table it.
Wow.
Three Republicans voted to table it. Every other Republican said no. It passed 51 to 49%, and now the Epstein list isn't getting released. This happened on September 10th, within a few hours of Charlie Kirk being assassinated. Always look for what they're distracting you from as well. I mean, don't get me wrong. That is a major thing. But what else is going on that they have to use something so major to distract you from?
Hold on a second. Let me clarify something. You're saying that the Democrat Charles Schumer put a bill in to table the releasing of the Epstein files, and it passed, even though the Senate is Republican.
No. They voted to table it.
Which means not to bring it forward.
Yeah, that's Chuck Schumer, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Chuck Schumer's amendment to whatever. I can go look up the bill. I can find it. But, they actually vote now. They were voting on tabling it. See, they were voting on tabling the bill.
Right. Why would the head Democrat of the Senate want?
He's not a Democrat.
When it was
Schumer's not a
Democrat.
No. Chuck Schumer wrote the bill. I'm not saying he voted on tabling it. I'm saying the bill he wrote, they voted on tabling the bill about releasing the Epstein documents. So you seem to be missing the point. Every Democrat and 3 Republicans voted to table it, which means it just gets pushed to the side.
Right.
The rest of the Republicans said release it. It was 51% to 49%. Epstein documents are not getting released, and that vote happened just after Charlie Kirk got assassinated. No one knows what they keep doing when they hide shit with a massive distraction. I always look for what else is going on. I always look for whatever else is going on whenever they do something that's news everywhere. So, okay, what else are they doing? They must be hiding something from us. There must be something else. See, I've got a conspiracy brain like that, man. I know they're screwing with us. And I've got a criminal history that I freely admit to. I've been to jail. I know that they are hiding shit from us. If they say it's this, it's like, what else are they doing?
Right. All right, let's continue the chapter here. And we'll get more into that.
Sorry, man. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get more into that. No, I like that. I want to get more into it after the chapters, though.
Anxious Search felt the breeze stroking his hair and recalled his first dream. That memory, however, broke down at the thought of the danger that threatened them. With mind taken by a great sense of guilt, Adam picked up the pace in distressing demand, "Where would your loved one?" The time to involve her in his arms, freeing it from falling, once again raised his voice in a shout that reverberated throughout Anxious Garden, "Eve, where you are!" He waited for a response, but heard only one empty echo, the despair. Remembered the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and there was the one place where his companion could be deluded, hoping to block the only chance the enemy advanced towards the place of proof. His heart beat strong, contemplating the distant treetop prohibited. With the snake in his arms, Ava questioned her about a lot, marveled to see that the serpent greatly outweighed. He then recounts a story liar. He said it was a snake like the rest, eating the fruits of paradise. Proving that forbidden fruit one day received as if by magic all the virtues. Looking at the tree of knowledge of good and evil, Eva was surprised and confused. Deprive the Creator in his love something so good to his creatures? Seeing her surprise, Satan asked, "Is how Yahweh said, 'Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden'?" Eva, restless, replied, "Of the fruit of the trees of the garden we eat, but the fruit of that tree that you claim to be a source of wisdom, God said, 'Ye shall not eat of it, lest ye die.'" The serpent tone of disdain said, "This is false. If so, I would have died. Surely the Eternal forbade them to eat from that tree to prevent the man will take as he, knowing all things." The seductive words of the serpent caused confusion in the minds of those who trust in Eve, had in mind the memory of the order of the Creator and his sentence, but at the same time had before it a tangible proof that the contradicted. Stunned, he began to doubt the character of the Eternal. In a challenge, the serpent harvested fruit from the forbidden tree and started to enjoy them. Putting a fruit in the hands of women, encouraged her to eat, saying, "Not the Eternal said that if someone touched that fruit would die." A complete silence hung over the universe. In each inhabited planet, the sons of light that stared helplessly agonizing scene, their future was they should respect the free will granted to man. He can manifest his choice under the temptation of the enemy. The children of light suffered greatly when they saw the woman doubting him who so kindly gave them life and the chance to reign in that paradise. How could they doubt who devoted so much love? Adam, a strong hope of securing a cherished victory, hastened to their race, watched his beloved from afar, sitting by the tree of proof. What did Eve that place so dangerous? A horrible feeling came upon him. He remembered once again the warnings received, but sought to banish it as thought that would reach his wife before something bad happened to him. Eva wavered in his conviction to include the fruit in their hands. For a few moments, the future it seemed dark and terrifying, but overcame this feeling, thinking of the glories that would gain by eating this fruit. Still somewhat undecided, slowly raised his hands to touch the fruit of his lips. The subjects of the kingdom of light, shaken, bowed, taken by astonishment. It seemed almost impossible at that point the woman back. While the faithful Pale inquired about a possible hope, witnessed with horror the terrible decision to Eve, decided to break forever with the Creator, becoming captive to death. The Eternal, who gazed in silent pain, that scene of rebellion, bowed his forehead with his face bathed in tears, could not bear the pain of separation. The faithful, who panicked, thought themselves vanquished, were aware that all was not lost. If Adam resisted the temptation and remained faithful to the Eternal, he would seal the big win. Eva, who was the victim of a mistake, could be made aware of his mistake, being favored with heavenly forgiveness. When Adam in his agonizing race reached the place of trial, it was too late. Seated next to the river, Eva tasted the forbidden fruit carelessly. Adam shuddered. Was it really the fruit of proof? In a gesture of hope, looked at the tree of knowledge of good and evil, but tearfully acknowledged the sad conviction. Filled with grief, beheld his wife, but found no words to awaken it to so bitter reality. In complete desperation, raised his voice a painful exclamation, "Eva, Eva, what are you doing?" By eating the forbidden fruit, the woman was taken by emotions that did imagine having reached a higher sphere of life. Upon hearing the voice of her husband, also taken by illusory emotions, raised his brow, stamping a smile, but was surprised to see him crying. With deep sorrow, he sought to know the reason that led him to rebel against the Eternal. Eva promptly began to tell him the story of the wise serpent, Fantastic. Satan knew this story snake ever convinced the man to eat of the forbidden tree, needed to find a subtle way to get him to seal his fate in the footsteps of his wife. Having Eva under his power, decided to make her the object tempting. Await the opportune moment to ensnare him. On the day you eat thereof shall surely die. The memory of this sentence made Adam very distressed. The expectation of seeing his beloved perishing in his arms was too much to bear. This distress, however, was decreasing to see that she was still happy and loving to his side, as if no harm had happened. Relieved, Adam smiled again, corresponding to the affections of his companion. He surrendered the sweetest emotions, far from knowing that the enemy who was involved in those hugs. In that moment of rapture, Eva began to tell him about his experience with the knowledge of good and evil. He told him of the treasures of wisdom that had been opened. In his new kingdom, live very happy. However, this happiness would be incomplete without the participation of your spouse. Told him of the impossibility of going back on their footsteps, and urged him to follow. After talking to him for his decision, Eva, with a sweet smile, held out his hands containing a fruit, asking him to eat in a demonstration of his love for her. With tempting voice in his ears, Adam sat on the lawn in deep thought. His face became pale again, his hands trembling. Feared rebel against the Creator, but at the same time understood that she could not live apart from his companion, whom he loved with infinite love. Eve was flesh of his flesh, the extension of his being. He was distressed at having to make a decision as serious. The paleness of Adam's face was reflected on the faces of all the faithful to the eternal, heard the suggestion of the enemy, and realized with horror the vacillation of man. Indecision. Adam left them desperate. He obeyed that proposed for Satan, all happiness would be banished forever. In human decisions was the fate of the entire universe. He would answer the call of Satan. After intense inner struggle, Adam looked at his companion. It had joined in an eternal promises of delivery. Do not let her just now. Would share with her the results of the rebellion. Then he took the hand of Eva, a fruit, and a hasty gesture, took it to his mouth. Looking stifled the voice of conscience, speaking to him from eternal damnation, Adam threw himself into the arms of his wife, enjoying the high price of their rebellion. Satan, with shouts of triumph, let heaven, flying swiftly along to their innumerable hosts, who looked anxious as the result of risky attempt. Upon learning of human misery, joined in a thunderous party, felt secure. Zion, now theirs by right, there can establish an eternal kingdom, never being harassed by the laws of the eternal. Across the universe, the children of light and bewailed the loss suffered. There had never been such sadness and horror at the future. The voices that lived to sing praises to the Creator uttered lamentations now. The eternal who won by infinite pain bowed low, if in tears before the fall of man, was not, however, surprised. Even before he created the universe, had already foreseen this triumph of rebellion, and in his wisdom and love idealized a rescue plan that would involve a huge sacrifice. Wiping the tears from his tears, he put himself to act powerfully, for his faithful afflicted, preventing them from falling into enemy hands. This mysterious intervention, apparently deposed against justice, the Eternal commanded his most powerful angels surround immediately Garden of Eden. Preventing Satan took possession of Mount Zion, comforted before the Epiphany. The powerful creatures in ready obedience broke the infinite space, circling moment's paradise within which the human being already disturbed by sin lived the blackness of a night that would be long and cruel. Being the authority of the Eternal founded on justice, how could justify his actions before their enemies? Failed to deliver the kingdom to his will to man, and that's by choice, not undergone Satan. While surprises rational creatures considered decisive actions of Yahweh, heard his powerful voice reverberating throughout creation, brought revelation of the great mystery. So wonderful revelation that from that moment for all eternity would occupy the minds of the faithful, being subject to the sweetest meditations. The Eternal first spoke about the terrible condemnation that hung over the man and all creation. Said that by turning off the fountain of life, the man had rushed in so deep chasm that could not be achieved by your arm of justice and power. Humiliated and tortured by the claws of the enemy, not left to man another chance after death, the result of his painful, spontaneous rebellion. Considering the human situation, the hosts of light, they saw possibilities of triumph. They knew that only the man could regain dominion of the enemy, returning it to the Creator, but the human being, eternally enslaved in nature, would be incapable of such a victory. With melodious voice and full of tenderness, Yahweh revealed the plan of redemption, saying, in fact, the man will reap the fruit of their rebellion, a terrible death. I cannot, with my power, to change his luck. If so act, it would be unfair on my decree. I'll fall, but all the condemnation about a substitute that will arise in human offspring. This man will not bring in their hands the bonds of death.
So this whole thing might as well be the script for Princess Bride. With much love comes much pain.
Astute
And then
observation.
love comes after again. But you have to go through the pain for love to be worth it. Sorry, what were you saying? Dude, that's like Princess Bride is a kid's movie.
It's
and basically exactly this.
Yeah, I just said astute observation. That was, yeah, it's pretty much the same plot. But that happens a lot with human stories.
Well, they could have just made the movie from this, you know. Like, I'm not saying it's like random. They probably did it on purpose. But yeah, the movie Princess Bride, which is for children, says this. Where are the movies these days that inspire children?
They're all just remakes.
Everything these days is just complete crap. Like when my kid was when my son was a kid, it's like there were still a few decent movies, and then it started getting crap. Then I found out about all the Disney stuff and everything they put into movies. So there goes Disney. And then I would start trying to find other kids that I could watch with my son. You wouldn't believe how difficult it was.
Yeah.
It really was difficult to find things that weren't dodgy and full of symbology for children.
And even the acting, I think, you know, they have these, you know, jump cuts, and like you don't see two actors actually interacting with each other. What you have is like over the shoulder, you know, actor saying their line, and then, you know, the same way, you know, so it's not really a true interaction. They're just, you know, cutting.
I get what you mean. But yeah, CGI overlaps stuff. Yeah. They're saying it from completely different places. Someone got recorded in New York, someone got recorded in LA, and they tried to put the two together and make it look like it was a conversation.
Yeah. So what it tells me is that the actors themselves are just not experienced or skilled enough to run.
That's
you know,
it's the editors. No, honestly, it's the editors. As the people who are actually making it have been getting away with this shit for so long that they've become complacent. See, now it's got to the point that people are seeing what they do, but they haven't upped their game. So now it becomes more obvious about what they're doing.
Interesting. All right, let's continue here.
Okay.
Being innocent and undefiled in his nature. As a representative of the human race, face and overcome Satan. After triumph in this battle, proving that love is stronger than selfishness, that truth is stronger than lies, that humility is more powerful than pride, faithful substitute lift their hands to greet the victorious no great achievement, but to take the hands of humanity enslaved the cup of his conviction. Gulps, so submissive, the cup of dominion. The hosts, surprises before the revelation of the eternal, investigating the identity that substitute. The Creator, with a smile loving, told them, I'll be the man. My spirit.
So we also see that, yeah, what you said was pretty cool, DK, in that you know, you have to have the pain in order to appreciate the love, because he's actually the only thing that's worthy of glory. So he said, I'll be the man.
Well, and what I'm wondering is, how could they possibly have any sort of fear if they did not know what good and evil was before that?
Everyone knows. No, everyone knows. Like once, I'm not getting you. It's like, let's use a Christian version. Okay. As soon as they ate the apple, they gained knowledge. They knew.
Right. But before then, they could be deceived in any sort of manner.
I do want to know. I do want to know a downfall about that. If Adam and Eve lived peacefully in the Garden of Eden with no knowledge, while walking around naked, and they had no sexual attraction to each other, would there have been a human race without them eating the apple?
Yeah, it would have just continued on the way it was.
No, but how?
You know,
How? No, but
how?
how? They had no attraction to each other. It wasn't until after they ate the apple that sex became a thing.
Right.
Would there have been a human race if they didn't eat the apple?
That's a good question. Hard to say, but I mean, it is
Only those that existed, probably. They would have lasted forever.
I'm not a Satanist, I'm a conspiracy investigator, so I ask questions. So don't think because I'm asking I believe this. I'm asking.
Oh, that's a good question. You know, we don't see childbirth even becoming mentioned or a thing until after the fall. But it's safe to assume that the things would have continued in the good way, as it were. It just would have continued on for as long as it could have.
Would it?
It wasn't good, though, because they didn't know.
Would it? Or would it have just been Adam and Eve having eternal life in the Garden of Eden?
Yeah, they would have just been playing with the animals.
Yeah,
and
no offspring, not yet. No offspring. Just Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden forever. Without them eating the apple.
Probably, you know.
See?
I'm not sure if they would
without that happening, there is no humanity.
Yeah.
There's a crazy question I've never heard anyone else ask. I'm not kidding you. I have not heard any single other person anywhere raise this point. So keep it when you want to use it against anyone else, but I've never heard anyone else even say it.
The one you just asked, or you have another one?
No, just that one. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
that one. Yeah, no, that one. I've never heard anyone else say it.
Well, yeah, you know, it's first of all, this book is not mainstream yet, but like Axis Rat Blood and I, we've talked about that. We talked about how there wasn't any childbearing until after the fall. So it's come up, but it's definitely a good observation and a good question, because because they were playing with the animals. They weren't really, like you said, I don't know if it was an attraction thing. I think he was attracted. They just didn't, like, you know, copulate or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of there in Timothy, right? In Paul, right, where he's talking about childbirth and he's talking about how death entered the world, right? So it kind of makes sense. If death entered the world through the fall, right, then obviously the generations, right, and all that type of stuff, and the whole concept of sins of the father, right? So I feel like it's sort of there pointing towards that. But yeah, anyways.
So if they knew they were going to live forever, they wouldn't need to procreate because they were going to live forever, right? So if you know you're going to die now, you do have a biological kind of imperative to continue your species, right? That makes sense to me.
Well, and how would they know that dying was bad if they didn't know, if they couldn't discern the difference between good and bad?
They wouldn't have known. Just like
Yeah.
Eve wouldn't.
So it seems kind of
Eve
like
wasn't
unreasonable to
aware.
expect them to not do something
Yeah.
and to point it out.
And
You would have hit it or something.
yeah, just like Eve had no concept of anything trying to deceive her because she couldn't conceive a thought like that because she
Yeah, it
wouldn't
almost
have
seems
known.
like a setup.
It was definitely a setup.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it kind of foreshadows that earlier in the chapter when it says, the other angels of light knew what Satan would do in order to trick other people into death, right? So it was kind of foreshadowed. But the thing is, Adam and Eve could not have known that because they didn't know of the knowledge of evil of evil yet. So they couldn't conceive of one being deceived or trying to, or even, to deceiving people because that's just not something that would have crossed their mind at all.
Well,
Anyway.
in listening to that story, it also sounds like it had some sort of consequence for God as well.
Oh yeah. So what happened is once it's kind of crazy, but man was made, they celebrated, he made Eve, they hung out, they played with the animals, they named them, they frolicked around, whatever, they went to sleep, rested on, blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, he's the crowned arbiter of the universe. This newbie, the newbie creation is like the guy, right? The guy and the gal who are in charge of making sure that this whole eternal realm that's been around for a good while now before them is going to maintain its status, it fell on it. He's like, hey, it's on you, bud. Okay, praise God or whatever, next thing you know,
it kind of reminds me of whenever I moved out of my parents' house. My dad was like, "You're not taking that car with you," and I was like, "Oh yeah, you put my name on the title, dumbass." Pretty much.
Yeah. Did you crash it?
No, I moved out.
Right.
And I made a bunch of mistakes, and I was like
She-
totally unprepared
she's
for
a
all of it.
bad-
Because,
hey, she's a bad girl. She stole the
well, I
car.
wasn't bad. I
Bad
just didn't know what the fuck I
daughter.
was doing, and I did a lot of
crashed
things that I wasn't supposed to before I learned that just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Yeah.
It took me till 24 to learn that one. Holy shit.
That's young. You actually learned that when that young? It took me a lot
Yeah.
longer than that, I'll tell you.
Yeah. I came across all of my beliefs at 19, and then I fucked up when I was 24 and went to jail. I have one thing I did I feel guilty about, and I deserve it.
Yeah, I was a full-on atheist until my epiphany, and that was like 28.
Yeah, it was till like 2019. Yeah.
Hey, DK, did Charlie Kirk ever go to New Zealand or Australia?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure. He might have gone to Australia. I don't think New Zealand. But the Maoris but the Maoris in New Zealand actually did a haka for him today, or maybe the other day. Yeah, man. Yeah, I've got that saved. I've got that on my Rumble show as well. The Maoris doing a haka for him. Yeah, man.
I want to say that I think he had a place in Australia.
I'm very well informed.
Yeah.
No, seriously, it's like I've got people on my channels that just constantly find me stuff all the time.
He does.
As in I hardly have to do anything myself.
Why are they so loyal to you?
Everything gets sent to me, and I kind of just have to sift through it.
You do have to
decide what I'm saving and what I'm playing and everything. I'm not kidding you.
How long you been doing this?
Since February 21, after everyone else who I knew was streaming, like people's channels I modded on and everything. They played stuff about January 6th, and they all got banned.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So I started just after that. I'm the most
So,
banned streamer. Hey, I'm the most banned streamer in my country, as far as I know.
You've told us like so many times now.
I know,
Yeah.
it's one of my few brags. Come on.
I know, but
Hey.
I just want to give you shit.
And DK, why are they so loyal to you?
Damn you.
Yeah,
Hey.
you love it. You know it.
You make it feel least worthy.
Oh, whatever. It just makes you try harder. It makes you try harder.
Don't call me a try hard. Try hard.
No, I said it makes you try harder. That's good.
Try hard, blow hard. So, DK, why are they so loyal to you?
Who?
The people that are doing your work for you.
Because I don't lie.
That's
All right.
true.
Because I'm
He doesn't always
actually
know.
straight up and honest about everything I've done wrong and everything I'm doing. I don't lie about anything.
Not intentionally.
And I think that is what is lacking from most of these people online that people follow, is that most of them lie for dollars. I don't. I personally have turned down $2.5 million and am living on a benefit. If it gives you any idea about my integrity.
Yeah, I think well, you know what? I think sometimes you do say things to test people that are not true.
No, I could be wrong about shit and find out after the fact. But I definitely do not say things that I purposely know to be untrue on purpose. Maybe it's just that I haven't found something out yet. But I
Yeah, we won't go into it today.
I never purposely lie at all. I'll play devil's advocate and question other people, but I'll never.
That's what you were doing. That's what you were doing,
Yeah,
definitely.
but I'll never purposely lie.
It's kind of close though, but it's not.
No,
You're
it's
right.
not. Playing devil's advocate makes people, instead of giving a half-assed answer, makes them actually explain what they're trying to say.
Yeah, it's
and
like what?
It can be either beneficial or detrimental to them, depending on what it is I drag out of them. It's it's an interrogation technique.
That's
so
cool.
don't think that, like, in that situation, do not think that is me believing the things that I'm saying when I'm playing devil's advocate. That is different from me saying I will never lie. And generally when I play devil's advocate, I still won't lie. I'll just ask questions. I'll try and make them, like, I don't know, backpedal on their lies. So please be aware of what I really do.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I mean, I've never really had, other than that one initial instance, we've never really had any like major disagreements.
I know.
So
and
it looks like Charlie Kirk.
And I'm trying to be better. I've had
You are. You're doing well. You're
experience
doing well.
online on panels now. So I'm trying to be better instead of yelling at everyone that I disagree with.
You still cut me off a lot, but that's okay. I still like you.
Everyone likes me. What are you on about?
Not everybody does, but that's okay.
So
they do. Everyone who says they don't is lying. Everyone likes me.
They like to argue, maybe.
Everyone likes me. Honest. Don't spoil my fantasy. Everyone likes me.
Hey, have you ever talked to Tommy?
Tommy.
Luma Tommy?
I'm sure.
Yes. You did before. I think I remember.
Is that right? All right.
Did you see,
it didn't last long.
Did you see the show where TML sent me over the Toilet Bowl Earth channel?
Yes.
And
that was
on
epic,
panel?
dude. Yeah, that was epic. That was epic, man.
See, and that's like a solid ride or die.
Most people don't know me. Have you
I
seen me
agree.
do that? Hey, have you seen me do that here? In fact, what I do here is I try and shut down anyone who I think is an idiot and is trying to sabotage the channel.
Yeah, I think you
You
should let
actually pay
people be
attention to
tested though.
everything that I've done in the past, in the chat and everywhere even. I've tried
think,
to stop people. Say, dude, you can't say that. You're going to get this shut down.
That's one thing.
So
yeah.
I think TBE shut down. Like he hasn't been around that much.
Oh, darn.
Did I destroy him that badly? Holy crap.
I think so.
That's
Like
the only time I ever went on a show.
It was a turning point for sure.
I went on there like once and it was like, boom. There goes the destruction and demise of his whole channel.
the tipping point.
Don't make it out to be me. I don't know whether to have a head swell or be upset. Shit.
I don't think we said that. I think you
It was
said
probably
that.
everything. It was probably everything.
It's all right. I put everything
was.
on me. I am narcissistic. It's all me. Don't you realize that?
Blame me.
Me, and me.
I remember
that there's a
that
subtle
day
hint.
though, DK. Oh, DK, I remember that day because that was election night.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yep, 100. Yeah, it definitely was.
Oh, damn. Lucky I don't give a fuck about voting for someone to control me, eh?
TML is jazzy.
Well, you know Jeffy.
Jazzy.
Hey, do you know Jeffy? Jeffy Ryder?
No.
Ah.
So what do you got here for us,
Hey,
DeFrico?
he's another streamer I know. Sorry, I thought you were saying you knew someone else I knew. That's all. What was that, Gmail?
No, I'm saying is DeFreak busy? Do you want to continue with the or?
He was just enjoying the conversation. I think he's probably gone for a piss. Or
Yeah, I think
drink
something happened to him. Honestly, yeah.
Something happened.
Wait,
Let's
wait,
not
what
ask
is this?
what. Something happened to him.
Yeah, something happened to him. He dropped out. So I don't know what his deal is, but so we'll wait. We'll wait like 5 minutes for him to come back and continue his thing. If not, I think that's it.
All right. Dude, we can carry on talking. Join in more TML. Come on. Things I've been talking about, surely you have something to say about them as well.
Oh yeah, we did a little thing last time, but yeah, I gotta really move along here because it's almost to 6 hours. So I'm not sure if he'll come back. We'll figure it out.
I think your last show was 11 hours.
Yeah, I know. But my whole thing is only like usually 6 to 7 hours or something like that. Sometimes I stretch it, but it's usually just 6 hours. Usually I do just 6, and then I cut it off. I play replays.
Dude, it's up to you. It's your show.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he comes back. I mean, I don't know what the deal is here.
The reason
It was very abrupt.
I'm
Like,
talking about extraneous.
Yeah, he said
Yeah,
his internet connection was kind of spotty.
yeah, like you guys were talking in the middle of a conversation, then he kind of, I think he started like cutting out, or he stopped responding, and then I wondered if he was gonna like play his Melchizedek thing, and then he just dropped off. So.
He told me to carry on. Come on. We didn't just start talking in the middle of a conversation. He asked
No.
me to carry on.
No, I said he stopped talking. Stopped.
Oh, yeah, he stopped. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Yeah, all of a sudden he wasn't involved anymore. Yeah.
It wasn't that long ago, though.
No, it wasn't. See? I didn't do anything wrong tonight. Come on, guys.
Nobody said that.
You're making me feel that way, though.
Nobody can make you feel anything. Cut it out.
No, I'm going to dye my hair rainbow colors. and go to work. I hate everybody. And here's my symptom.
It's the jazz.
Internet dumped. So I don't know what that means, but apparently it's pretty nefarious circumstances here. Internet dumped. Maybe your internet took a dump. I don't know.
Yeah, he said it was irregular, or it was not solid internet or something earlier. I saw that.
Yeah, he's trying to come back in, so we'll wait for the freak.
The freak.
And,
yeah, I was on his. I was on his show the other day with damn it, I always forget that name. He's it starts with a D.
his show. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it was the Freak show. He did a show.
Has a show?
It was, but he had Denizen on it. That's his name. And then this lady Lulu.
Yeah, Denizen's show. Okay.
Yeah, but I think DeFreak was. I was on DeFreak's channel, I think.
Okay, I can't believe that lady showed up again. Good lord.
Yeah, they have nothing better to do. They have no life.
Persistent. Actually, the last time, like, they had, like, these guys, you know, it was like the same 3 people over and over again. So, yeah, they're very persistent. Like,
They're annoying like mosquitoes.
I think it's because they get, like, few channels they need to hit up or whatever, so they go around or whatever.
They probably get paid for it.
You don't mean me.
No, not you. We know you don't get paid for
No. Someone needs to start paying me. I just had to buy a new laptop as well.
Yeah, well, if they had any taste, they would.
Well, see, I don't ever ask unless I need help. And when I have needed help, people have helped me every time. But if I can do it myself without asking, I'll do it. I'll never ask for anything online if I don't actually need it. I mean, to be honest, I'd love to be fully funded and not have to be on a benefit.
Oh yeah, that'd be fabulous.
Yeah, but that means I'm still fully funded by other people.
Yeah, well, that's interdependence.
Yeah, but see, you're already paying taxes, and your taxes are paying me at the moment. Instead of that, I have to ask you for
allegedly.
Extra money. No, but instead of that, I have to ask you for extra money.
Yeah, I know. It sucks.
Yeah, that's why I can't do it.
I think it's okay to remind people because they forget.
It just messes with my head about asking for something if I don't need.
Yeah, I know. My ex was like that too. He never asked for what he was worth, and he always bid everything, and he ended up being mad about it later. But
no, I'm not mad about it, as I just can't do it.
Yeah, well, I think and telling people that before it gets if they enjoy your show or whatever, it's okay to remind them that you could use a little assistance if they really enjoy it.
I need to put links on my channel.
Speaking of,
here he is.
Yeah, I need to put my PayPal and.
Sorry about that.
Buy me a coffee.
All good.
But that's about it.
Speaking of, everybody should notice that there is TML's Cash App. Scrolling across the bottom of the screen.
I don't have Cash App.
I know you don't. I wasn't talking to you.
What do you mean? No, I don't.
Because they don't have it in other countries, right?
No, yeah, it's definitely over here. I just don't have the control. Yeah.
That's us, yeah.
No, they've definitely got Cash App over here. I just don't have Cash App. I've got PayPal and Buy Me a Coffee. I don't have Cash App.
All right.
There we go.
Yeah, let me put Let me put him here like this.
That's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well. All right. All right, here we go.
I'll be the man. My spirit rest upon a virgin, and it will generate a holy son. This boy is divine and human. In his humanity, he will be submissive to the divinity that dwells in him. The redeemed see him as the everlasting Father, the Creator and Redeemer, the King of Kings. His name is Yehoshua, the eternal saves. Assuming human nature, Yahweh could pay the high ransom price, dying in the place of sinners. The hosts were muted light to know the plan of the Creator. The thought of seeing him to undergo so painful sacrifice in order to redeem the lost dominion was too much to bear. There was, however, another hope of victory, unless through this loving delivery. After enjoying the high price of sin, the young couple felt sick. Initially felt a great emptiness in the heart, which was soon filled with remorse and grief. Realized that, inspired by greed, had sealed their sad fate and of all creation. It seemed to them to hear the distant wail of a universe one. The sun, which filled life and warmth that day, lurked on the horizon, announcing them a dark night. The afterglow, which until then had announced them happy encounter with the Creator, seemed involves them in a sentence that would never awaken to a new day. They dared not even look up, fearing to see them fall on the radius of judgment that would reduce the dust. With the eyes on the cold ground, came to mind them the sentence, "The day you eat thereof shall surely die." Desperate tears rolled down their faces to await the tragic end. When considering the reason for his rebellion, Adam began to blame his wife for having listened to the serpent. Eve, in turn, trying to apologize, put the blame on the Creator, saying, "Why did the Eternal let the serpent deceive me?" The holy, but corrupt and full of rebellion. Everything was changed. Even a gentle breeze, which hitherto had bathed in the refreshing caresses, impediments to walk aimlessly tonight. The purpose of Satan to fill the sack, there was not even the silver moonlight to tell them of hope. The twinkling stars, suspended in the dark sky, were overshadowed by the pain. Lowered over the world, the darkness of a long night of sin, shadows under which many would drag a hopeless dawn. The night was already high, and the darkness seemed to involve the sad couple in eternal shation of impending judgment, which would reduce the cold dust, forgotten in that darkness without end. Suddenly appeared a glow in the sky, which was increasing as it approached the earth. The bed trembled, for he knew that it was the Creator who came to give them the punishment of the shameful fall. Just to drive there saw the Creator himself. They, who always ran to meet the loving Father, attracted by his light, fleeing now desperate for dark places, the dense forest. The Lord, moved by infinite love, came to follow in the footsteps of the fugitive couple. As he walked, wept, as he remembered the happy times he had spent with them in that paradise. Like everything had become. Their children could no longer see him a father of love, but someone who, angry, sought to punish them. Moved by a strong desire to embrace his human children, Yahweh's voice echoed a question. "Adam, where are you?" His voice, the sound in the darkness, was carrying just a hollow echo that spoke of ingratitude and rebellion. How she wished the couple engage in a fervent embrace, and with words of affection confessed to you that his love was the same. Seeing his children fled from his presence, the Eternal was overcome with pain. Auntie, her look seasick tears stretched the future of the human race, who, deceived by Satan, flee from his presence during the long night of sin, believing in one Lord Tyrant who lives seeking sinners, flaws and weaknesses in order to punish them. The Creator, however, do not give up procure across the dark valleys of the kingdom of death to win a repentant people. Adam and Eve, exhausted by the hurried escape, hid themselves among the foliage of a foot fig. Recognizing his nakedness, sought to sewing aprons those leaves. Dresses, so thought that they could get rid of the feeling of shame before the Creator. The Eternal. If approaching the place where the couple was hiding, asked, "Adam, where are you?" No longer able to hide from Yahweh, Adam stood up along with its mate and downcast, presented to the Creator, fell down trembling at his feet. Failed to look at him more due to the sense of guilt. The Creator lovingly took them by the hands, lifting them off the ground, and with an expression of sadness in the countenance, he asked them, "Why do you run away from me? Did eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil?" Adam, trembling, his voice ragged with sobs of fear, he replied, "The woman whom thou gavest, she gave me the fruit, and I ate." With this answer, Adam tried to apologize, blaming it on his wife. Turning to Eve, the Eternal asked him, "Why did you do that?" Eva readily answered him, "That serpent deceived me, and I ate." Both did not want to plead guilty, flipping it over others. In short, the Creator attributed responsibility for any wrongdoing. Why had given them free will? Why he created the woman? Why he created the serpent? Silent, Yahweh watched his children who, timid and bewildered, stood before him. With deep sorrow, he predicted that this would be the experience of countless human beings throughout history. How would they get lost for not recognizing his own guilt? How would seek to justify themselves by launching their mistakes on others and even about the Creator? With soft words, the Eternal sought to make them acknowledge their guilt. Only by recognizing their need could be helped. Looking for fragile garments woven by sinful hands, the couple said, "Children, these garments are insufficient, then drying will be dissolved. You need lasting garments that can cover your nakedness, having escaped the condemnation. If you want, I can give them that robe." Anti-kind words of the Creator, who brought hope, the couple fell sorry, undressing their illusory robes, symbols of their failure, longed now the garments of salvation promised by God Father. Chapter 5.
All right, there you have it. So you have the first few chapters of the Bible in Genesis, kind of explained in detail, like what actually happened, what was the story, how did Satan, how did he actually trick them, what did it mean, all that, stuff, where basically in the Bible, we get 7 days, name the animals, sleep, rib, Eve, snake, just a real quick, rundown. And this book really fills in the gaps as to what the heck actually happened, the story behind it. And to me, it's like I said, it's a blessing. I really enjoyed the book. The story, it lines up with the Bible. There's no kind of contradiction or anything that doesn't match literally, like the 6 day. I mean, it lines up perfectly. So I really appreciate God giving this to us, because it just is confirmation, and it's a beautiful story. It's beautifully written, and I think that's about all I got for. Oh well, I guess I'll sum up the next chapter is I call it the Jack Talcott chapter. Okay, it's the book of love. It's the book of love. It's the expression of love of God, from God to mankind. And it's a lot of feelies, it's a lot of lovey-dovey's and forgiveness and all this other stuff. It's also the harsh reality of what they have to deal with now in the fallen world, and and God has to protect them or whatever. Yeah, go ahead.
And this really annoys me. Anyone online who feels they have to do a video about going after someone else online, I don't have time for. The guy can be a dick. You just say it somewhere on one of the channels you're on somewhere. Okay, this attack. Like, what the fuck? Making a whole video about going after people just shows that you have no content. Please, and I mean this for every one of you. Yeah, no, I mean this for every one of you. These revenge YouTube videos just make you look bad.
Based.
I thought it was really cool your summary at the end, Jeffreek, because you kind of said the same thing that we were talking about, like with the movies and stuff. There was no jump cuts in the story.
Yeah.
There's less jump cuts for sure.
Yeah.
Freak, hey, have you joined Telegram, brother?
You know, I don't really like Telegram so much. I'm not, you know.
I have an archive channel, and you're
Yeah.
free to steal all information off it that you want. I have a main
All right.
channel where it's chat and it's everything, and yeah, I doubt
It's good stuff.
Yeah, I doubt many people will like that one. But my archive channel is where I move things to under different categories, and you're free to steal information from there if you want. Hit me up on Discord. Hit me up on Discord if you want a link to my Telegram channel.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I get on there, but I don't. It's kind of clunky, and I don't know what the hell's going on. And then there's like these bots and stuff, and then I always end up like
Not
I don't
on
know
my
what.
shit. Hey, bro. Not
It's
on
like
my shit.
Craigslist or something.
Dude, not on my shit.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's totally worth it. That's the only reason I still have Telegram is for his channel, honestly.
Oh, really?
That's
Oh,
cool.
shit. Thank you.
Oh yeah, totally.
Didn't
Ever
know
since
that.
Open Logical Mind shut down, because friggin' what's his nuts was he was regulating what could not be said, but in a very untoward way.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
So you're actually only still on Telegram from my channel.
Yeah, pretty much. I've downloaded it twice on 2 different phones just so I could like still drop in. You didn't know that? Really?
How special
Hey,
that makes
yeah.
me feel.
Yeah, well, don't get too narcissistic over it, okay? I love everyone,
It
but I like
already
you a lot.
was. Now it's worse. It's too late.
Build them
Yeah.
up and shoot them about down.
Yeah, so I'm way over time here. I think I'll just have you guys go around and I'm gonna give some closing statements, and I'll basically do a little bit on the Shangzhou before we close this out. Because I still have some significant presentations I want to present in terms of Avian Buddha, Unseen Warfare, and Twilight Son of Lilith. 3 guys I want to sort of, I guess, promote to my own capacity, although I don't think I have the capacity to really promote that many people. It's just a small channel here, but we're trying to get people on that.
Didn't Avian Buddha just recently start his own YouTube
Exactly.
channel?
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's correct. Yeah.
no, because he DMs me as well. Yeah, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
And put
I'm
your
really down with promoting everyone.
yeah, put your Rumble here in the chat too, and we'll grab your Rumble channel here as well. And yeah, so let's go around and give some closing thoughts here for the people. Blessings.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, man. You know, I'll go real quick. Rashid,
Yeah.
T-Mill, you know, I respect you a lot. I love seeing you out and about. I love being up here. I love all the discussions. I love all your panelists. I love all the chatters. So, you know, much respect, much love. And I hope I can contribute, you know, something good to the program. And we'll see you next time.
Yeah, for sure, brother. Yeah, thank
Do
you so
you
much
have
for
any
your presentation.
channels yourself? I guess not. I was gonna say, does he have any channels?
Yeah, he's got a channel. Yeah, DeFreak. Yeah. Yeah, let me
Yeah,
put this on here.
yeah, but he didn't promote shit.
I'll send
Yeah,
you a
let me put his
link.
channel- Yeah, let me put his
Oh
channel
yeah,
here.
or somebody else can.
I got a funny feeling I followed, but yeah, he didn't promote shit.
Right, he's live right now. DeFreak. So
It's
yeah.
alright. I'm live right now on D Live. I'm restreaming.
Yeah.
Sweet. Hi, D Live.
Thank you.
As I
Yeah,
do.
so here's the Freaks
How
channel.
many people are watching? How many people are watching? Actually, let me check.
Yeah, so Zephyr,
Another 9.
DK, you guys want to say something to these people?
Go ahead, DK.
Well, the simple fact is, I love the fact that, like, TML always leads me on here. I appreciate the fact that everyone on here seems to be intelligent, and it's not often that there ends up being stupid arguments. This is actually one of the better panels that I ever end up on. The ones I go on Telegram, it's like things will be going for a while and then someone new will join and just start yelling in the middle of it about something completely random. At least this is structured and stays reasonable. I know I sidetrack things, but hey, at least I keep things interesting. But you can find me on Rumble on DKspiracy and DLive on DKspiracy123. If you want to find me on Discord, just hit TML up on his Discord. I type on there, like, not all the time, but quite a bit. So yeah, you'll be able to find me. And if you want my Telegram channel, same thing. Just hit TML up and hit.
You can also hit me up. I have it as well. I'll share it if I get a chance.
All right, thank you. See, why do girls overseas always love me? Start swimming.
I love everyone. Don't feel special.
Start
I like
swimming.
you though.
No, start swimming. That's what I tell every girl in America. Start swimming. Don't just flirt with me. Start swimming.
Might as well tell me to start flying. Shit.
Yeah, might as well. Hey, it was always a joke to start with. Don't worry.
Yeah.
You think you're gonna swim across the whole Pacific Ocean?
No, I'll get in the shower and I'll start swimming right away.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, blessings, DK. Thank you so much for being here.
Much love, no fear, everyone. Sweet ass, bro.
Is Avian
much
still
love,
here?
no fear. Yeah, and Zeph, what do you got for these people?
Well, I first want to thank you. I think that you seriously, like, you're humble, like when you say small, because really small is really in the eye of the beholder, just like beauty. And so I think I appreciate that there is a modicum of free speech to a degree, as much as you can get on YouTube in this small little corner. I appreciate it very much. And everybody just be safe out there. It's a jungle.
Oh, yeah.
Take care of yourselves and be safe. Be aware. I made that. That's on my icon while we were talking.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's always a pleasure, madam. You know.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, of course, we're not big where it counts. You know, so it is where it is what it is. And yeah, Avians. I mean, I'm gonna do a little bit about Shangzhou. You know, you're happy to stick around if you want.
Oh, sure, I'll stick around. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do like a little 30-minute outro here. But yeah, we'll be ending this soon. Here's a little music for you guys. Some pretty, I think, interesting songs. Trust Me by Jack Tripper. I don't know if you guys heard about Jack Tripper. He's an interesting horrorcore artist, and also Robo Sapien by the famed band Techno Animal. Obviously, I play a lot of Techno Animal. Kind of goes with the theme of this show. The name itself, Techno Animal. I mean, right? So yeah, obviously, yeah. But yeah, famous legendary group, Techno Animal, Robo Sapien.
Fungus and paper being pulled apart, watching moon sign. Yeah. Check it. I talk stupid shit cause my brain's not in compliance with my tongue. But I won't speak when I push your eyes in with my thumb. If those aren't threats, you type diss me on the net and I'll horse brand jack piss me on your chest. Envision crystalline on the breast. Let me snort 16 and have a fasted soda 15 off your flesh. And you ain't even heard the best of this. By the time they found my suicide in the woods, termites already built a nest in it. I felt so deep in depression pits. If I looked up, I don't think I can see the sunlight peering through the precipice. There's a girl in my bedroom, dead for days, gagged in a dress but slits, neck is slit. And for the last 2 weeks, I slept with it. Cop the basement collection kit. Better have stolen from your parents and use the money to buy gel pens and masculine. Fucking pessimist. That's why every time I get the spit, I'm always pissed and everything is negative. I'm swallowing cyanide cans. You envy a sheep with my kin. Suck leftover pussy juice like abortion vacuums. Eat the flat fumes. I missed 2 shows headlines due to nearly flatlining on coke in the bath. By the time I even make a wax, I'll have to be pushed to the mic stand in a wheelchair like Cobain putting long sleeves over stab wounds. Apparently drugs are the cool topic to talk about when making cash sweat. My next show will be my promotion of funeral banquet. And on stage there'll be a fucker with a blended. My next album will I lay dead from drug abuse in a casket. So vote for Jack, he eats his own and bites to his 300 neck just to chip off their adrenochrome. A dying king so sick and thin when he breathes in you can see his bones. He's too weak to leave tractables, farmlands and mobile home trailers, cemeteries, reservoir banks, shotguns and campers, Indian reservations, rowboat oars and anchors. In a one-room summer home dusted, call me a junkie. Tennis racket stance, hands bloody, khakis and husk puppies. Short sleeve common rugby, jumpy, Theodore Bundy. Yellow punch buggy, brunette in front seat, crowbar and bungee, guns dummy, with boyish charm and a smile that screams trust me.
All right. We move to the Shangzhou here as our closing sort of statement here. Right, and he says, and I'm going to read this back, right, this last idea, right, because obviously, right, it's about attachment to words and knowledge, right? As I said, you could possess material objects, right, but you could also possess knowledge, right? And obviously, you know, the Tao Te Ching is against accumulation of knowledge as well as those, you know, material possessions, right? So this whole idea about relinquishment of knowledge, right, as well as simplicity, right, in terms of material aspect of life, right? Both of these are very much important aspects, right, of Lao Tzu's work, right? But you see they also appear in the Shangzhou, and of course we did two important presentations, but of course we've looked at numerous translations of this work, including a number of presentations we did on Crowley's translation and Seraphim Rowe's translation, right? Yeah, blessings to Leopard Print. Yeah, peace. But yeah, this key concept, right, that he brings forth through Kong Zi, right? It says Kong Zi, right? Even if you succeeded in avoiding blame, it would stop there. How could you hope to change him? You're still making the mind your teacher. Right? Remember, Shangzhou says if a made-up mind counts as a teacher, then who doesn't have a teacher? Yan Hui said, I have nothing else to offer. May I ask what to do? Kong Zi said, you must fast. Let me explain. Is it easy to do anything with your mind? If you think it is, bright heaven will not approve. Yan Hui said, my family is poor indeed. I have not drunk wine or eaten any meat for months. Can this be considered fasting? Kong Zi said, this is fasting one does before a sacrifice, not the fasting of the mind. The fasting of the mind. Right, so there is the description of what I was describing before, right? Relinquishment of knowledge as well as material possessions. Brought forward through Kong Zi, right? It was a seen in legends as a disciple of Lao Tzu, right? But somebody who really didn't understand him. Extended through his chief disciple, Yan Hui, right? Who's seen as like his poor student, right? Who attained ritual perfection. Right, in the Confucian legends, Yan Hui is his chief disciple. Right, there's another guy, I forget, but like there's one who's like his top disciple, and there's one that they're always making fun of. Right, it's kind of like the runt, right, of the whole mill, right, or whatever. So yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, each of Confucius' disciples represent different aspects of virtue, right? And of course, Yan Hui represents righteousness itself, right? So he's talking about fasting of the mind. He says, may I ask about fasting of the mind? He says, unify your Z or plans. Z-H-I-Z, plans. Do not listen with your ears, but listen with your mind. Do not listen with your mind, but listen with your key. It's almost like spirit, right? Listening stops with the ear. The mind stops with signs. Key is empty and waits on external things. Only the way gathers in emptiness. Emptiness is the fasting of the mind. Emptiness is the fasting of the mind. Okay, so it's not about words. But about understanding. And of course, it's not about understanding, right? As much as it is about activity. Right? The mind stops with signs. Key is empty and waits on external things, it says. Right? But the way gathers in emptiness, in stillness. Right? So key is about activity and the way is about stillness. Goes beyond activity, right? It says emptiness is the fasting of the mind. Right? So going beyond knowledge, going beyond words, going beyond the appearance of things, going beyond your own understanding of them. Right? There it is. Fasting of the mind. Right? Extremely important state of being. Pretty much true awareness. Right? Pretty much true awareness, right? Then it goes on. Yan Hui said, prior to receiving this instruction, I was full of thoughts of Yan Hui. But having applied it, it's as though Hui never existed. Is that what you mean by emptiness? The master said, perfect. Let me tell you. You can go wander in his cage without being moved by his fame. If you're getting through, sing. If not, stop. No schools, no prescriptions. Dwell in the unity and lodge in what cannot be helped. And you're almost there. To stop leaving tracks is easy. Not to walk on the ground is hard. Right, so he's talking about this idea of stillness. Right, to stop leaving tracks is easy. Not to walk upon the ground is hard. It's easy to fake what people do. Faking what heaven does is hard. You've heard of using wings to fly, but not of using no wings to fly. Right, remember, Shang Tzu said, making a point to show a point is not as good as making a non-point. Right, let me actually find that line. Because it's a killer line. Making a point to show that a point is not as good as making a non-point to show that a point is not a point. Using a horse to show that a horse is not as good as using a non-horse to show that a horse is not a horse. Heaven and earth are one point. The 10,000 things are one horse. Said you've heard of using wings to fly, but not of using no wings to fly. You've heard of using knowledge to know, but not of using no knowledge to know. Look up at the hole in the wall that fills the empty room with light. The blessed stop stopping. That's kind of like a prescriptive aspect of Wu Wei itself. Stop stopping. Doing, not doing. Right? And it's active principle. Stop stopping. Fasting of the mind, right? Not stopping means galloping while you sit. If you let the ears and eyes communicate with the inside and banish knowledge outside the mind, then even ghosts and spirits will come to dwell. Why not man? This is the transformation of 10,000 things, the secret of the ancient sages, not to mention ordinary people. Right, ordinary people. They know exactly what it's about, right? Because they lodge in the usual. Right? They don't try to make a display of themselves, right? Yeah, blessings to Freak. Zigao, the Duke of Shi, was sent a key. He said to Kong Zi, the king is putting me on a high priority mission. Qi treats emissaries very well, but never hurries. You can budge an ordinary person along, much less a feudal lord. I'm sorry, you can't budge an ordinary person along, much less a feudal lord. I'm already shaking. You've always told me few tasks of whatever size are completely, completed happily, except by means of the way. If you don't complete it, you'll be in trouble with other people. If you do complete it, you'll have trouble with your own yin yang. Only someone of virtue can avoid trouble in success and failure alike. I'm the kind of person who eats simply and sparingly so my diet doesn't give me indigestion. But I receive my orders in the morning, and by evening I was drinking ice water. I'm burning up inside. I haven't even started on the actual job yet, and I'm already having trouble with yin and yang. He says. I wonder what Confucius is going to say to him, right? If the mission doesn't succeed, then I'll also be in trouble with other people. I lose both ways, he said. He says, I can't handle the responsibility of taking on this assignment. Do you have anything that you can tell me? Kong Zi said, which is Confucius, right? In this world, there are two great concerns. One is destiny. One is righteousness. Children's love for their family is destiny. You can't undo it in your mind. A children's love for their family is destiny. You can't undo it in your mind. The service of subjects for their rulers is righteousness. There's nowhere you can go and not have rulers. Nowhere can you escape between heaven and earth. These are great concerns, says Kongzi. To serve your family wherever they go is the perfection of filial piety. To serve your rulers wherever they ask is the height of loyalty. To serve your own mind so that sorrow and joy aren't constantly revolving in front of you, knowing that you can't do anything about and accepting it as though it were destiny is the perfection of virtue. Knowing that you can't do anything about and accepting it as though it were destiny is the perfection of virtue. As a subject or a child, there will certainly be things you can't avoid as long as you stick to the actual job and forget about yourself. What leisure do you have to love life or hate death? You'll be able to do it. Let me tell you something else I've heard, said Kongzi. In relationships, when people are close together, they generate trust through regular contact. When they are far apart, they try to establish loyalty with words, and words require communication. Communicating the words of two happy or two angry people is the hardest thing in the world. Two happy people inevitably exaggerate the good. Two angry people inevitably exaggerate the bad. But any exaggeration is false. And falsehood destroys trust. That's when communication becomes dangerous. So the model sayings have it. Communicate the real essence. Don't communicate exaggerated words. Then you might come out whole. When people pit their strength in games of skill, they start out bright like yang, but end dark as yin. They get up to more strange tricks the longer they go. People drinking wine at a ceremony start out orderly enough, but usually end in chaos. That's right. The party gets stranger the longer it goes on, right? It gets weirder. Yeah, you guys ever seen that joke? Where it's like a song that says like the party don't stop. I think it's like on Key and Peele where they just keep on going and the party just keeps going, and the people in the parties eventually start going insane. Right? And they try to open up the next room to escape the room that the party's going on in, and there's another party going on in the other room. Right? It's like there's nowhere to escape. Right? It's like everybody wants to go to the party, but and nobody wants the party to stop, but the longer it goes on, it's just insanity. And of course, this is a huge point in Taoism, right? Good times can't last forever. The party gets stranger the longer it lasts, says Shengzu. Everything is like this. What starts out clean usually ends up dirty. What starts out simple inevitably turns unstoppable, unsupportable. Words are like wind and waves. Actions fulfill or disappoint them. Wind and waves are easily moved, and fulfillment and disappointment easily lead to danger. Rage has no other source but clever words and one-sided language. As the hunt draws to a close, the dying animal doesn't choose its sounds, but snorts its breath furiously, breeding a similar madness in the minds of its hunters, pushing hard toward the conclusion. Makes people vicious without their knowing it. And if they know it, who knows how it will end? So the model sayings have it: don't change your orders, don't strive for completion. Anything over the line is too much. Changing your orders and striving for completion are dangerous business. A fine completion takes a long time. A bad one cannot be changed. Can you afford not to be careful? Harness things so your heart can wander. Nourish your middle by accepting what cannot be avoided. That's perfection. What is there for you to do in return? Nothing is as good as fulfilling your destiny. That's as hard as it gets. And Confucius gives an example of somebody who lives within his means, lodges in the usual, doesn't make a crazy display to try to complete himself and try to chase down the meaning of life. Either engage in loving life or hating life and all these frivolities. He simply does his task and retires. Splay limbs. And of course, his limbs are all fucked up. Right? His body's all fucking deformed. Right? He's got no reason to live. Splay limbs. Shu chin is sunk in his belly. His shoulders are above his head, pinched together so they point at the sky. His 5 organs are on top. His thighs tight against his ribs. Plying a needle and taking in laundry, he makes enough to fill his mouth. Winnowing leftover grain, he gets enough to feed 10 people. When the people in charge are calling out troops, Splay Limbs wanders among them, waving goodbye. When they are press ganging workers, he is exempted as a chronic invalid. When they dole out grain to the sick, he gets 3 measures and 10 bundles of firewood. With splayed limbs, he is still able to keep himself alive and to live out the years heaven gave him. What if he had splayed virtue? Right, so what's the point? Right, stupidity is honesty. Right, lameness is strength. Right, to lodge in the usual. Right, what is splayed virtue? Okay, it's remaining without responsibility, but refining one's tasks, constantly refining one's tasks. Knowing one's place, fulfilling one's purpose. Knowing one's duty. Not trying to accumulate tasks and knowledge and try to make a display of oneself. Try to chase honor and fame. Splayed limbs doesn't do any of these things. Yet he's happy. He's all fucked up. His body's all fucked up. But he's satisfied. That's it, folks. Yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys. Went a little overboard here. Precisely 38 minutes over. But we also had to freak. I gave a little presentation, so little extra stuff for you guys. Blessings. So don't know if our friend is still there, Avian.
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, that was a good reading.
Yeah, thank you, my friend. Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. Splayed virtue. And of course, using Confucius, right? He's a guy who's like talking about, being in society, doing your tasks, not trying to live beyond one's means, and
Yeah,
it's beautiful stuff.
The Taoist stuff of non-doing is very beautiful. Yeah, non-doing.
Oh yeah. Fasting of the mind. Lodge in the usual. Yeah, I got this Sufi book. He says loneliness in the crowd. It's interesting. It's like Kierkegaard talks about that too. He's like, after you make the movement of faith, you got to return, live a normal life. It's not like the knight of love, right? The knight of love can go resign himself and say he's never going to get his thing, and he could be the tragic hero, right? But the knight of faith, he can't be a tragic hero, right? He's got to return to the world, live a normal life, even though he didn't get what he wants, right? The knight of faith is superior to the knight of love.
Well, I think, we just gotta do our best, but I feel like it's kind of hard not to be a knight of love. You know what I mean? Like for me, at least.
Right.
Because yeah, even though that it's kind of romanticist, still, yeah, it's kind of romanticist. Yeah, because when we get down to it, it's kind of hard not to be romanticist about the past, especially as we deal with new kinds of problems. But I think ultimately we just gotta do our best and not take things too personally. Don't take things too personally. Some people take things too personally, and it's not good to get, enraptured too much. You know what I mean? It's good to maintain a calm centeredness.
Yeah, that's very true. And yeah, beautifully said, my friend. And yeah, anything else you want to say to these people before we get out of here tonight?
Tomorrow I might start a stream around 4 o'clock. Maybe some people might want to come or something.
Awesome.
I'll record some videos for the stream.
Yeah, do you have a link posted for that?
I'll post the link around 4 o'clock or 3:30.
Okay, nice. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I'll start kind of don't. Yeah, the stream will be good. Yeah, so people can come. Yeah, and they can talk about whatever. So I hope you have a good night.
Yeah, blessings, my brother. Yeah.
Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. yeah, we'll be playing some of Buddha's stream here in a minute. You know, here his channel Lotus Evolution. Right. So yeah, cool things coming up for Buddha. Right. Obviously, we got a couple people out here. Right. Trad Culture Preservation Society. Right. Let me show you his channel. Traditional Culture Preservation. Okay. We got Twilight Son of Lilith. Right. Okay, Twilight Son of Lilith has tons of material. Yeah, here's our boy, Traditional Culture Preservation Society. Let me drop his channel in the chat here. Right. TCPS. Right, and of course, yeah, of course, Twilight Son of Lilith. Right, we'll be playing some of his stream, right? Twilight Son of Lilith, right? Okay. Here's our buddy here, Twilight Son of Lilith, right? Twilight Son Animism. Right, and we got our friend Unseen Warfare. Right, Unseen Warfare. A lot of history about the church. Okay, mix of philosophy and theology. Unseen Warfare, right? Right, go definitely go check him out, right? It's a little bit harder to find Unseen Warfare's channel. You gotta like scroll down. Right, but it's this little thing here, and it's hard to click on his channel too because there's like a little period at the end of his name. Right, if you miss it, then his page doesn't come up. Right, so we got Unseen Warfare. Right, so there's no reason to like really be bored. Right, with all these guys. Right, and their different channels. Right, bunch of different stuff. Right, that they got. I'm going to play some music for you guys. Right, Unseen Warfare's got tons of scholarly presentations on his channel. Right, but I'm going to play some music for you guys. Okay. Starting with our friend Reddington. Right, our friend Reddington's got mixes on SoundCloud. Right, if you guys haven't heard Reddington's mixes on SoundCloud, they're pretty incredible. Right, let me play one of his mixes right now. Right, from his first mix here, if I could find it.
And after a couple of sessions, you see how the people accept it. You felt that, you know, you was on a good track.
make you do the next day like ASOS. Do me what you were gonna do? Wipe that bullshit off your lip with a J-cloth. Be cooking it up like bake-off. Smoking the food, I can tell by your weight loss. Get some soul when I skin you crackhead, or blow man out to Barbados. My man's man, them got man brainwashed. Man thinks he's some A-list like Kate Moss. Got man go around thinking he's famous. Let back in his Diatulenos. Put all the checks in one basket. Gamble his life like Vegas. Too busy thinking he's bad, he forgot he's a dad. Forget the kids, more interested in his status. Surrounded with a crew full of haters. Shit is the final, the man are like not one of them certified rangers. Still you go on like you're bad and you're dangerous. You ain't a bad man, you ain't a madman. You pay cash that don't count as favors. Standard cheese is standard cheese. Don't package it up and sell it off like flavors. Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's a presto boy, oh yeah. Give me the mic, I get the rewind one time. And the crowd make noise. Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's a presto boy, oh yeah. Give me the mic, I get the rewind one time. And the crowd make noise. Slash. 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 It's a Bristol boy, oh yeah. Slash. 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 It's a Bristol boy, oh yeah. Yo, give me the mic coming in. Monkey gonna ride the rhythm. I got haters out there, they're hating me now. Cause the man are all wet, so I left them swimming. And they see I'm nice, I'm winning. Finally liking this life, I've been giving my feet just went up like the price. I living is exceedingly good like a slice of Kipling. Acting like I owe them something. I don't owe man a dime or a shilling. Give me a drink of what my man sipping. Your sister's fit, I'm like nice and sipping. Cause they don't wanna see me glisten. Pissed off cause I caught man slipping. I pulled man out, man run out of business. Losing with the bitch watching loose women. Take this to the underground. Them I don't know when the man come around. Ring them alarm to the siren sound. The NEMC. Take this to the underground. Trying to see me, them animal drown. Ring them alarm to the siren sound. Slowly unkeys in town. Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's a Bristol boy, oh yeah. Give me the mic, I get the rewind one time in the crowd. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. It's a Bristol boy, oh yeah. Give me the mic, I get the rewind one time in the crowd. Oh yeah. It's a Bristol boy, oh yeah.
Feels so good.
Yes. Listen up. Chronicle, God, King of the Mandem.
Yeah, man, well, it's time again for some murking. I'ma just pity your clan. Dot on the rhythm, I'm a danger, man. When I'm done, you will need a brain scan. No fussing about them, a Doberman. Bite you off like a dog, man. Lyrical knife from a slaughter, man. No man stop me, not even Superman. Slew them, I'ma break them. Slew any man, I wanna be a fake man. Slew them, boy, I'm a hot man. Any man stepping to me, will I murk them. Hurt them all over again. Stop bitching and crying, my friend. In this game, you pull up the short end. That's what you get when you fake and pretend. Yeah, man. All of that, trust me.
Yeah, crazy stuff. You know, from Reddington. You know, we got the mixers out here. Blessings to Reddington. Obviously, honorary co-hosts. And yeah, we got a bunch of people out here. You know, we're gonna put you guys up on, you know, a bunch of different of the homies here, you mean, that we got lined up, you know. We got them all lined up for you guys, right? So we'll play that for you guys, right? And yeah, it's special. Right? And we don't usually do it, right? But we'll do it today. Here's some more music for you guys. And yeah. Yeah, blessings. And of course, a lot of times Thursday or Friday, we do like a music stream, right? We're reading a bunch of stuff on the alternate channel, right? Let me try to see if I could get the link for the alternative channel. I put it out here somewhere for you guys. You know, way at the beginning of the stream. Let me go all the way to the beginning of the stream. The chat, I mean, scroll up to the top here. Yeah, we got special PSA against transhumanism. Huh, I didn't put the channel here. Right, so yeah, let me get the link for the alternative channel for you guys. Right. Okay, and we'll get that up for you guys. Okay, alt channel. Right. So yeah, we'll get the alt channel link for you guys in a second here. Blessings. But yeah, enjoy this music.
Tayshawn. I move in the area for respect. Tayshawn Dorset, draft pick by Seton Hall. Escape convict, out of Marquette. Sonic, I'm Stet. First man to fly to the moon on a private jet. Rocket ship express. Exhaust pipes burn the hair off your chest. Brim over my head, cocked to the side like El Ness. Chicago Chronicle move with El Best. With JC and Will, I'm bound to get ill. Hit the P-Day parade, my daily brigade. Cooler than that glass nigga dressed up like a char Kool-Aid. I'm too fade, I'm cutting your fame down to miniature size with 2 blades. I'm not out for fun, we don't have time to stargaze. Me and Ollie light up the street like Dr. Sparky. Girls hang on the jockey, it's all say la B, what say la C. 2 minutes to go.
It's an international connection. We making hip-hop perfection. It's ultra mag and junkadelic, dog. We about to teach the whole world a lesson about how to rap, how to make beats, how to walk, and how to even speak. And if you learn your lesson right, you be at the top of this game. You get all the shine you want, you get fame. Oh yeah, son, I guess it's time for Zed to go. So let me hear this track. Oh yeah, dog, I like that flow. So I'm about to bless you with 16, just like a pro. You know how I gets down, I keeps it real simple. The swag is incredible. Son, I always smash my foes. Son, I'm always smashing hoes. Son, I'm always collecting dope. So if you see me up in Harlem, yeah, don't even think about it. What? Cause me and my faction squad, son, we bout it. We take care of our business. Beef, we don't forget about it. We squash your whole team, your whole squad get routed. It's like that in my hood, dog, don't even doubt it. It's an international connection. We making hip-hop perfection. It's ultra mag and junkadelic, dog. We about to teach the whole world a lesson about how to rap, how to make beats, how to walk, and how to even speak. And if you learn your lesson right, you be at the top of this game. You get all the shine you want, you get fame.
Junkadelic.
I smoke Newports, don't fuck with Marlboros. I'm trying to be in the streets, see the Marlboro. You don't understand, you gotta live with the borough. Stand still, nigga wanna act like he thorough. Mrs. Vertebrae when I spray 10 times and bucking. Niggas asking questions like they still ducking. The bucket's filled with brains and cranium crack. Never did give a fuck if the stadium cracked. I understand it's how you feel whenever you get jacked, but we still on the track. Ultra magnetic, niggas is asking questions, but I'm just so pragmatic, mathematic. Sometimes I gotta come back on the beat with 2 times 5 divided by pi. You see, it's like this inside of your eyes, you open. Niggas talk shit, but the beam still open.
It's an international connection. We making hip-hop perfection. This ultra mag and junkadelic, dog. We about to teach the whole world a lesson about how to rap, how to make beats, how to walk, and how to even speak. And if you learn your lesson right, you be at the top of this game. You get all the shine you want, you get fame. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Junkadelic. Junkadelic.
It's a new world order.
It's a new
dance of the marionettes. Plié pirouettes, Swan Lake arabesques. Trickle down, smile straight, the position of kowtow. Kiss the paper ring, hardly lift an eyebrow. Invisible leash, fourth estate, fifth column. Dark nights and night that cast storm shadows. It's such a green I passes for my illustrious scholar. Before the overworship, the famer of the pharaoh. Test for royal war speed, dashing young Castro. Out of ground, probably doesn't rock Tabasco. Hot enough to make a flame, blow out Charasso. Babylon fire burns into the maximum. Yellow pathogen, predict three-letter acronym. Triangulate DMPs with an axiom. Neural transmitter, frequency perception management. Target acquisition, target rich environment. American Nazi, prima facie corporate parasite. Never knew a war, but they didn't like a conga. No disposition, levitate, repeat the mantra. Breeze, far plus, violence, desire, vengeance. Global mass universe, dead is flaming nation. Racing neck and neck, sort of photo finishing it. Advanced light body activation. Advanced light body activation. Lower the vibrational field of the planet. Lower the vibration of the people who are programming. Bypass specifically like body activation. Solar animal soccer integrated healing. In a Messiah stargate to the doorway, awakening. Domination 1.68 man orientation. Up in the horizon, time and space environment. The living embodiment of the Sphinx monument. Circle square, hyperdimensional wheel is equal. Floating in ascendancy, graviton vehicle. Left and right ventricle, pump divine material. Living solar system self, seven sun equal. Carbon particle, hydrogen animated being. Spit that trismegistus to win a Fibonacci sequence. Advanced light body activation. Advanced body activation. Self-organized metaphysic cosmology. Light synthesizer melanated technology.
This is Avian Buddha, and I'm going to be talking about what this channel is about. And one of the questions that inspired this channel is, can Buddhas, among other species, eventually emerge? And so I got some passages from the Lotus Sutra to, bless some people, give the good vibes. You will be a Buddha, you are a future Buddha. And these other quotes, I will not read them because of time, but yes. So one of the goals of this channel is to unite Guanan's traditionalism with spiritual evolution, a more spiritual take on evolution. Basically, from a profane standpoint, contingent facts are treated as if they stood alone, detached from the supra-rational unity that grounds them. In the traditional view, however, sciences and social forms must be subordinated to the timeless principle of unity, the summit of the hierarchy, from which temporal multiplicity, matter division, quantification, individuation precedes and derives meaning. Within manifestation, being, becoming is real but impermanent. Beyond being, the unmanifest or unconditioned, there is no becoming. Therefore, evolutionary forms are only conventionally real relative to the one. So one theme of this channel is to argue that various lineages of species unwelten can be biased towards reaching the capacity for awakening to the unmanifest, which can be termed original face, suchness, dharmakaya, etc. So that was Guanan, but I personally lean more towards Mahayana Buddhism, but people of other traditions are welcome, or people of all different beliefs or traditions or mysticism or ripple. So basically, I believe all sentient beings possess Buddha nature. Buddha nature is universal and ungraded, while realms and cognitive cultural capacities vary the likelihood of awakening. With shared karmic decline in one population, others could contingently surpass it in Dharma-conducive civilization. My claim: if any sapient non-human were to experience enlightenment, that is the original faith, it would be identical to the experience of enlightenment of a conventional human. For one's original faith is without form, unborn, without beginning and end, and unconditioned. It is akin to non-abiding awareness. So another thing that inspired this channel is that I do not believe mind can emerge from non-mind. So there's no ex nihilo mind. Purely mindless matter can't generate first-person experience. That's the unresolved explanatory gap. And two-aspect continuity. On a panpsychist dual-aspect view, a la skrbina, systems don't create minds. They integrate and intensify what is already intrinsic to nature. So the channel theme is, thus Buddha nature is universal. Different species may become better or worse situated to realize it, while industrial techniques can mimic intelligence yet remain spiritually disordered. Brains don't mint consciousness, they tune it. So see, either an idealism, which is like mind is the basis of reality, the foundation, that's what Bernardo Kastrup believed, or a panpsychism is fine. I will make frequent references to mind being more mysterious, ontologically speaking, and during streams on this channel, because I do not think mind can be purely reduced to physical facts due to the explanatory gap. So here's a nice quote about the non-abiding awareness. My right dharmas are only mind. Mind is unobtainable. What is there to seek? If the Buddha nature is seen, there will be no seeing of a nature in anything, neither cultivation nor seated meditation. This is the pure Chan of Tathagata. With sudden enlightenment to Tathagata Chan, the 6 paramitas and myriad means are completed within that essence. I have some nice quotes here. Rujing said, "The sky tips over like a jar, flooding the inner vision." Diamond Sutra, "Mind that abides nowhere must come forth." So, as the Chan tradition says, awakening to the true nature of mind is awakening to one's Buddha nature and achieving Buddhahood. Purpose and slogan of this channel: in the one vehicle, the Teilhard is drawn towards the solar, across vast kalpas and skillful means, until the sun of awakening stands unobscured. Imagining non-human sapiens and high civilizations from corvid cities to octopus polities work as a counterspell to humanism, decentering man as measure and widening our ethical and metaphysical horizons. Sustainability and conservation are virtues of tradition, and the Dharma ties into speculative evolution to a grander philosophy and spirituality. So, also common descent does not contradict the Dharma. A common descent is an important theme to me. It's okay if other people disagree with it, but yeah, I do accept it, even though I am more skeptical of the modern and extended synthesis. So basically, nirvana is unconditioned, unborn, and imperishable, and beyond evolution. It's unconditioned capacity as the emptiness of all dharmas that makes awakening possible. It is the emptiness of all dharmas that makes awakening possible. Evolution samsara is conditioned and subordinated to nirvana. So these are some books. I made this more for myself. Yeah, I also want, maybe we'll explore Sarvastivida, because I do think Sarvastivida may have said something interesting that fell out of popularity. So the main themes of this channel, I just got done talking about the first one, Dharma. The second one is re-evaluating the modern extended synthesis with the third way of evolution, panpsychist idealist approaches, and more. Exploring the unwelcome of other species, how they perceive value and navigate their roles, drawing on both anecdotal natural history accounts and scientific research, ethology, cognitive ecology, and biosemiotics, Explore if there is a trend of increasing contemplative capacity among various species or lineages. Reading art and myth of non-human sapiens and asking whether such beings are evolutionarily conceivable on Earth or elsewhere. Critiquing humanism, the centering of man as measure and meaning across theological and philosophical traditions. Examining technique and industrialization, ellul, skrbina, linkola, and their cost to biodiversity. You don't have to agree with me on everything. If you can still come on stream and talk about your views and share interesting stuff. But these topics should kind of kindle some interest. I mean, at least one of them should kindle some interest in talking about things. So, re-evaluating the modern synthesis. The modern synthesis holds that evolution is chiefly change in allele frequencies as natural selection filters heritable variation produced by chance mutations and recombination. It also recognizes genetic drift as a non-adaptive stochastic force that can shift allele frequencies, especially in small populations. Mutations are random with respect to fitness, even if genomes show a non-uniform distribution of mutation rates. So adaptive order arises from selection rather than mutation bias. So I don't think these experiments prove metaphysical blindness. They show by best fit models that mutations happen before selection and are random with respect to fitness, not aimed at current needs. This empirical point is silent on any larger purpose. So basically, there's this guy named TML. I'll talk about him in the end. He influenced me. The way technique works based on ellul is now, there's a lot of biologists claim that, natural selection is the means and the means become the ends. So then they don't think about any potential greater purpose to the evolutionary process. It becomes devitalized. See what I mean? It tends to model organisms mechanistically, downplaying intrinsic agency. That's very important. Downplaying intrinsic agency and reducing behavior to differential reproductive success. Note, both modern synthesis and third way of evolution accept common descent. Okay. Common third way evolution criticisms of modern synthesis. Beyond gene centricism, Dennis Noble. Core plane. Organism level control modulates expression and can rewrite genomes. Genes serve networks. The soma to germline routes sometimes breach the Weismann barrier. Confer to chaperos, natural genetic engineering. Purposive multi-level life. Top-down control shapes genes used and can reorganize genomes. Genes are tools and networks with occasional soma to germline signaling. And that's also related to Schapper's natural genetic engineering. Purposive systems view. Top-down cues regulate genes and sometimes reorganize genomes, reach the germline. Genes are tools within regulatory networks. So basically, Dennis Noble believes in top-down control, and it's not a simple, linear system from bottom to up. There's some level of top-down control. And I will talk about him more in future videos and other thinkers too. Natural genetic engineering, James A. Shapiro. Cells are read-write systems that actively reconfigure genomes using transposable elements, recombination, duplication, and horizontal gene transfer. So variation is modular and regulated, not mere random noise. Selection edits the results. And I've actually talked it to J. Scott Turner. He argues that there could be potentially adaptation before heredity. Present tense goal-directed homeostasis and niche construction generates solutions. Hereditary stores them. Limiting adaptation to the inherited kind creates a tautology and sidelines organismal agency. Tautology at the core. In gene-centric modern synthesis, adaptation equals traits that improve fitness because selection favored them. Selection equals differential success because those traits improve fitness. That's a how without why loop unless you admit that organism's purposive regulation that makes apt function meaningful in the first place. So you can see there's some kind of philosophical issue in the modern synthesis, and this is causing tremendous damage. This is a very important part of my channel, and other people can talk about it too, And that's how the modern and extended synthesis, they kind of are behaving in a totalitarian fashion. They're kind of destroying or like suppressing views that are more critical of them, you know, of their assumptions. You know, metaphysical assumption or presumptions always precede all scientific inquiry, you know, and that kind of shapes how we view things, you know what I'm saying? And so the modern synthesis does treat all organic life like a puppet with an illusion of consciousness or just mere epiphenomenon. You know, that's not very good, but yeah, we'll go into that. Symbiosis as engine. Predrag B, I cannot pronounce his last name. Evolutionary novelty often comes from symbiogenesis, microbiomes, and horizontal gene transfer. Communities or biocivilizations act as cognitive meaning-making agents, not just gene vehicles. I have a lot to say about Predrag. I love his book, Biocivilizations, and I have reviews written for all of this. You know, I will share my Goodreads in the comments, you know, in the description. Yeah, other people can go check out my Goodreads. In short, variation bias, developmental bias, plus niche construction, plus selection. You know, a lot of them seem to be arguing in that direction. More in-depth example. What originates usefulness? In modern synthesis, it's just random mutations, selections discovers it. In Turner's framing, it's homeostatic agency generates it. Selection archives source it. What's central? Genes, organisms as vehicle. See, organisms as vehicle. Turner's framing. Organisms as agents maintaining order. Genes as memory. And yes, there is a lot of overlap with active inference engine and Turner's framing, you know, because active inference engine can be applicable to all organic phenomenon, then that means that even cells can be seen as intelligent, you know, single cells. And yeah, I have a study that shows that. What sets selection pressures? Mostly external environment in modern synthesis. In Turner's framing is niche construction. Organisms co-create their environments. Niche construction can bias mutations, it has been shown. Why is adaptation purposeful? Avoids purpose, risk tautology in modern synthesis. And Turner's framing is teleonomy. Purposefulness in practice is a real biological cause. See, this is, that will make a lot of debates, I'm pretty sure. In some third way evolution books, you know, biocivilizations, read and reviewed. You know, I haven't read Evolution Review from 21st Century yet. I will edit that. Yeah, I don't know why I made that mistake, but I have read all the others. Yeah, okay. Some anti-materialist books. So, you know, like Panpsychism in the West by David Skrbina, Analytic Idealism in a Nutshell by Bernard Kostov. There's a lot. I just put some that are in my library, you know, and yeah, we'll probably talk about Mind and Cosmos, why the materialist neo-Darwinian conception of nature is almost certainly false, by Thomas Nagel. This is a very good book that's relevant to this channel. Okay, so life's evolutionary combinatorial diverse potentials far exceed the number of particles in the universe as they fuse, diverge, and unfold in ways we cannot fathom. So there is a big mystery in evolution. It's not just, you know, interesting quote about Nietzsche. Nietzsche thought Darwin's mechanistic account left out an inner life force, aligning him with Lamarck's vitalism. He treated evolution as driven by will to power, an imminent striving for greater complexity, creativity, and life enhancement, not merely by self-preservation. Natural selection for him explains survival and the quantity of species, but it tends to preserve the mediocre rather than generate the highest type. Thus, he effectively replaced Darwin's adaptive fitness with a goal-directed, internal creative power within organisms. That is a broadly Lamarckian progressive evolution guided from within. And that's a quote from H. James Burks. Okay, and this is the second topic, exploring unwelton of non-humans. So, you see, many people think a lot of organisms are just not smart, but the reality is that many organisms are truly intelligent, you know, especially crows and parrots and, you know, cetaceans. Even crows even have the beginning of technological evolution, believe it or not. And so, you know, we're going to look at both anecdotal and peer-reviewed studies. I think, because the problem with science is that they always want, repeated observation, but nature is dynamic. It's not always, pure regularity. It's based on novelty. So anecdotal experiences can be great. And streams, maybe some people can come and talk about some interesting stuff. So corvids in Paris, vocal learning tools, social memory, cetaceans, echolocation vaults, names, culture, octopuses, distributed control, elephants, mourning, perspective taking, wolves, dogs. Yeah, so basically occult is a species-specific sensory vault shaping behaviors, sociality and culture. So Jacob von Oxkill is a great thinker, and my next video will be about him. And also the stream, the streams I will share the videos on stream, and I can pause it if anyone want to talk about it. But then after the stream, I will upload the video. So Oxkill argued that every organism inhabits a self-enclosed, meaning-suffused world, in which functional cycles leak perception to action and turn things into carriers of meaning. So he also was an anti-Darwinian. He had a very interesting view on evolution. And so here are some sample books in my library about unwelten of various species. I've read the Handbook of Bird Biology, I read several books about birds, I read this dense book about, cetaceans, and I read about octopuses, and there's even more I have to read. For example, this book on the leafcutter ants that I plan to read, and I started reading Elephant Memory, but I need to finish it. Yeah, so the revolutionary genius of plants. It's not just excluded to mammals and birds. It is very well justified or well argued that plants can have an umwelt. So let's go. So here's some interesting information on crows. Crows and ravens learn voices, remember faces for years, pass along warnings, use and even make tools, and solve problems together. Signs of flexible, future-minded intelligence. Crows in New Caledonia already reusing, improving, and leaving behind blueprints to make complex tools. And here's the source. Yeah, that's true. Basically, they can leave blueprints on the leaves, and then they improve on the tool based on the blueprints on the leaf. So here's a quote from The Bird Away by Jennifer Ackerman, page 326. On the drive back to Lund from his farm in Sweden, Matthias Oswald offered some perspective from his work with birds, only partly tongue-in-cheek. Corvids, he believes, are at the brink of a cognitive breakthrough. They have been around for millions of years. We humans have existed as a species for at most a few 100,000 years. In geological terms, a flash in the pan, statistically insignificant. But in the short time of our existence, crows, ravens, and other corvids have learned to use us as a source of food and shelter. If our species disappears and corvids lose this resource, there may be selective pressure among them to boost cognition, says Oswald. Their brains could double or triple in size, and with their super efficient signaling and tight packing of neurons, they might become the next big thinker, dominant among animals. It could happen very quickly, he said. We dig up dinosaurs to try to figure out what happened to them. Perhaps someday dinosaurs in the form of corvids will dig us up to figure out what happened to us. He hopes they won't repeat our mistake. So, and here's another quote. This is from The Language of Birds by Michael Westerfield. It's anecdotal from Mary Beth Wiseman. Early spring 2001, a woodland hillside beside my home in a pine grove with an open area in the center. Crows commonly visit the woods around my home and occasionally nest in the pine trees, but this time was different. Several groups of crows congregated in the pine trees around the open area over the course of the morning, until maybe 50 birds were present. They were chattering noisily until one crow took center stage and made a single loud call. All of the crows quieted down at once, and the lead crow started making sounds that sounded like speech to me, nothing like any sounds I've ever heard crows make. It went on for several minutes, and when she stopped, another crow took center stage and gave a shorter speech. This happened until maybe 5 or 6 other birds spoke. Occasionally, birds in the audience seemed to respond with vocalizations to the birds that were speaking. Again, these sounds were not just chatter, or more like real speech patterns. I never heard of this sort of behavior with crows. It was fascinating and I felt goosebumps while it was happening. After the speaking was over, birds left the meeting in what seemed to be an orderly procedure. So, the crows have been seen to hold funerals, and she's talking about how they had basically a conference, the communication of ideas, and it's very fascinating stuff. And do not allow robots to take over. I would prefer crows to inherit this earth rather than robots. And the Afropocene, as biodigital convergence and organoid intelligence accelerate toward a messianic horizon, the very possibility that crows or other sentient lineages might meet the Dharma could be cut short. Do robots have Buddha nature? I will explore this on the channel. For now, I don't believe they do. I do not believe robots have Buddha nature. It's okay if people do believe that, you can still comment, but, I'm not going to budge on that, but people are free to have differences in their view. In Mahayana, Buddhas are unsurpassed among beings. If all sentient beings bear Buddha nature, whether future sapient lineages can realize Buddhahood is a life question. Okay. So myths and folklore. Therianthropes, human-animal hybrids or shapeshifters, theriomorphic, having an animal form, for example, animal form gods. It invites a more esoteric, profound, and non-anthropocentric imagination about possible evolutionary paths and forms of sapience beyond mankind. It's very hard to predict what life will look like 5 to 10 million years from now. You have Sobek, you have Bastet, and I believe that is Anubis, and this is the Lion Man. I think it was found in Germany or Western Europe. It's one of the oldest sculptures in all of human history, the Lion Man. And then this is an interesting art piece on the Nagas, and then this is a Garuda and Ganesha, and the double-headed eagle, I believe, has Zagros origin or Zagrosian, BMAC origin, and then I believe this is, basically, that's useful. Okay, but that's too anthropomizing. Note, denying the animal-like traits in ourselves or refusing to see the shared similarities we have with other organic life constitutes anthropodenial. Anthropodenial, a term coined by primatologist Franz de Waal, refers to the a priori rejection of shared characteristics between humans and other animals. It's essentially the opposite of anthropomorphism, which is the attribution of human traits to animals. Anthropodenial manifests as a reluctance to acknowledge the human-like qualities, emotions, and cognitive abilities found in animals or the animalistic aspects of human behavior. So this is not a problem for Buddhists to acknowledge the common nature shared between man and beast, you see, but I think before industrialization, human beings were more special in the capacity towards awakening to their true one nature, and what's happened with industrialization, as industrial complexity increases, is it serves more as clouds of delusions to one's true nature. So art and myths, therianthropes and theriomorphs. Case study games of sapient non-humans read their unwealth in the mechanics of world building, ethics in play, personhood, community, and anti-industrial cues. Survey theriomorphic art and myth. Garuda, Naga, Kitsune decode motifs as cognition, ecology, and showcase new speculative pieces. Japan has a lot of interesting, stuff. Like I think kimonos. Actually, we can talk about that a lot too. Actually, and so here are some of my favorite games with non-human main characters. You can see Kelowna, you can see Sly, you can see Solo Torobo, that's Red from Solo Torobo, and the main character from Nine Souls. Nine Souls is right there. I forgot the main character's name from Nine Souls. Banjo-Kazooie, Chozo. I forgot, this game was very good too. Umbra Claw, but I forgot the name of it. There's a lot to talk about because there are so many games with non-human sapiens, and I love Black Myth Wukong. It has incredible art direction. It has a great story. Hollow Knight is great. So basically this can allow one to envision possibilities of a future where mankind is not the center anymore. See what I'm trying to say? Yeah, and yeah, another crab's treasure is masterful also. That one can be a bit sad in some parts, but it's very good. Yeah, and so the Solo Turobo probably has the best world building. I wish there were more games like that. But yeah. Okay, so more importantly, Tomorrow the Birds is probably one of my favorites. It's by Tezuka. It was influenced by Planet of the Apes. And, we have Blame. Blame is very disturbed. That's Silicon Life. And let me see here. This is just artwork that decenters mankind. Planet of the Apes and, Parasites definitely. Mushishi, Princess Mononoke, and Mao Mao, and this one, I forgot what that one was called. That one was like, yeah, that one's good too. I have all of the volumes, but the name presently escapes me. Because, when I read a lot, and, sometimes I forget some stuff I knew previously, I've been feeling like I'm forgetting a lot more, but I remember a lot more. You see what I mean? It's kind of hard to retain so much information. And this is Children of the Sea. Shall I like? Yeah, let's continue. We'll also frequently share AI-generated artwork. So yeah, you can see here, this is meant to convey, symbolically that, enlightenment is not reducible to mankind. You see what I mean? You have a crow achieving enlightenment, kind of elephant, octopus, parrot, a gorilla, dolphin, a rat, or mice, mouse, eagle, and this one I just added as a joke. But that one is meant to represent the possibility of some other life on some other planet that might achieve enlightenment. So like counterfactuals. Imagining these counterfactuals can open the door to more enriching perspective on life. And yeah, this is another AI generated. Here's that one. I like that one. And yeah, here you go. See it? So you can see, maybe millions of years, something like this might emerge. I mean, it's impossible to know, but we can, kind of, explore these ideas. Is evolution biased towards greater order? So Eric Chason is a astrophysicist, and he created this universal complexity matrix. So, free energy rate density phi is a measure of energy flux per unit mass that correlates directly with a system's structural complexity. Phi unifies stars, planets, life, and technology into one quantitative scale. So yeah, you can read the rest, like pause the video and read the rest, but the point is that, you can see that the sun is not as structurally complex as a plant or animal, even society. I mean, you can tell based on the energy rate density, all order systems, sustain themselves by importing free energy and exporting entropy. That does not violate the second law of thermodynamics. The point is that accelerating expansion in the universe creates thermodynamic gradients that drive hierarchical self-organization. So these, see, so organizational complexity, is different from just pure energy, the pure energy, so the planets do have more, energy rate density, and this is the big thing in astrophysics. So yeah, so we can see that there could be a non-random trend towards greater order. Why don't proponents of modern and extended synthesis talk about this? So here we go. A YouTube channel I recommend, Casey Art. Yeah, while it works from modern synthesis, extended synthesis framework, I still find his work fascinating. I'm just recommending this channel out of respect. If crows ruled the world, speculative evolution, could elephants be the next intelligent species? So I really like Casey's artwork compared to other artists. So the next fourth thing we'll be focusing on is challenging humanism, challenging man as the measure. Show how human exceptionalism skills knowledge and ethics, licenses industrial domination, and argues for relational more than human values. So as you can see, we're dealing with tremendous environmental issues. You know, we can have a whole channel about that. I mean, I could spend hours talking about all the environmental issues. So you can see there are long-term population trends from the 70s to 2022, where a lot of bird species are, I mean, a lot of birds are like, the populations are decreasing in grassland, shoreboard, and the data is from State of the Birds report. So you can see that's happening. I actually think it's worse than this. You know, one thing I noticed, and Pinti talks about it too, is that the so-called experts or conservationists, they always act like things are better than they are. So I am conspiratorial, but in a very anti-humanist fashion, you know, and that will make a lot of people feel awkward. I think the human species has genuinely failed. You know, I'm not saying that out of saltiness or bitterness, but it's just something I honestly know to be true. So let's continue on, and we'll talk about that. Industrialization has been a failure if it is using man to evolve, and no one is in full control. It also creates the very complications it claims it can solve. And, you know, I got this from Metaphysics of Technology by Dr. David Skrbina. His work has greatly influenced me, but I do have some areas of contention with him, but I do respect him greatly. So, you know, basically, let's look at it. You know, the entire industrial system has pretty much a will, we can say, most likely. You know, maybe it's going to culminate in something like Shodan or some crazy AI. And it creates the very complications it claims it can solve. For example, freshwater scarcity, that's probably going to destroy Iran, overpopulation, soil erosion from intensive agriculture, biodiversity loss and Anthropocene, loss of human autonomy, privacy and freedom, pollutants and non-biodegradable waste, factory farming, deterioration of human health from microplastics and pesticides, weapons of mass destruction, nuclear accidents like Chernobyl and Fukushima, increasing automation leading to life becoming more disposable, and blah, blah, blah. What unforeseen complications can arise in the future? Take away, reduce industrial complexity to 1200 or 1400 AD level, and what happens? All these problems go away. See what I mean? These problems wouldn't have existed if technological complexity did not grow to this level. You see what I'm saying? So I agree with Skrbina to scale back technology to 1200, 1400 AD. And, you know, there's a lot more that can be said about this, you know, yeah. So, but let's continue on, you know. Dharma ending age. Has man failed the Dharma? Like an all-devouring conflagration, Targus scours the earth, and the place that has fallen to its flames will flourish nevermore, so long as man still survives. The animal and plant species cannot renew themselves. Man's innate warmth of heart has gone. The inner springs that once nourished the flourishing songs and sacred festivals are blocked, and there remains only wretched and cold working day and the hollow show of noisy entertainment. There can be no doubt. We are living in the era of the downfall of the soul. Ludwig Klages. So perhaps it's time to pass on the torch of awakening. You know, this is post-humanism. I'm a post-humanist. You know, that's ultimately what I've concluded. But I am not pro-industrialist. I do not want to pass on the torch of awakening to robots. And I'll die on a hill to prevent that, basically. You know. So yeah, that's the thing. We should pass on the torch of awakening to non-human organic life. You know, there's still mysteries in evolution. We haven't figured it out completely. You know, I have issues with people like Dave Farina. You see what I mean? They act like we figured out life. You know, you have to refrain from cursing. Old growth forest. About 90% of old growth forests that existed in the contiguous United States in the 1600s have been cleared. Only about a tenth remain today. So there you go. You can see the area of virgin forest is just declining tremendously. And now this is a global phenomenon. You know, I went to Costa Rica and the same thing is happening. You know, the issue is with, you know, the expansion of what Klages calls Geist, or what Friedrich Junger calls the technical organization, what Jacques Ellul calls technique, the dominance of technique. You know, where means become the ends and efficiency and productivity become, you know, the whole goal of this endless, ravenous, you know, system. You know, technology is not neutral. You see what I'm saying? And so yeah, that brings me to this. You know, as industrial complexity grows, biodiversity, communal integrity, and human autonomy decline. An adverse relationship that is a metaphysical principle. Even the ancient Greeks understood this, recognizing that the technical artisan ranks below the poet and philosopher, as he ultimately becomes enslaved by his own creation. Organization-dependent technology has its own telos, its own will, and it evolves at the cost of ecological balance, communal bonds, and human autonomy. One viable solution is reducing technological complexity to pre-12th century levels. So yeah, I read a lot of books, but I have more to read. So let me see here. Yeah, reading Technological Society right now by Jacques Ellul. I read, Evola, Groenen, Cloggis, a bit of all of them. Kaczynski is great. Skrbina. Frederick Younger. Probably this is my favorite one because it kind of makes you feel, yeah. And then Spengler is interesting too. A channel I recommend, The Machine Lies. He has good analysis and discussions on the anti-industrial philosophies of Jacques Ellul, David Skrbina, and many others. On his YouTube channel, TML explores how a self-propelling techno-liberal system desacralizes nature, reduces people to data, and massifies, atomizes culture, arguing for re-anchoring spirituality, symbol, and ethical responsibility to restore the human. So his channel is very good, and I highly recommend it. It covers a lot of different thinkers. And let me think here. I think that's it. I will stream. I'll read books on previously discussed topics. Tentative schedule is Saturdays 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Yeah, that's tentative right now, but basically I'll stream. I'm gonna record the videos in advance. Like my one for Oxkill, I will record that one. And yeah, let me think. Yeah, and then I can like pause it if anyone want to make comments over. And Bodhisattva, vow, beings are numberless, I vow to save them. This idea of the interrelated topics I'm focusing on. The people of all kinds, and then I can like pause it. Beings are numberless, I vow to save them. And Bodhisattva, vow, beings are numberless, I vow to save them. Desires are inexhaustible, I vow to end them. Dharmas are boundless, I vow to master them. The Buddha way is unsurpassable, I vow to attain. So that was basically, the introduction to this channel. You kind of get an idea of the interrelated topics I'm focusing on. The people of all differing backgrounds are welcome, as long as you're polite, because a lot of these topics are going to, create a lot of tensions and arguments. That's fine, but as long as you're polite, on my stream, I will tolerate any views so long as you remain calm and level-headed. That's it.
Omni. Sinful life, go to hell on an invite. My knife slice, red pinstripes across windpipes. Fine line between fear and love, leaving thugs pierced by the slug. Your body cries tears of blood, stitching the limbs while I'm pulling on the L stems. Allah's glow burns your skin like hell's wind. Sin, iron pins flying through your eyelids. You'll be a blind motherfucker looking for revenge. Niggas too deaf to hear the sirens. We dressed in gear for rioting. Come test me, I'm firing. Leave your mug crack, you tough black. Bullets need blood, and you the only donor that match. Latch your gate for the guard snatching your plate with twin barrels staring at you like an infinite eight, reciting the vows of hate. Honor and respect this wild and reckless. I'm blessing you with your death wish.
Put the static up another notch. Indeed, no doubt. Open up the world, people. Let me get in. Yes,
Hey, yo, Dexter Manley, pull sketch wet your family. Overstand the underhanded ways of my can't be. Sean Price the general, so generally speaking, I put 10 in your body, your friends be leaking. Never chill on the weekend, the sun don't chill. Gotta spray on the Saturday, cause I'm from the Ville. Got no time for petty lines, rapping your stupid shit. You can get a fist in your face for fucking with the pugilist. Sean ain't new to this, rapping a while now. Happy drug dealer sell crack with a smile now. Karate chop krills, Johnny Knoxville. Get high from my own supply, that's not real. Your arms too short to box with the guard. Your weed whack, don't smoke pot with the guard. Listen, Sean Price is the prophet, the prophets, the best nation is donation. Elijah Muhammad. What?
This should be played at high volume, preferably in a residential area.
Shit is real, 4 bill, 4 mil, trying to civilize devilish man from Israel. That's my job as the father and God. overcoming obstacles with impossible odds. Paradise lost, caveman kidnapped the stars and trying to move us back to Mars. Blind of our actual cause, but even the closed eye can still see black as our law. I made the first laws on this worthless ball. If I ever left the earth, then the birds would fall. I'm the God, I'm moved by the will of Allah. I'm protected from the rain by a ceiling of straw. Reading pages telepathically, my watch operates with dead batteries to wake inside my own head. Baffles me. Gumar Azdabar's masterpiece, black as my sheet. He who feeds not having to eat.
Rated X, smack you off the stage when I'm vexed. No sweat, I crack a cold cake of X. Guess who's back? The jack of all trade is next. The rap cuisine, I crack a raw egg and flex. I cave in your chest, this one came from the jets. Yeah, the cause and effect make innocent blood pour. The streets is like the rap game, a deadly tug of war. War, 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 war.
Rain fire when rough, let the heat pour. Niggas like rough, fuck you rhyming to the street for. Listen, life is like a motherfucking seesaw. 1 minute you hot, the next your west rock, none of your biz. Fuck around and run in your crib. White like he ain't here, throw some in your whiz. Niggas running up on me to the Trey Pound click. Talking about rough, let's battle on some 8 Mile shit. I'm like, nigga, my name ain't B Rabbit, it's Sean Price, big ruckus, and busting these ratchets. Call me gay fashion with fucking up these faggots. That niggas ain't nothing, stop frontin', stay passive, yo. Pass the Dutch on the left hand side. Sean gone to November store, walk left, ride, ride, ride.
You have been warned.
Okay. Once Even Warfare, I'm back, and I did a show this morning, you know, just like I woke up this morning and did something on apocalyptic visions. And I was like, alright, from this point on, I'm going to start setting a time and doing what I'm doing on those time periods. So I'm going to try to make that happen from here on out. This little reading's going to be from the Book of the End. So let's see. Alright, so the book of the end is a book by Vladimir Moss. And this is kind of like a continuation of Apocalyptic Visions of what I did this morning, which was like a couple of documents he put out on the apocalypse. By the end of the video, or I could probably do it now. I don't know if it's... Alright, what I'll do is I'll upload this book, and I'm not going to do it now, but after the video I'm going to upload this book to the cafe, and then I'll have a link pinned in the comments, so if anybody wants to read. So, we got a quote from St. Columba of Iona, the apostle of Scotland, 592. He says, "Hearken, hearken to what will happen in the later days of the world. There will be great wars. Unjust laws will be enacted. The church will be despoiled of her property. People will read and write a great deal, but charity and humility will be laughed to scorn, and the common people will believe in false ideas." That was from 597. He said that people will read and write a great deal. 597 people probably didn't read and write really at all. Not the common man. It was before the printing press, To read something, you would probably need somebody trained in the school of the philosophers or something, So here's an old English prophecy. It says, "When pictures look alive with movements free, when ships like fish swim beneath the sea, when men outstrip birds can soar the sky, then half the world deep drenched in blood shall die." That's an old English prophecy. And here's a quote from St. Cyril of Jerusalem. He says, "So be warned, my friend, I have given you the signs of Antichrist. Do not merely store them in your memory. Pass them on to everyone without stint. If you have a child after the flesh, teach them to him forthwith. If you become a godparent, forewarn your godchildren. Least he should take the false Christ for true, for the mystery of lawlessness does already work." And the last quote is from Hieromartyr Nikon of Optina, from 1931. He says, "As is written in the Gospel, nobody knows the time of the coming of the Antichrist, but there are already signs that he will come soon, seeing the persecution against the faith, and the striving to destroy it, and also much else. We must think that this time is approaching, but still, it is impossible to say anything exactly." Okay, so we're going to move on to the prologue here. What's up, my friend? What's up? Okay, so we're going to move on to the prologue, and it says, "Close the words and seal the book to the time of the end, until many are taught and knowledge is increased." That's Daniel 12:4. The apocalypse has many mysteries, has as many mysteries as words. Blessed Jerome, Epistle 53. The book of Revelation, the apocalypse of St. John the Theologian, has remained a sealed book until the beginning of our most apocalyptic epochs. Its glorious and terrifying images have impressed themselves on the minds of generations of Christians, and its triumphant hope of the ultimate victory of good over evil have comforted the hearts of many fighters for the truth. Alone, however, among the books of the New Testament, it has no generally accepted interpretation, no exegetical consensus of the Fathers. In fact, it is the only part of the New Testament that is not read publicly at some time in the liturgical year of the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. It is sealed in the sense that it's not read in church, and also in the sense that its meaning remains shrouded in mystery, the study of the book. And yet the book itself beckons us, encourages us to penetrate the mysteries. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand. That's Revelation 1 and 3. And again, behold, I come quickly. Blessed is he that keepeth the sayings of the prophecy of this book. Seal not the sayings of the prophecy of this book, for the time is at hand. It's Revelations 22 and 7 and 10. So, shortly before the Russian Revolution, St. Barsanuphius of Optina wrote, quote, in the Apocalypse it is said, blessed is he that readeth words of this book. If this is written, it means that it really is so. For the words of the sacred scripture are as the words of the Holy Spirit. But in what does this blessedness consist? The more so, and the people may object that we do not understand anything of what is written. Perhaps it consists in the consolation to be gained from reading the divine words. One can only think as follows: that which is not understood by us now will become understandable when the time described comes to pass. Judge for yourselves. Who reads the Apocalypse now? Almost exclusively those who live in monasteries and theological academies and seminaries. They have to, but in the world hardly anyone reads it. Hence it is clear that he who will read the Apocalypse before the end of the world will be truly blessed, for he will understand what is taking place. In his understanding, he will prepare himself. In reading, he will see in the events described in the Apocalypse one or the other of the events contemporary with him. Again, at the beginning of the revolution of the church, writer Lev Alexandrovich Tikhomorov, see, I talked about this guy earlier today actually, wrote, quote, the general opinion of all interpreters of the Apocalypse is that the events revealed in it are becoming clearer. The closer we come to the time of their realization, at the present time when much of the world, that which was announced then has already been realized, and the world is coming nearer and nearer to the end of its promises. It is, of course, easier than before to catch the consequentiality of events, but this easiness is very relative. The history of the world is revealed in the Apocalypse in a very interwoven and complicated picture. The book presents a series of separate visions which encompass now one and another aspect of the events, sometimes returning into one and the same event, sometimes speaking of an earlier, but about an event that is chronologically later. For some visions, there is no chronology at all, since they do not depict the earthly flow of affairs, but the conditions of things. Many visions do not touch on events here, but the struggle of heavenly and hellish forces. All this is complicated and difficult for the mind that has not been enlightened by the same spiritual vision as the seer himself, that one could completely renounce the hope of penetrating into the mysteries of this greatest of visions. But the Savior himself commanded that we should be attentive to the signs of the times, so as not to be caught unaware of them. And in the Apocalypse it is said, blessed is he that keepeth the sayings of the prophecy of this book. It is impossible to keep without understanding what we are required to keep. Therefore, in spite of all difficulties, we must try and understand everything that now, according to the will of God, may turn out to be accessible to our understanding. Signs of the end. So what's going on? Okay. Alright, so before I start the section on signs of the end, I'm going to grab something to drink. Give some time for people to kind of like get in here. Maybe they won't, maybe they will. I don't know. I think that many antichrists are around us right now in our lifetime. Now, the final antichrist, I don't know. That's a good question. But in the words of Father Seraphim Rose, it's later than we think. So go with that. Okay, so I'll be right back. What? Oh no. Oh. I know what I did. Oh. Music box kind of stuff. Let's see if I can fix this. Fix this once before. That didn't sound good. There it goes. Music box is broken. Anyway, I'll be back in a second. I'm sorry. Here, I'll try to fix it. Well, I knew that was bound to happen, you know. It's just kind of things go. Alright. That's pretty funny, dude. Yo, that thing, it like twisted backwards like really fast. Like, I don't even know. Alright. Okay. It says the sign of the time, the sign of the end. Thus blessed is he that reads the book, not in isolation, but in conjunction with the signs of the times, which the Lord commanded us to discern. With care, ye hypocrites, ye discern the face of the sky, but cannot discern the signs of the times. Matthew 16:3. We must, with God's help, and in humility at least, attempt to discern the signs of the times. This dog is scratching at my door. I don't know why it's doing this. What do you want, man? What do you want? You go outside? Alright, let's go. Every time. Unbelievable. Come on, buddy. That's over there. Okay. Alright. Thus, blessed is he that reads this book, not in isolation, but in conjunction with the signs of the times, which the Lord commanded us to discern with care. Ye hypocrites, ye can discern the face of the sky, but you cannot discern the signs of the times. Matthew 16:3. We must, with God's help, and in all humility, at the least attempt to discern the signs of the times. Comparing them with this, the most significant of the books of our time, for as Metropolitan Philaret of Moscow writes, quote, none of the mysteries of the most secret wisdom of God ought to appear alien or altogether transcendent to us. But in the humility we must apply our spirit to the contemplation of divine things. Moreover, as Archbishop Theophanes of Theophan of Poltava writes, quote, everybody who loves the truth must not only take note of the signs of the times, but also follow those observations to their logical conclusion. And these signs are indeed apocalyptic. Wars and rumors of wars, especially of nuclear and biochemical, Armageddon threatening the extinction of the whole of humanity, famines and pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places, including the inexorably increasing pollution of the planet, the many false prophets, the persecution of the faith, the falling away of many, the increase in iniquity, and especially the cooling of love, even among those who are called Christians. All this must convince the discerning Christian that he is at least at the beginning of sorrows, and that only he that shall endure till the end shall be saved. That's Matthew 24:6-13. Other signs of the end are extraordinary growth of science, the return of the Jays to Israel, the unprecedented apostasy from and the persecution of the Christian faith, the appearance of false Christs and anti-Christian religions is in a bewildering abundance. As St. Seraphim Rose writes in his translation and introduction into Archbishop of Berkeley's commentary, quote, we do seem indeed to be living in the last times of the world's existence, when the prophecies of the apocalypse related to the end of the world are beginning to be fulfilled. The time is surely right, especially in view of the numerous false interpretations of this book, which filled the contemporary era. Okay, so this is kind of cool. So there's a lecture that Father Seraphim Rose gave on that book that was just mentioned, and it's a very rare document. I don't know if I've seen anybody else find it, so I found it. I'm going to read from that quickly, and then I'm going to come back to this book at the end. So it's called The Mysteries of the Book of Revelation. Okay, so the lecture introduction to Father Seraphim's course on the Book of Revelation This was delivered at Platina in 1980 at the summer session of New Valam Theological Academy. This lecture series is an introduction to the course that Father Seraphim included in the book co-authored by him and Archbishop of Berkeley. Titled The Apocalypse and the Teaching of Ancient Christianity. The introduction precedes the book to the present many arguments that are not included in it. Contents: incorrect approach. 2. Revelation of mysteries. 3. Consolation of the suffering church. 4. Dangerous to rely on one's own opinions. And 5. Correct approach. 6. Chronological error in the interpretation of the book of Revelations. And 7. Imminence of the coming of Christ. Alright, so here we start with incorrect approach. Father St. Seraphim says, our time, the 20th century, and especially in its later part, more than any before it, fits the definition of apocalyptic. That is a time when events occur that make the end of the world seem very near. The nature of the intentions of our time is such that even highly rational people talk about the possibility of destroying entire countries, and even of all humanity with weapons as nuclear bombs or due to the production of modern monsters, environmental pollution, chemical and biological experiments, and so on. So we kind of see where Moss got a little bit of what he was writing from was from this text. I'm sure he didn't think anybody would find this thing. This was kind of, I think it, where I got it? It was one of Father Herman's students in Russia. He translated it into Russian, and I had to translate it back into English. That's what it was. But with AI, of course, but whatever. Considering the characteristics of our time, it is not surprising that the book of Revelation is now more popular than ever before. Therefore, at the beginning of this course, I would like to point out how we should approach this book. Today, both the interest in this book and most books about it are predominantly very superficial. One of the most popular books of this is, quote, The Late Great Planet Earth by Hal Lindsey, a Protestant evangelist. On the contrary, it says, quote, an insightful look and incredible predictions concerning our generation. He talks about Israel, Russia, Gog and Magog, the end of the world, nuclear war. When you read all this and your head starts spinning, it is written in the sensationalist tone. Quote, Russia is Gog. Quote, Gog, what have you planned? And so on. When you read it superficially, it is very easy to be caught up with this book. But when you finish reading, you're simply shaken by the excitement of everything happening. Phrases like, quote, look at Iran, quote, watch what Russia will do next. It is said that when 10 nations in Europe unite, that is, when the 10 countries join the common market, that is assigned. Those are the 10 horns of the beast. The northern king is obviously Russia. Egypt is the southern king. China is the eastern king, and so on. After a while, the reader's head starts spinning. The excitement that the reading such a book arouses is not fitting for a person studying scripture. It is more at the level of cinema or television. The author writes in a tabloid style. Overall, his approach to this issue does not give it an idea of what this book is all about. The only result of reading it is the reader's excited state. Perhaps something he says is correct. Who knows? Maybe Russia really is the Northern Kingdom. But this is a secondary question. For the author, this is the main thing, but that is not the case. The main thing is something completely different. We should not read the book of Revelation for that reason. I know people have read it experiencing fear while reading. They read the entire book in one night, but when they finished reading it, it did not become spiritual food for them. They are agitated. They are ready to run out into the street to grab newspapers to see what Russia is planning to do. Who is ready to detonate whom? Spiritually, they have not progressed at all. As all they do is get lost in the guesses and speculations, but the purpose of the book is not that. I think that happens a lot. I think I've been in conversations with people, and it's like arguing over, like, are we in those times? Have those times already passed? And, premillennialists, amillennialists, millennial, Kilius, all this. Like, it's just so many, like, eschatological issues, I guess. And there's a document too that I was reading from, that was like breaking down the issue with that, like having a Western Protestant interpretation. And I might read from that in a moment. I don't know. All right. So 2, Revelation of Mysteries. Therefore, we must approach this book, the culmination of biblical prophecies, in a completely different way. We must ask ourselves, quote, why are we reading this book, the book of Revelations? We must first understand the purpose of writing this book. It could be said that this book is a book of mysteries. In these mysteries, there's a profound meaning that is connected with the beginning and the end of all that exists, with the ultimate goal of the world and humanity and the revelation of the external kingdom of God. This word is often found in Scripture. In our services, we sing about a mystery that existed before the time and was unknown to the angels. That is the mystery of the incarnation of the Lord. We do not call the usual phenomenon in this world mysteries. But such phenomenon as the Loch Ness Monster or the Bermuda Triangle are not mysteries. These are enigmas or strains. Mysterious occurrences, but not mysteries in the sense which they are spoken of in the Scripture. On the other hand, quote, the mystery hidden in the depths of time is the mystery of our salvation, of the redemption of our sins by Jesus Christ, who came into this world. It is something in this world that already introduces us to another world, to the external kingdom of God. We also read in the Bible about the mystery of lawlessness. This is also something very deep, because in a certain sense, it is the opposite of the mystery hidden in the depths of time. It is the mystery of what the devil does in the world. The devil also has an eternal kingdom. He wants to cast everyone into the abyss of hell. That is why the deeds done on earth by him are similar to those that start in this world, but lead to an unknown place, to the bottomless pit. He says here, please note 2 Thessalonians 2 through 7 and Revelation 17 through 5. Okay, so let's look at that real quick. Why not? Let's find out what 2 Thessalonians 2 through 7 is. All right, it says, I'm just going to start here. We're at 2 Thessalonians. Oh, wait, what did he mean? But, oh, yeah, okay. Chapter 2, verse 7. For the mystery of loss is already at work. Only he who restrains will do so until he is taken out of the way. We've already been over that verse. The czar could be what would be considered, and this is understood, like if you watched the show earlier this morning, the czar was kind of pinpointed, and I also I've done the Masonic plot against Tsar Nicholas II. I might have covered some of this there as well. That once a monarch is taken out, an Orthodox ordained monarch, then these heretics can ascend the hierarchy, and these, the kind of like cosmic curses over everywhere. And you got the change of the calendar in the 1920s, the abdication of the Tsar happened in 1917. And then all over the world, you have these kind of, the Freemasons ascending hierarchies, and it's sort of prefigurations of what's to come. And it's moving, because all these people are pushing towards a one world church. Remember that. So what's going to happen? Well, after they establish this one world government, one world church, everybody's part of the EU, everybody's part of the WCC, this League of Nations type thing, then Antichrist can come on the scene and he can play the role of the charismatic leader because everybody's connected anyways, and they'll follow him. Okay, so to this question, I think this is a very important question, unseen. Is there a connection between the Antichrist and AC? It gets hot as hell when the AC doesn't do well. Yes. Okay, so back to this text. So, therefore, we should read this book related to the mystery of the future of humanity and the end of the world. Sometimes the end of the world is considered as an all-time since the first coming of Christ, that is, almost 2,000 years have passed. In other cases, the end of the world means the very final events of this period immediately before its end. To give the whole picture of the end of the world, some visions such as the war of the angels in heaven, I guess that's Revelations 12 and verse 7, refers to events that occurred even before the beginning of the world. Therefore, a simple explanation is impossible. It is not possible to say that all events take place in chronological order. Here's where Protestants make the mistake with their interpretation of the millennium, because they think that everything happens simply according to the chronology as written. But this isn't possible because the text touches on the future, the past, the present, and suddenly a new vision of the same thing, about which there was just a prophecy emerges. It is absolutely impossible to track any chronology here. The book of Revelations is just not not just a chronological account of future events, but a mystical vision of the entire history of the Church of Christ. And only sometimes visions of future events are given here. So I'm going to read this quote. I think this kind of fits with what. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. All right. St. John Chrysostom says, "Do not seek clarity in prophecies where there are shadows and riddles. Just as in lightning, you do not seek a constant light, but are satisfied that it is only flashes momentarily." So, trying to understand some of this is like trying to catch lightning in a bottle, in other words. Of course, before this reading, one should read other books. Wait, did I skip something? I think I skipped something. There are also many different degrees of interpretation of the vision in this book, except for the very few examples. It is impossible to say that one image corresponds to a specific real event, as in all sacred scripture in our church services. One image can represent many different events. We will delve into this detail when studying the images of this book and discover that one of the fathers says that it means one thing, another father says it means something else. Yet another may say it means something different, and all three different interpretations can be correct, as there is no single correspondence of imagery to reality. Of course, before reading this book, one should read other books, such as the Epistle of James, Peter, and John, which talk about much simpler things: how to lead a moral life, how to be a Christian, how to carry out an invisible struggle, and so on. But their content, the book of Revelation, assumes that you have already read such books. Considering that you know about the war between the church and the devil, what Christian life is, and what kind of struggle we have to go through, if you have no idea about this, then you will not understand this book at all. Okay, so this is something that I do here at the monastery with Bishop Enoch and Vladika John. So every time we sit down to eat, we read, something from scripture. And we're trying to finish the whole book of scripture, I think. Like, we're going through each book, and we might read 2 or 3 pages, you know what I mean? Like, or like 2 or 3 chapters, right? And each day. And then you also have, like, during services, like, the services are dealing with scripture a lot of times. You know, you're reading hymns that are dealing with those, and there's also, like, little sections being read from the scriptures each day. But anyways, like, you get a strong understanding from reading this, and then, like, patristic commentaries, all these other stuff. You get, like, kind of like a stronger understanding of how the synergy between God and man and the Holy Spirit, and how it seems that the Spirit works in ways, I guess. Because if you have all that out of context, you start, like, just using your own mind. But we got to remember, this is a tradition. You wouldn't go to, like, a Chinese, philosophy and be like, all right, well, this is what I think. Your philosophy teacher would tell you, no, it doesn't matter what you think. It's what did those philosophers think in ancient China? And it's the same way with the Bible. It's like, what did those ancient Christians think, and what did the saints think, and what did the experts on the subject that actually lived their life according to this think? And man doesn't care about that. We're just kind of, like, puffed up, think we just figured out everything ourselves. 3. Comfort for the suffering church. The purpose of writing this book is revealed in the very first verse. It is to, quote, show to its servants, the servants of Christ, which must soon take place. That is the theme of the apocalypse, and a mystical depiction of the future fate of the Church of Christ and the whole world. The book describes the struggle of the church against its enemies, particularly, I can never say that word, against the devil and his victory over all foes. Yeah, I think you should get some holy water and maybe put it on your AC, maybe that'll work. Let's see. The purpose of writing this, yeah, I already said that. This is a great comfort, especially in times of persecution and suffering for Christians, such as our times. Thanks to this book, the historical events we observe are placed in the content of the entire battle of the church against the forces of evil, and the ultimate victory of the church and the revelation of the eternal kingdom of heaven. Anyone who has read about the life of the persecuted church in Russia knows that the people in this church often compare their church to a woman fleeing in a wilderness in the last times. Revelation 12 and 6 and 14. They're talking about the catacomb church there. And that's a lot, that is what's going to happen in the last times. And that's why, some people get so scandalized because, you'll have, I guess, I'll use the term, whatever, like these guys, these ortho bro guys. And they're like, we need to start a Christian political party and be Christian nationalists and, theosis of the earth and all this stupid stuff. It's like doing exactly what the communists want, but in a Christian way, like we're going to have a monarch in America or something. And if that happens, great. All right. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think the true Christians are going to be in deserts and catacombs, and kind of the lukewarm Christian that ends up giving into Antichrist is going to, they're going to thrive in these ecumenist jurisdictions, and they're going to live it up and think that nothing's wrong. But before they know it, they're going to be following Antichrist and calling them canonical. That's what I think is going to happen. And if you go, man, that's the Antichrist, they're going to be like, shut up. You're just a schismatic sectarian true Orthodox. Go back to your desert. Go back to your tree hole or something, you know? Anyways. They see themselves as living in apocalyptic times since there's a prevailing godlessness in society, and there's no comfort for Christians anywhere. They have hidden themselves from persecution. The only consolation for them is becoming the image from the book of Revelation. They illustrate that despite the entire society being under the heel of the enemy, the church will ultimately triumph. Therefore, the persecuted people reading this book in such times gain strength to their arduous struggle. When the force of evil take on a powerful form, such as the modern godless governments, it becomes very easy for those who do not understand the significance of their struggle, the meaning of the apparent victory of evil in this world, and who do not know what the Church of Christ will ultimately win, to abandon the fight. Thus, this book is already read and interpreted extensively by Christians during the time of great trials and persecution, but has been read incompletely by sectarians during times of persecution. They also turn to it, and not delving into its profound mystical meanings, are captivated by its images, inventing all sorts of new doctrines that do not correspond to the teachings of the church as a whole, ultimately leading to complete nonsense. For example, they claim that the number 666 refers to the person, the Pope, or someone else, and thus everything makes sense only in connection with this fact. And when this proves to be false, it discourages them. Of course, this is not how one should read this book, for it is dangerous to rely on one's own opinion. Therefore, we should not become enamored with the specific, memorable, and dramatic images of this book, beasts and dragons and women in heaven. We should not make any fantastic conclusions of our own. In no one case should we simply take it, read it, and then interpret it as it comes to our mind. When reading it, we must consider the content of the Holy Scriptures as a whole and how it is interpreted by the church, first and foremost. It should be read with continuous spiritual nourishment. From an Orthodox people who attend church, pray daily, receive communion, read the Holy Scriptures, not only this book of Scripture, and other spiritual literature. If a person generally leads a Christian life and if our Orthodox Christianity is a conscious struggle that he engages in daily under circumstances, at least by performing some prayers and reading something from the Scripture each day, and being aware that we are Christians and that the struggle continues, then we will not be overwhelmed by any new catastrophe that occurs in our lives, nor will a false interpretation of any images from this book drive us to madness. By the way, that's why the book wasn't read in early services. I think it was kind of known amongst the early Christians that if someone wasn't spiritually prepared for the book, that a lot of people go mad reading it, and drive them crazy. But that's often the case with the mysteries of God. You got people that go crazy trying to figure out the Trinity. And it's like we can only know aspects of the Trinity. We don't know the true essence of anything, Even a broom. Remember, somebody can go you can look at a broom and we know what it does, but what's the essence of the broom, Anyways, understanding the Holy Scriptures is a lifelong endeavor, and therefore we should not quickly conclude that we understand a lot. The more doubts we are regarding our own understanding, the deeper we begin to comprehend, especially if we read other books on this topic. Spiritual books and interpretations. The main Orthodox interpretation we'll take from this course belongs to the Archbishop of Urquia, Jordanville. In this last chapter of his guide to the studying the New Testament Holy Scriptures, most of his interpretations are derived from the 5th century Father Andrew of Caesarea. He's one of the few authors who wrote an interpretation for the entire book of Revelation. 5. correct approach. Our first goal in interpreting this book is not to equate the images or revelations with modern phenomenon. In some places, we might talk a bit about this, but this is by no means our main goal. This similarity will only be clarified when these events actually happen. Until then, we must refrain from any judgments and be very attentive. Perhaps Russia will indeed be the Northern Kingdom if these events are destined to occur in our lifetime. But until we see that the actual events described in Revelation, we should not worry too much about all this. Our main concern in interpreting this book is deeper. We must view it as a mystical description of nature and the destinies of the Church of Christ and its enemies, the devil, the world, and the Antichrist. Understanding this will help us avoid many elementary mistakes that Protestants make regarding the millennium, the so-called 1,000-year reign of Christ in this world, which is a heresy, the actual nature of the rule of Antichrist, and so on. As in the interpretation of the Holy Scriptures, we should read this together with other books of Scripture, which explain much of what is in this book, especially the book of Daniel, some of whose images closely match those in Revelation. And again, we must remember the interpretations of the ancient church fathers and not rely on our own understanding. The deeper our spiritual life, the deeper our understanding of such books will be. We should not read this book until we begin a consistent spiritual life with regular time for prayer, spiritual reading, and under the guidance of a spiritual father. Then we'll be on the right path. 6. Chronological error in the interpretations of the book of Revelation. This book consists of a series of very complex visions, so if you start reading it without any interpretation, you'll be completely perplexed. Some visions are about the past, some about the present, some about the future. St. John Chrysostom, in his commentaries on the book of Daniel and Genesis, says that the first part of the book of Genesis is prophesying about the past, because no one was there to witness events that were then occurring, and a revelation was given to them, much like the revelation of events in the future to Daniel and John. The main content of the book of Revelation pertains to events that should take place before the end of the world. Sometimes the end of the world is viewed as all the time since the first coming of Christ, meaning almost 2,000 years. In other cases, the end of the world means the very last events of this period immediately before its end. To provide the entire picture of the end of the world, some visions, for example, the war of angels in heaven, 12 and 7, pertain to events that occurred even before the beginning of the world. Therefore, a simple explanation is impossible. So one cannot say that all the events are in chronological order. Here is where Protestants err with their interpretation of the millennium, because they think that everything happens in pure chronological manner as is written. But this is impossible, since the text addresses aspects of the future, past, and present. Then a vision suddenly arises about the same thing just prophesied. It is absolutely impossible to follow a specific chronology here. The book of Revelation is not merely a chronological plot of future events, but a mystical vision of the church's entire history of Christ, and sometimes are visions given of future events. There are various degrees of interpretation of the vision in this book, except for a few examples. It is impossible to claim that one image corresponds to a specific event, as in all sacred scriptures and our worship services. One image may stand for many diverse events. We'll thoroughly examine this when studying the images of this book, and discover how one father says one thing, another father interprets it as something else, and yet another way may have a different perspective. And all three different interpretations could be correct, as there is no absolute correspondence of images to reality. 7. The imminence of Christ's coming. The book begins with, quote, the revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave him to show his servants, and which must soon come to pass. Soon take place. He made it known by sending his angels to his servant John. What is meant by the words, quote, what must soon take place? We must remember what is said by Peter in 2 Peter 3 and 3 and 10, knowing this first, that the scoffers will come in the last days, walking according to their own lusts, and saying, where is the promise of his coming? For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of creation. For this they will willfully forget that by the word of God. All this shows that even in the days of St. Peter, right after Christ's coming, people were already saying to Christians, quote, you talk about the end of the world but the world remains the same as it always has. Nothing changes. Now it has been 2,000 years since then, and people are saying the same thing again. Quote, talk about the end of the world. Christians have always thought the end of the world is near, and 2,000 years have passed. The world will exist for thousands and thousands of years. Certainly when St. John says, quote, what must soon take place, we should not forget that soon may indicate these 2,000 years. If not in the eyes of the Lord, 1,000 years equals 1 day. Then indeed 2,000 years are a short time. This time is necessary for all those who are to be saved to come to Christ and for the mystery of lawlessness to be revealed. Throughout the ages, many fathers have spoken of the end of the world is near, that Christ will come soon. But he does not come. We are living in the period of that time that we ourselves label as the last times, when the world again speaks as though the end of the world is near. Why is this the case? Do Christians constantly err, worrying unnecessarily, thinking that the end is near, only to find out that it is not soon? Firstly, Christ comes to each person. Everyone must live their time in this world and must die. In this sense, the coming of Christ is very close for each of us. This is entirely true. Secondly, all those who live by faith and look at everything from a spiritual point of view, that is, who try to understand historical events, see that indeed what is supposed to happen is already happening. In reality, St. John himself says in one of his epistles, quote, little children, it is the last hour. And as you have heard, the Antichrist is coming, and even now many Antichrists have come. 1 John 2:18. Even in his time at the end of the first century, many Antichrists had already came. Many people acting in the spirit of Antichrist, and many more were yet to come. The Antichrist operates both outside and inside the church. Of course, atheists are in some way Antichrist, as well as people acting from within to destroy the church. Throughout history, we see many similar to the church of Christ against the devil. Everything that is supposed to happen at the end, happening from the beginning of the church history, began happening since the beginning of the church history. In conclusion, we should look at the word, quote, soon, primarily in regards to our own death, because eschatology, the doctrine of the end of the world, relates not only to the end of the world, but also to the end of our life. Since each one of us dies, they go to another world and await the end of this world. Furthermore, it should not be forgotten that in the historical dimension and in the eyes of the Lord, that is a short time. We can take a peek into the depths of history for 5 or 6, 7,000 years. 2,000 years are only a small part of it. Okay, so yeah, that comes with being a Christian. You know, what can you say? I don't care. Let them. Pretty tough, you know. I don't know. Thick skinned. Not much can bother me nowadays. You know, when I was younger, I'm not gonna lie to you. A lot of things bothered me. What people said, you know, what they did. Every now and then I catch myself kind of, you know, getting a little bothered, but I'm learning how to cool it out and be more humble and grow up a little bit. So we're going to return to the text in just a moment. I'm going to take a break. To my 2 viewers, appreciate you guys. Pretty crazy. Well, only 2 of you are going to be ready for the, you know, all 3 of us are going to be real ready for the Antichrist, and everybody else is sorry, you know. When we see it, you know what? Okay, you guys missed out. You should have watched the series. You know what I mean? You had the chance. Now, if you're following them, you know, we tried. That's all I'm saying. All right, I'll be right back.
Do what thing, hold it down, we got this, locking this, and nobody stopping this. Rock him, an infamous, rep the hood for you and yours, no doubt. Crash the ball. You don't really want to go against the source. The drill done, conceal guns, play the hum. For real sons, leaning back, checking out the action. On the benches, we drinking X's. You'll twirl that shit while I spark this. Chocolate, burn it down like an arsonist. Pull out the meds, cause it's time to bring the biz to kids. And blow all hellfire out your empire. Your life is wire, couldn't make my mob expire or retire. I'm letting off till my arms tired. Then sit quiet with my head full of riot, high bias. It's clear for your ear to hear. I declared only live niggas rap this year. 96, I lost my done. 97, it got worse. Fuck it, somebody out the team gotta get murky. Sat down, you play the background when shots sound off. Flashing back on how my man's just going.
We're going back to the book of the end. And I do have another book, but I'm not going to go to it yet. I have so many books on Revelation. It's crazy because it's like really cool, really interesting subject, I should say. Okay. So we're back. So, as we left off, as Father Seraphim writes in his translation and introduction to Archbishop Berkeley's commentary, quote, "We do seem indeed to be living in the last times of this world's existence. When the prophecies of the apocalypse relating to the end of the world are beginning to be fulfilled, the time is surely ripe, especially in view of the numerous false interpretations of the book which it fills in the contemporary era." So we just kind of had the mystery of the book of Revelation. We broke down that, and now we're back to the book of the end. And so this is pretty interesting stuff he's about to go over right here. It says, "One of the passages from the Apocalypse has found an almost exact fulfillment in our time in the description of a star called Wormwood, Chernobyl in Ukrainian, which falls from heaven and poisons the waters." That's Revelations 8:10-11. Even the most hardened skeptics have been forced to admit that this is a quite remarkable foreshadowing of the nuclear catastrophe. The book that took place in Chernobyl in Ukraine in 1986, which has contaminated the water supply of the region. Again, the advance in modern computer and laser technology have thrown an unexpected light on the possible meaning of the number 666. Revelation 13 in terms of barcodes and microchips implanted under the skin, and how it might form a part of a worldwide food distribution system controlled by Antichrist. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wow, what just happened? Thus the Christian must see that he refuses not him that speaks both through the divine scriptures of the apocalypse and through contemporary events. For if they escape not who refused him that spake on earth, much more shall not be escaped. If we turn away from him that speaketh from heaven, whose voice then shook the heaven, and this word, yet one more signifying the removing of things that are shaken, as of the things that are made. Those things which cannot be shaken may remain. Wherefore we receive a kingdom that cannot be moved. Let us have grace, whereby we may serve God acceptably with reverence and godly fear. For our God is a consuming fire. Hebrews 25-29. Excuse me. I'm confused right now. Like, pretty sure I brought 2 drinks up here. I lost one in the process. Did I drink it? Like, ain't no way. I'm dying right now. I'm sorry. This is the times where I need my music box. I've broken it. I'm literally gonna order a music box. I have to. Like this, I can't do this without it. It's insane. Okay, I'm so bummed about that. Like, how am I gonna find another music box with that? Okay, so I'm gonna go. Really, actually, it's an hour, and I just noticed it. Okay, so I might come back in like an hour or two. I don't know. Okay, all right. Hopefully it gets better. Yeah, mine's pretty strange too. Okay, later, guys. I'm Unseen Warfare. I'll come back for more soon. Later.
You can watch the claws grow. Know that it will kill if I hold you close. Development's still not what you had hoped. So I would be constructing myself dug hole. The struggle between you and me won't slow. Huddle close to what you control. As fast as the blood of relax awakens you to sleep, I believe that you will be able to see this seas. Pray for mirage. Stay in touch with the side. Face it, we're lost when chaos applauds. You're such good taste. Taste like broken glass. Touch your face. Make no mistakes and hope it lasts. She loves her dead parts all of her head and some of her heart. The sum of all things is only something falling apart. You're such a show off. You're such a touchy flame between feet and fuck. I fell in love with your pain. I make your secrets mine. I hear your deeper cut. I climb the highest mountain just to fall off and land in lust. I stay alive on fire. Put out old flames. Lower my standards and aim for higher. I can't bring myself to quiet for the choir. Every note sounds the same. Either I'm insane or you're inspired. Dead to the livestock. I pray for the weak. Thou shalt not be happy till no one disturbs your sleep. You're such a better you without me. Such good taste, everything.
Another cold breakfast, another headless robot targeted with dead fists, marching towards red lips. I bet he thinks he's so much better than me. I bet he thinks I wish I looked as disconnected as he. Well, I bet while he's banging that pampered maid, she's plotting his death and that all expenses paid vacation. With no intention of returning the favor. His paper cuts disrupt my very existence. That distance between the spare key and his spleen is closer than the stench of his overpriced cologne. This seat is so alone. I wanna take us home and disguise it as my own private throne, draped in thorns, festive like broken ornaments and angels rocking horns. I forgot to shave the left side of my face again. Not to mention taking that makeshift medicine. Let it in. This whole room is magnetized at his perfect gentleman, but I see through the layers. He's nothing special. I'm special. Mom said so.
I understand you can't lead someone where you've never bled, but I've been tempted by the blood trail you left inside my head. I'm climbing uphill. It's both angles that I trust, cause the slaves have been drug around by the ankles in mud. So my favorite drug of choice is someone else's voice pounding at the walls inside my void, clouding up the story. The strongest form of innocence that I have ever felt is that near-death experience when I was someone else. See, the common conflict is that promises attract and collapse, opposites attack and transplants fall trapped. And if I were you, I wouldn't let me get away with this, but you made me the way I am. Blaming is contagious, it's my fault, and I'm not scared to admit it. No, it's your fault. Have faith, place forgiveness. Wait, I'll still stay to listen in case both of us decide to poke out our broken eyes and finally find that tears taste the same. I love me, I love you, I just can't stand us, especially when we're both glued to the same pair of handcuffs. Claustrophobic moments, still lost and hopeless, waiting to be found in a cluttered box of roaches. They crowd around my eyes, browse this town to find if I'm still tied down. Word travel to nowhere in chains, stained. How do I get away from here? Fear of being seen, fear of not being heard, with my mouth sewn shut, waiting for my turn to get the staples torn out. So what? Rip my tongue in the lips to watch me bleed. So what? I fear to you, these who sit next to my timeshare, and other kinds who probably don't care, compared to minds impaired, despair, a scarce flow. For a second silence broken, the mere appearance, but still I appear to be talking to myself. Are you still here, in or out?
Feed the family, they need attention. Eat the children to feed intention. Everyone's invited, so bring a friendship. Everyone's invited, bring the butter knife intention. Born in a power plant, raised by the hour hand. And today I palm my hands to taking a salty grain of sand. And once I learned I was a domesticated package, ravaged by bargain hunters and their commitments to commodities blunders. That's when it finally dawned on me that I was something to somebody, but nothing better than property, properly priced to gain. It's celebrity, but honestly, all I wanted out of life was the life autonomy. It kept dangling dollar bills off fishing poles or driving a family sedan, cooked in bloody acrylic illustrations that I got hooked, but lucky throw back to that cracked aquarium. I so naturally referred to as a debilitated concentration camp, disguised in a nursing home sense of fashion. I'd fasten my helmet if I were you, cause they'll never let it come in to conquer you. They've been monitoring your moves, so at least make a promise that you're honoring the truth.
The heat makes me breathe less. It's time to bleed dreams till the scenes seem refreshed. And I no longer feel the need to be what you think is best. Don't worry, you will die unimpressed. Born ahead of my time, I never relied on a promise. With development of the mind comes instinct, conscience. I think things will be better when I travel further, but for now I shall go through the mud and touch what turns your curiosity around your fear and honesty. But now you see it's not so bad. Suffocate your frown. Mistakes might crowd the excitement you found. Somebody's gotta kill the clown before the laughter's able to drown. The table is round, so the square thoughts that I bring to it contrast. I'm last when it comes to giving, and I'm living with the vision of a prison that you sit in by decision. Isn't it fulfilling watching time ride away slowly? But I guess it's how you view it. But I guess it's the influence that's rooted in the uselessness. Clip your wings if you wanna know the truth. Just clip your wings if you wanna know the truth.
When I was born, I rode a rainbow over the swamps of Jupiter, conquered Lucifer and punched a hole in the lawless universe. It was as dark as can be. But with the faith of a star, I took a giant quantum leap and erased the mark of the beast. The fangs, the flaws I took out didn't phase my force field, so I pull the eyelids over the head and blink until my eyes peel. I deal with an ideal of silence and self-medications to resist distractions, cause attractions lead to all attachments. And I'm going through withdrawal. I made my way to a cave. Maybe I made a mistake, cause company never came close to reflecting their morphing identity process. Dissected orange form, swarm the sunset that sinks beyond the endless horizon. I fade, I made a sacrifice. I'm hollowed out, empty in an afterlife where I exist in a hole in the cell of a head of a god. But there's nothing to sell now, cause all I found is a book that I can't read, because the storyteller is hooked to the thread we've weaved into a net. This light is a life of its own. What a sweet infected mystery, completely meant to meet the needs of shadowed corners. And indeed, it's starting to get to me. I'm sort of tipping you onto one side. It's getting windy outside, and I know because the inside is dizzy, and I'm spinning around, tripping over my expectations and hitting the ground. Pitiful attempts to prevent this pretty dream from leaving the egg before the hatch. I seem to be bleeding back into the sleepy being through a translucent vein that runs deeper than the roots of meaning. Soaked in laughing gas, half awake, that's how you find me, putting on my happy face, asking God, why are you crying? Why are you crying? Why are you crying? Does it make sense?
I was born inside an open letter to be read, and the message says I'm not dead, alive and breathing, kicking, bleeding within. So if you cut my skin, you will get a slice of heaven. Show and tell, hovering now close to you, and notice who I am, one man's wrong. Standing outside in a rainstorm, letting the water drain down to feed my veins. Now I'm not thirsty anymore. Please, world, don't hurt me anymore. In a deserted field of dreams that seems to be split at the seams and break. Will I manage to make more take what I need to start? First footsteps, then finish. Led to the gutter, away from mother. So pray for son, me, away from home. Thunder rolls, lightning might strike twice. Never known, I am now seen. Who is he? Reflection crooked and glass shattered and mirror broken. Hoping I can awaken out of this place that I lay in. Awaiting for what? Nothing.
see it, TikTUHLU? I'm sorry. My good friend, let me learn it properly from my guru, then I will teach you.
What's up, bestie? What does? Sweetheart, I did sleep. You forget who you're talking to.
Tape deck nut, got your play button stuck. My eyes wide shut, coming out my face on stage, put lumps in your throat. Like I hung you off the roof from 6 feet of rope. I'll give away rhymes for you to battle me with, while I do MCs like Yugoslav intelligence. So deflect back to shuck in the planet of beats. You open a barrel of worms, and atmosphere reeks of little kids with dreams and rhymes they wanna tell. The pedophile labels come molest them with cells. Big shot producers, Pelican MCs, stand by watching in the breeze. This world's a commercial, I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. This world's a commercial, I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. In the flesh, I stress the day-to-day vision. The one of Condom. Now I'm sponsored by Trojan. Walking polo ad, rap fat, MTV, grab every face of the nation. My optical examination, feeding you, bleeding you through media, brain leaving ya. Touch the magazine and deceiving ya. So I train on PlayStation and Army of Paraland. Get lost in the TV screen like Caroline. Scam my finger for the credit. Miscounting don't forget it. There's a pale white horse in town and everybody fed it. Sky's black, my eyes crack, I think I'm asleep. I cleanse my thoughts when courtship's a leak. This world's a commercial, I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but they know where to hurt to. This world's a commercial, I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but they know where to hurt to.
It would. We would need to actually chat for that one. Not much is known or spoken about them. Druidism has been turned into Wicca, which is clearly nonsense. They honored the serpent. They were like the pre-Ophites. Yes. And he took a lot from Crowley as well. He was basically tutored by Crowley. That's a part of the story. Why? You never sound dumb. Even for a woman. No. They were the serpents. That's actually what, so no, that's actually a good question. That's actually what the whole thing with St. Patrick was about. And she says, there are no more serpents in the land of Ireland. Well, that's interesting because there never was actual snakes in Ireland. Because they're not talking about physical snakes. They were the serpents. The children of the serpent. That's a very deep topic. If I could find my other device, I could tell you all about it. Or my girlfriend set me up an account on her laptop, and now I can't remember what the password was, and she's passed out. So correct. Yes. Yeah, I've been looking deeply into the serpent mysteries of all the different cultures. But it was obviously, it's the Great Mother. You know, the serpent was always, it was the earth wisdom. You know, the druids were very much connected to the earth. That's the one thing that Wicca got right. Serpent was always the Kundalini, you know, the earth mysteries. The mystery is her. She is the mystery. You know, the sin eaters, right? Well, that's what Azazel is, actually. In some ways, you could say he is Satan. Azazel? Because he's the scapegoat. In the Old Testament, they set a sacrifice out for Yahweh and also for Azazel. And he would take the sins of the Chosenites. And then Jesus became the second one so he became the second scapegoat. So in their eyes, he is a Lucifer type figure. It's interesting. I really wish I knew where my other phone was, or I knew the password. This is really annoying because I could tell you so much on this. Yeah, I know you do. But yeah, the whole Christian myth is straight out of the Old Testament. You know, as I said, I believe in Gnostic Jesus. I know you don't, but right, exactly. Well, they invert everything. The goat is obviously like Pan, you know, Ceranos, Hern. You know, it was a symbol of fertility and virility. And sex, obviously. The wildness of the pagans. And so that's sinful, of course. I'm getting really sick and tired of people talking shit on Lilith. I've really had my fill of that. Yeah, and then they say it's racist. What about Gnostic Jesus? Is it really that hard to believe that maybe Jesus did exist and that they created an engine of control to hide the fact? They mocked Jesus. Why? You have to ask yourself that question. Why do they mock Jesus? Fuck the religion. Why? There's something up with that. I can't escape that fact, no matter how hard I've tried. It's the spirits. They want it eradicated from the earth and from the hearts. What about Lilith? Oh, they mock Lilith. Yeah, yeah, and they're digging their own grave. People think I'm threatening. I'm warning. If somebody wants to know an experience or a message or whatever, then come respectfully. I don't owe you anything. You know? Exactly. Can you honestly blame me? Was I disrespectful without provocation? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's what irritated me. It seems like he calmed down in the end. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Hmm. It's just the energy in the beginning. It just felt very oppressive. Like people can feel what they want. It was not what he was saying. It was the energy. It just felt very. Mm, I think you know what I mean. That's cool. Yeah. And there's a shadow part of me that wants to be like, yeah, want to bet? I've calmed down though, and it's really not worth it. But at the same time, if Lilith, I mean, wants to reveal herself to somebody teach them a lesson, not like to hurt anybody, but just, make yourself known. I'm fine with that. Not to hurt, just to make an entrance, I guess. You know me. I don't just curse people. But in that fucking moment, I wanted to reach through the screen and slap the shit out of him. And he knew what the fuck I meant when I said I don't rely on anybody. He just wanted to oppose everything I was saying. Yeah, I am for the most part. And normally I wouldn't even care. I don't know why. There was something about the energy that fucked with me. Normally I would be quiet. I don't know what it was. It wasn't just about me though. I don't tolerate disrespect. For sure. And it's the fact it's derailing the conversation too. Everybody thinks they're so safe behind a fucking keyboard. They're really not. Wasn't kidding about that. But it's not. I just that's the old me coming out though. I've done that before with people where I've literally sent them their address. Like, I know where you are. Yeah, I should have. Honestly, I don't really understand what came over me, to be honest. It's not really like me. I just I told him, talk to me privately. I think I was more, the biggest thing is I was actually curious if he would talk to me privately more than anything. Like, come on. But that's the old me. I just don't like the fact people think they can say whatever they want and be disrespectful and think it's okay. I didn't disrespect anybody. It's just everybody's like, oh, it's calling bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. It's like, okay, well, let's do it then. If you're so sure of yourself, let's do it. Let's call her and find out. But they won't do it. Why not? Exactly. I like Avian Buddha. He's a cool dude. And he saw where I was coming from. Well, obviously. That's why I told you about him. We've had a lot of really good conversations between the two of us. and even televised apocalypse or outer light or chicken sword, whatever the hell he wants to call himself. He's a cool dude. Outside all the religious talk. He's authentic. Yes. Well, I wouldn't say many. I like a few. I can tolerate most of them. That Joe Cool guy has a fucking attitude malfunction as well. Zephy is awesome. Especially for a Jew. No, I'm kidding. Pisano. What's good, bro? Okay. Right on. Oh no. I do too, man. It's just a lot of times I don't give a fuck too. You know? People are gonna believe what they want. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't change my life. People who get it, get it. The ones who don't, don't. You know? That's flattery, yeah. I agree. Like fucking right. I don't worship a fucking Jew. I'm in touch with my European heritage. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's all it was, man. He had nothing to fucking say. Like I said, talk to me fucking man to man, one on one. He wouldn't do it, you know? It's was one thing you know, disregard someone's beliefs and shit. But when it starts becoming ad hominem, it's like, bro, what the fuck? Like I did nothing to you. You're not even part of this conversation, you know? Like I don't have time for it, man. Like I talk to people who understand me. The rest of them can go fuck themselves. Like I just don't care, bro. Yo,
what up, man?
what's good, brah?
Same shit, different toilet. I just got done doing like a Charlie Kirk stream thing.
Oh Lord,
I had to break down agitation and motherfucking integration propaganda from fucking Ted Kaczynski.
Oh yeah. This shit's crazy. People are like applauding that he's dead and shit.
I mean, like, listen, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I got some memes and shit. You know what I mean? But it's because I'm part of the internet. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, You know, I mean, I can send you some stuff on Discord that you would find fucking hilarious. You know, actually, you know what? I'm probably gonna do that shit. Like,
okay.
Yo, hold up, dog, hold up. Fucking, I gotta find you. Where you at?
Yeah.
Well, you're not part of my server. I don't know why, because you're a bitch. You should be part of my fucking server.
I've been pretty fucking occupied, bro.
I don't give a fuck how occupied you are, bro. You should be part of my fucking server. Or see.
All right.
Shut the fuck up, brothers. All right.
My bad,
What
homie.
are we looking for? We're looking for like Twilight, Son of the Lilith. There we go. Yo, hold up. Yo. Okay. Hang on, man.
I got you.
Hold up, man. Listen, we're gonna fucking throw. I gotta figure out which one it is that I need. Hang on, man. All right, yeah, listen, this one's good, right? Hold on, we're gonna send you this one, all right? And then I'm gonna send you the motherfucking joint that I made. There we go, here it is. There. And then we'll send you this one. There. And you can check your Discord DMs.
All right, yeah, I got it.
Yeah, enjoy yourself. I'm just listen. Yeah, I'm part of the internet. You know what I mean? We gotta do internet stuff.
Right.
This is how we show our love, right? This is how we mourn.
Well, the time for action is now, man. And you know that better than most people. You know? It starts in the virtual, but...
No. Listen, now is not the time for action, bro.
What you talking about now?
Now is not the time for action, though.
Look at the world right now, dog. When the fuck is the time? Where we're in FEMA camps? Like, what the fuck? When is the time, bro?
I mean, like, listen, first off, okay, I'm from PA, right? I'm from the bird. Okay, I'm a guinea. There's no way I'm going into a fucking camp. All right. Like, listen, I don't know about you. I learned how to fade into the fucking background and disappear. You know what I mean? Like, when all the motherfuckers is being led into the motherfucking joints. You know what I mean? I'm be walking my ass to fuck. I'm be working my way through that fucking crowd to get to the back and like slide my ass up out of there, go hide in a tree somewhere. Listen, I've been doing this since kindergarten. I don't know about you. All right.
I'm with you, man. We're on the same level, and that's why I'm talking to you. That's the point. I'm not talking to some fucking libtard or you know, some Alex Jones fucking wannabe.
I'm gonna tell you what, folks. I got a documentation right here. I got the best sawdust in the industry. I need you guys to go over to Infowars.com, get your super male vitality. All right, folks. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Okay. Paul Joseph Watson stood here and left me. He left me here. Fucking went back to Britain and fucking is over there getting raped by fucking Muslims right now. I can't tell you, folks. I got a cheeseburger at the end of my dick, folks. Okay.
He did get in shape though. He did something. I doubt it was that shit though.
He took Ozempic, nigga. That's what the fuck he did.
Right? That nigga's probably injecting this shit in his fucking nuts.
I feel you.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're in the woods, bro. We could survive this shit, you know?
Yeah, I'll be fine. Listen, we're going to be fine, right? First off, number one. Number two, this is PA, all right? Like, I don't know if you know anything about PA, but
well,
it's not like everywhere
else. The fucking original capital, dog. We have a wonderful constitution.
This is not... Yeah, we have our own constitution. It got written in like 1680. Jefferson said that fucking William Penn was the greatest lawgiver who ever lived, right? But like we have our own thing going on here. We have our own culture and our own way of life. We're not like them. Like listen, you hear all these faggots on my Kroger and fucking Walmart on that other fucking stream and shit. Like, bro, listen, I haven't eaten from a fucking Walmart in like fucking 15 years.
Right. Yeah, no.
I go to Carnes, right? You know what I mean? To go get my fucking meat because it comes from local farms.
Yeah,
right? I get
butchers
boxes.
and grass fed. Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell.
It's not just that. It's not just that, bro. We get local shit. You know what I mean?
Right. Oh, we eat, man. We were talking about that. Like, no one knows how to eat. Shit, ain't no one got no restaurants anywhere, man. Like, I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to get land. I'm trying to, you know, like, get the fuck off the map. Like, you gotta understand civics, man. I was telling people, like, that's the one thing they took out of school because they don't want you to understand the fucking Constitution because it's the only thing we have left.
Yeah, listen, fuck that Constitution. They ain't fucking helping you do shit, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, they can wipe their ass with that. They like, look, I'm not gonna throw myself on like the mercy of them behaving themselves. Okay, like I've tried, like I've watched my whole life people stand here and like beg for mercy from these fucking Anglo fucks, and it doesn't work. Okay, stop doing that shit. Right.
But I know, but what I'm saying is there are things in the Constitution that keep them from going into complete tyranny. Okay? And so there are certain things within the Constitution that can help you get off the boat, if you get what I'm saying. Under maritime law. Okay, because that law
listen again, like look, relying on legalism is not going to help you, okay? Because like, all right, let me tell you like this. How many times do you
can literally pull yourself off? It's a
no. I get what you're saying. Listen, again, you're doing the debate bro thing. Stop debate broing.
No. But I'm serious though. There are. I could show you. I could send you some links.
I know. Listen, I am Brett. Do you know who I am?
I do know. That's why I'm telling you.
Yo, listen. I already know. Okay, I know. What you're doing is retarded. So let me explain something. Okay. No. I have to explain this to you. Okay. It's very important for me and you and the audience to understand. Okay. Like we can make all the arguments we want to these fucking people, right? And like in the end of the day, they can just. I know, but they can just shoot us.
They could, but we could shoot them too.
Yeah, bro, no. But like they have more guns.
Okay, bro. Look, but here's the thing. You know,
we don't have sheriffs. We don't have sheriffs.
Dog, we have sheriffs. Most of them are in the pockets of these people, but some of them
no. I don't know where you're from, bro. This is PA. We don't do sheriffs.
The sheriff could literally take 10,000 fucking people and make them deputy sheriffs, bro. And we could all have fucking guns. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? That's why they want to take guns, bro.
Okay.
They could make a deputy sheriff of 10,000 fucking citizens.
Okay? Yeah. Listen. The reason they want to take guns is because they want to institute managerialism, right? These people are like, okay, here's what you have to understand. So there's two parties, right? There's three parties, right? There are
they're having a party about us, yeah.
There's us, right? Which are like, yo, listen, fuck all y'all. I'm gonna go over here and do my own thing, right? You know what I mean? And then there's like the left, right? Who's basically like the party of the management and of the system of the state, right?
Right.
And then you have the party of like the billionaires who just want to keep getting rich, right? These are the three parts of the process. Right. The managers, right? The people who want to continue to run the system, right? The way it has been running, right? And the ones who, these are the motherfucking, like I just talked about this on my live stream, right? These people, right, are like the most compliant human beings on the planet.
Yeah.
I wrote an article. I'm doing like a series on my Substack about the different cultures of North America, right? There's like, I did the Germans, I did the Anglos, and I think I did the Irish so far, some shit like that, right? And I'm going to do like the Italians and then like the Mexicans and then like the Scotch Irish or whatever. But like Germans are a giant part of this population. And Germans are the most compliant human beings who have ever lived in the history of humanity, right? They are basically bugmen. Right. And fucking like, because if you ask them, and this is what we do, right? We ask them questions. We're like, hey, listen, can you drive without a license? Right. You know what I mean? And they will go, no.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Right. Like, listen, these people, they are managers. They want to continue the system.
Right. Well, see, but this is what I'm telling you, though, is really true, man. Like, you really can become separate from the system.
Listen,
you stop being.
You are relying on them. You are relying on them to honor their rules and their word.
But you get off you stop being.
I feel like you don't understand what I'm saying.
I feel like you don't understand what I'm saying, though.
No, I completely get what you're saying. 100%. Like I've been dealing with sovereign citizens forever, right? Like for longer than I've been on the internet, right? Since like 2005, I've been dealing with sovereign citizens, right? I've known
But
about
there's
this
a lot of
movement.
disinformation with that too, though.
Yeah, I know, right? But like I met like men who actually did it, right? You know what I mean? Who were like on that level. Let me put it like this, okay? When there's no food, nobody gives a shit about the laws.
That's true. That's why they don't want people growing their own food.
No, it's not that. It's not that. Right?
Bro, Tavistock is legitimately trying to keep people from growing their own food, man. They like raided their farms and shit.
Yeah, I don't. Whatever. I don't really care about that, right? The reason they want you growing your own food, so you're reliant upon the system. But
Exactly.
but that makes the system operate. But like when there's no food, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you'll eat your neighbor.
Right.
All these rules of conduct go out the window. So what you're doing is, and standing here doing the sovereign citizen thing, is you're relying on them honoring their laws and their way of doing things.
Yes.
I don't like that.
But
no,
here's
they
the
can't.
thing.
They can.
The Constitution is the supreme law of the
They
land.
don't
Nothing
care.
can trump it.
They don't care.
It doesn't matter if they care. They have to care.
No, they don't.
As long as it's still in place. Yes,
No, they don't.
Bro, if they didn't, we would already be under a totalitarian system.
Have you noticed the system recently?
Yes, but it would be even more so.
Yeah, I mean,
communism.
Yeah. Listen again, because like there's food.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? Like I agree with you.
We're
you know
under
what I mean?
crony capitalism, which is really like
This is not. It's not. No. This is just capitalism.
No, man. The
No,
corporation.
this is just capitalism, dude. There's no such thing as crony cat. This is just capitalism. This is oligarchy.
Bro, but corporations shouldn't be involved with capitalism.
Again, these are legal fictions.
Well, it's all legal fiction, really.
Yo, this is what I'm saying, bro. Like, so why are you relying upon legal fictions? Why do you want to rely on legal fictions?
Because the Constitution is not a legal fiction.
It is too.
See, look, you have
the state is a legal fiction.
Yes, it is.
The Constitution, which is like ratified by the states, is a legal fiction. The whole fundamental is a legal fiction. It's all bullshit.
No, you have a difference between law and policy. Politicians enforce policy. Police enforce policy, which is for the corporations. The Constitution is actually law. There's a difference. I'm telling you, bro. There is a difference. They don't want people to know this shit.
Listen, it's
I get
all
what you're saying.
all fugazi, the whole thing. All of it is, and you know it is. Stop. Like stop pretending. You're not an Anglo. Stop pretending.
I'm gonna try anyways. And if I get it done.
Oh yeah. Listen, it'll work for a little while.
If I get it done, I will show you through example. If I don't, I'll be like, damn right, you were right. But I honestly believe it's possible. To an extent. I'm not saying fully. But I do believe it's possible.
Yeah, listen, I don't believe in, you know what I mean, like relying on people to like do what they're told and do what they say.
Either. But that's the thing, you don't have to.
Yeah, unless you have their kids held hostage in a basement, duct taped, bro, that they're going to do whatever the fuck they want.
Bro,
as long as it's politically viable for them.
Well, sure, but the First Amendment is not rights. They're freedoms given by God. Now, whether you believe in God or not.
Like, these motherfuckers don't believe in God, dog.
It doesn't matter, though.
It does matter. Like, if they don't believe in God, then the whole thing's fucked.
Well, yeah, but that's how it was set up, though. The First Amendment is freedoms. It's not based in rights.
Okay. All of it is based, right, as a whole on motherfuckers like honoring their word.
Yes, I know.
So what happens when they don't?
Well, no, I agree with you. and that's coming soon. But look, they wouldn't create all of these policies to distort and disrupt the Constitution like the Patriot Act if it wasn't an obstacle. Don't you follow me? Why do you think they're saying the Constitution's a piece of paper and all this other shit? Why would they attack the Constitution if it wasn't a problem? You got to think about this for a second.
Oh no, like, okay, so again, because we have food right now, right? Like as long as everything's smooth at the second, right? You know what I mean? They'll keep trying to honor their fucking word, right? So they can keep moving forward, right? You know what I mean? Like they'll try to keep everything the way it is, because like the state is a legal fiction. If they don't honor the Constitution, then the state stops being a legal fiction, right? And then it becomes an actual real thing, because like the state becomes real when they actually enforce it with weaponry.
Yes, definitely. Well, that's why they want to take our weapons.
I mean, like when they start marching motherfuckers to the FEMA camps, the state is 100% real.
Yes, right.
Right. So like this is what I'm saying. Like this is fake, right? Like when they start going totalitarian, that's when it'll be real. That's when the state will go, yeah, right. Listen, the state actually exists, because you know what, we say it does.
Right, exactly.
Right. You know what I mean? So like again, I'm not gonna rely on them behaving themselves. Like I have watched them in their fucking courts of law fuck around and do dumb shit.
Well, I'm not saying to completely rely on them. I'm just saying use their fucking system against them and be as self-reliant as you possibly can. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm going to trust them to adhere to all of their fucking promises. Obviously not. But the fact of the matter is the supreme law of the land is the Constitution. Nothing can trump that.
I mean,
and until they wipe it out completely, we still have freedoms.
I mean, like, listen.
All courts.
I'm gonna live the way that like I'm able to live, right? But like honestly, you know, let's keep this 100% real, right? Like, yo, we can live basically, you know what I mean, as far as we're able to live until they're willing to enforce shit. We can take more or have less freedoms, and we have less freedoms because like, yo, they don't care. They've been stripping freedoms forever.
Yes, but why would they take them if there wasn't anything to take? This is my point.
Why would they take? Because the state needs them. The managers need them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The managers need the power to be able to manage. They have drones, they have guns, they have nukes, right? They have all these things.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Like nubs, exactly. They don't need our guns. They have missiles. Yeah, 100%. Right.
Yeah, they have the Samson option too, but you know.
Yeah. Again, right. So like, it doesn't matter. Like, yo, people aren't going to fight back because they're cattle.
Well, this is true. Most people.
Yeah. Yes. So you don't have any force behind you.
Do you remember the American Revolution?
Yeah.
Remember how that happened? There was a few people, bro.
Yeah. Are you John Hancock?
I'm just, well, I mean, does it mean it can't happen again? Is that what you're telling me?
I mean...
Tell me it can't happen again?
Yo, no. I don't think it can happen again.
Why not?
Because people are cattle.
Well, most people are cattle, but that doesn't mean they're all cattle. 75% might be. But if the 25%, if the 25% they aren't.
No, I think about 99% are cattle.
Okay, well, guess what? There's about 1% that rule us. So if 1% of us decided to fucking rebel, you don't think that dude, they would lose their fucking minds if people just completely stopped obeying them. They'd lose their fucking minds. They've said it themselves. Even fucking Brzezinski did a speech talking about how there was a huge threat if there was a political awakening. If people actually realized what was going on. Like, they've written about this shit in their own works. They're terrified.
Oh, listen, they're always terrified, right? You know what I mean? That's why it is that, like,
they fear us as much as we. This is the one thing I don't like, is people have this idea that they're like so fucking powerful and they're so monolithic and it's so impossible to resist them and so impossible to do anything against them. And it's just really not true. If the right people in the right places fucking were to do something, it would be all over. you know, and whether you hate Trump or like Trump or, you know, whatever the fuck, like him as an archetype kind of shows how that could be done.
Okay. Listen.
Do you feel what I'm saying? If you have military and people like that were to make moves, bro, you're telling me this shit couldn't be stopped? Come on, man. All they got to do is get rid of the Fed, get rid of the, like, dude, it's not that hard. It's really not. These people are not invincible. They wanted people to believe that shit. They have chinks in their armor too.
They don't have chinks in their armor,
bro. Nah.
I mean, no, wait. Listen, I know they have. I know,
gods,
like,
man.
I'm sorry, bro. Like, I'm busy doing like fuck our shit. Fucking, like, you know, fuck. I had to pay some bills and shit. But anyway, you listen. I get what you're saying. I understand. I understand that they're not gods, right? I get this, right? Like, and I was literally just talking about like fortune favors the bold, right? Like, I get this, right? You know, I mean, Machiavelli said it properly. He said, "Fucking," you know, I mean, fortune's like a young fortune's like a woman that favors a young man. It's on to beat and restrain her and keep her under him, right? You know what I mean? And I get all this, right? Like 100%, right? These are not gods. And all this propaganda to make us believe they're gods is, you know what I mean, like nonsense. All this, like, literally, like Law and Order, all this shit is fucking probably one of the most terrible things that's ever happened to like fucking humanity, right? Making us believe that they'll fucking catch us anytime that we do anything negative. It keeps everybody in the fucking line, right? I get it. I 100% get it, right? But what I'm saying is this is very important to understand. Part of that is also them fucking promoting, like when you talk about Law and Order and all these type of things, is them promoting the fucking court system, right? To say that, like, you know, you can just legally argue whatever you want, you know what I mean? And you can win these fucking arguments. In the end of the day, they'll just tell you to go fuck yourself and throw you in jail because they don't fucking care.
Bro, it's happened though.
Oh, listen, I get you. It's happened, but this happened the other way too, where they just lock you in Gitmo and call you a terrorist.
That happens too. Yes.
Right. Like, yo, all this requires them to like not throw CP on your fucking computer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. Again, you are relying on them behaving themselves. Right. And I'm not going to be relying upon them to behave themselves.
Well, either fucking way, I'm going out fighting.
I feel where you are, right? I go out squabbling myself, right? I stand on my own 2 feet, right? I stand on my own 2 feet, right? And I do what I want, right? I live the way I want to live, and I handle my fucking business the way I want to handle it, right? And until I'm ready to lay my ass down, I'm always gonna be one step the fuck ahead of the hangman, because that's who we are,
right?
But the thing is I know that hangman's there. And I'm never going to throw myself on the mercy of the fucking hangman because, like, them niggas, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, they have zero respect for us.
Of course.
And anytime they can do some ill shit. And by the way, listen, you're talking to somebody who was part of Kids for Cash, right? You know what I mean? Like, I watch this system fucking stand here and, like, just take a fucking 15-year-old kid, myself, right? And I watch them stand here and take an 8-year-old kid, my homies, right? You know what I'm saying? Who, like, I was locked up with and put handcuffs on his ankles because he was too small. His legs were too small to shackle, right?
Yeah.
And, like, yo, I watched them fucking, like, I stood here and maybe signed my own fucking confession on some nonsense with no legal representation.
Bro, my friend had drugs fucking planted on him because somebody wanted to make their fucking quota and was thrown in prison for basically fucking 20 years for shit he didn't do. I can show you like fucking articles from police reports and shit. This guy in when I was in Florida, fucking he was a police officer. He was trying to infiltrate the DEA from the inside. And he had collapsible fucking walls and shit, like out of movies. And he had fucking guns and everything else. And he was putting hits out on other cops and shit, trying to infiltrate the DEA. And he was like putting hits out so that no one else could compete with him. And he was planting drugs on drug dealers that weren't getting caught otherwise. And he ended up going to prison for fucking 20 years. his wife was like involved in like pharmaceuticals and all this other shit. There's another cop who was like doing pornography and shit on while he was on call and shit, dude. Like I know. Like these people are all like Masons and shit. Like I'm not saying all Masons are bad, but like they're not even. They don't even. They're like protect and serve who? Like not us. Like they serve the policy. Like I said, the police, they serve policy, which is the fucking corporation. Like I know, dude.
All right, so like, listen, I'm not worried about the cops, right? You know, I mean, the cops are just like dumb little foot soldiers. They're fucking. They're all
like foreign agents, bro.
Yeah, listen, it's
they don't
the judges
even serve America anymore.
The judges
become foreign agents.
Yeah, the judges aren't really give a fuck about it. Judges ain't a big deal, right? We're like, dude, the people you got to worry about. The motherfuckers you got to worry about is a DA, right? And like, you know what I mean? Like detectives and like fucking FBI motherfuckers and CIA motherfuckers. These are the motherfuckers you really got to worry about. Yeah. They're the fucking problems. They are fucking free agents that will do whatever the fuck they want and whatever they feel is necessary to like fucking stand here and maintain the fucking idea of the democracy. Right? Yeah. And like, so like I am well aware of how all this works. Like, do you know what Kids for Cash was?
Yeah.
Right, where they were selling children to private placements, right? Like, listen, they fucking banged me up on some nonsense, right? And like, I went in this fucking room and I sat down. There was a fucking lawyer there, right? And he goes, "Listen, you sign this piece of paper, we'll expedite your fucking case and get this fucking get you home." I was like, "Cool." I signed this piece of paper. I show up in fucking court. This motherfucker said, "We got your signed confession right here." Yeah, no legal representation. Yeah. Listen, again, I know this system. They have no respect for us.
No.
Right? And they have no respect for their own rules. They don't care. They will do what they want.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So, like, I'm not going to stand here and, you know what I mean, put myself at the mercy of, like, making sure that these fucking morons, you know what I mean, like, I'll make sure, like, I had the proper paperwork for garbage to go, like, "Hey, listen, look, I filled out all the paperwork." And they go, "Yeah, we don't care. Fuck you."
Right.
You know what I mean? Because that's what they'll do.
No, I
right. So like the mentality should be just as an in general thing, right? Number one, you know what I mean, put yourself in a position where you're going to be successful. You know what I mean? Where you're going to be able to like have some shit and get the fuck away from shit and hide. Right. The big thing is to fucking hide. You don't want to be seen. You don't want to rock the boat. You don't want these motherfuckers to bother you. Right. You know what I mean? I know it comes from a YouTuber, it's fucking retarded to say. But like, you know, that's really what it is that you want to do. You know what I mean? Right. You don't want to be somebody. You either want a lot of eyes on you or none. One of the two.
Right.
Right. Yeah. That's the mental.
Yeah, no, I got you there.
Right. You want to lay back and motherfucking try to fade into the goddamn crowd as much as possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want dirt on the system. You want dirt on the system and its operators so that you're able to go like, "Hey, listen, bro. You want to like stand here and continue this fucking bullshit? Because I can just open my fucking mouth or like release this information if that's what it is that you want." Right? You got to be able to do that shit. You got to be able to like fuck. You got to put yourself in a position where like you have the ability to make shit move on your own. You cannot rely upon them to behave on their own. This is 101 Machiavellian, bro. Like 101 Machiavelli. This is how power moves.
Right. No, I hear you.
Right. Epstein ended up being a billionaire. Right. By like digging up dirt on motherfuckers.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's how you got to move in this system.
And Trump was investigating Epstein.
Yeah, listen, y'all low, bro. Like I don't know whatever is, right? They said, "Oh, listen, he was an informant." I don't know. Right. I don't know. It's kind of, that's propaganda at this point. What do I care? What do we care about? We care about whether or not Trump is doing what it is that we need him to do for us.
Right.
Yeah. Keep an eye on the fucking ball.
It makes sense to me that could be true.
I feel you. My mental is like, yo, keep your eye on the goddamn ball, right? You know what I mean? Like, yo, keep your eye on the goddamn ball. Right? What do I want? I want Trump to deport every fucking immigrant in the goddamn country. Why? Because that raises my pay. That's what I want.
Well, he's been doing it.
I feel you. That's all I care about. I'm a one-issue voter, right? I'm a one-issue guy, right? Listen, get all the immigrants the fuck out. Everything else I don't give a fuck about, right? Because
well,
listen,
I mean, you know about the
if I'm making money, I'm good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know about the fucking trafficking and all that shit.
Listen, did you see my video yesterday?
Nah, bro, I haven't been online for a minute.
Bro, listen, right? Like, yo, I put out a vicious ass video yesterday. Like, listen, we need to kick Korea the fuck out of the country. Every Korean and every Korean-owned business is the fuck out of the country. Right?
Yeah.
You know, Koreans have been trafficking children to work in their factories in fucking Alabama and Georgia,
Oh,
right?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right. And you know, like they recently got popped where like they had fucking 400 illegal goddamn fucking Koreans in the goddamn country working in their fucking factory, and just one of them.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers need to go. They need to go.
There's
Yo, by the way, you know what? Americans don't care because they got cheap cars. Again, if you want to really rely upon the system.
No, it's about self-reliance. It's
No, I mean,
using the system against itself.
Well, like it's not about using the system to, like, you know what I mean, rely upon yourself, right? It's about like fucking, you know, do you really want to put all your eggs in the fucking basket of,
no,
you gotta honor the Constitution?
That's one basket. That's only one basket.
Why?
When
These
you know your
motherfuckers,
rights,
like,
bro,
yo,
they
you know,
can't do much.
listen. They are letting these companies continue to operate, even though they're trafficking children and funding the fentanyl that's killing Americans.
Yeah.
Right. And they're letting the companies continue to operate. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're sick in their fucking head. Yeah.
No, because money.
Well, yeah.
Again, they will sell their fucking mothers. They don't care.
They do.
They'll sell their children.
They do.
They don't give a fuck.
No, they do not.
Right? That's the mental, dog. Listen, I'm not bitching at you. I'm not bitching. I'm just we're on the live stream, so I'm gonna fucking do with it. I'm gonna do my stick, right?
Bro, I know that. We can bitch at each other. It's fine.
I'm not trying to, you know what I mean, have you all fucking like thinking I'm fucking bitching at you. You know what I mean? Like this is just
bro, it's us, man. I know.
Yeah, right.
We have our little powwows. It's cool.
Yeah. I'm just letting you know like where it is, right? And this is why it is that like yo fucking like these motherfuckers like that fucking that cornball fucking Iranian motherfucker, right? You know what I mean? Who doesn't like you and me, right? That's why like yeah. Again, he's a believer in the system. Seriously? That's the difference between me and you.
Oh Lord.
That's the difference between us and him.
No, I
he doesn't believe it. He believes in it. He believes in it. He loves it.
No. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm just saying, if you know your rights, there are some things they have to follow. Like if you go into a courtroom, dude, like, okay, look, you understand that, as you say, like, it's all about money. So like, if you go into a courtroom and you have money, you can get away with anything. Okay. But also if you go into a courtroom and you understand the law, okay, the judge has to dismiss the fucking case. Like it's been shown many times. Like if you understand the game that they're playing, there's nothing they can do to you.
They'll just throw CP in your computer. They'll throw CP in your computer because they don't care.
Well, I mean, they can do that, yes.
Yeah, again, right, legit. Like fucking, this is the fucking problem. Right, they don't care.
No, they don't. I know they don't.
Again, like, so the whole point is right, like, listen, I get it, you have rights and blah 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 nonsense, whatever, right? Like, yo, your best bet, you know what I mean, is to be able to like either have bullshit on them or be able to conduct violence on a level that they're not willing to tolerate. It's one of the fucking two.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's also true.
Like, yo, legit.
Bro, I'm with you like 90%. I'm just saying it's not impossible. I'm just saying it's not.
Oh, I get you, right?
You shouldn't
I mean,
disregard
like,
it
I understand that.
And I know we have mutual respect, so don't worry about that. And if anyone else is wondering, we're just talking shit. We always do this.
Yeah.
We have mutual
me
respect.
just squabble.
We're both Italian. We're both Pisanos.
Yeah.
This is just how we are. We're not fucking.
This is where
We're
we are,
not.
bro.
We're not like fucking little bitches. You can't like have real conversations without just fucking getting all fucking bent out of shape and triggered.
Yeah, we're not fucking faggots, right? But like the point is that like I'm not gonna rely upon this fucking bullshit, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stand here and I'm gonna duck down until I have the ability to like fucking bury shit. You know what I mean?
I mean,
because I've had the system work for me, right? You know what I mean? I have, and you know why the system worked for me?
What's that?
Because my uncles handed money to the DA.
Oh well, that's a whole other. I don't want to talk too much about this online, but yeah, that's another way. That's definitely another way.
Yeah.
I've done that in the past as well. I'm not going to say too much, but yeah, you give them a little donation, they look the other way for sure. You can get shit on your car to where you basically like look the other way. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. I won't say too much. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right.
I hear you.
Again, the system doesn't work. It never worked.
It's not supposed to work.
No, it's supposed to work. Right. It's
well for them.
You know what I mean? The system's supposed to work. You know what I mean? It's supposed to, and this is the thing, right? So like that way they have everybody like, you know, oh, listen, you know, everything works, you know, because they have to, you know what I mean, like honor shit, right? That way, like the fucking population doesn't stop believing in things.
That's true.
You know what I mean? But like in the end of the day, if you're a threat to the system, it just is what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking bitches hit me the fuck up first thing in the morning, bro. Like, you know. All these broads hit me up in the fucking morning. I'm like, yo, come over and fucking, you know what I mean? Like, yo, come handle business. And they just like, I'm busy. And I'm like, oh, goddamn, bro, listen, I'm fucking tired. Like, bro, fucking bullshit. But like, yeah, I'm not going to rely upon this nonsense. This is where I am. You know what I mean? Like, because I know the system's corrupt. It's terrible. It's awful. It doesn't give a fuck. It's full of fucking people who like have a winning attitude and they have to get elected, right? The DA gets elected by how many cases he wins.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So losing is not an option for these people. And you create that system, this is where we end up. This is why elections and democracy is fucking dumb.
It's mob rule.
Right, it's not that. It creates terrible incentive structures.
Not the mob like that, but yeah.
Yeah, it creates terrible incentive structures.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yo, if this system worked the way it was supposed to, like, yo, what they would do is they would like fucking stand here and judge a DA and a judge, you know what I mean, who's up for election by how many fucking like cases they fucking found the dude to be innocent, because that's showing the system working.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I've won so many cases. It doesn't tell you how they won, or if there was ever actually any evidence.
Yeah.
In fact, they actually try to win cases by showing as little evidence as possible.
Well, no, they try to win cases by dragging out as long as possible.
Well, that's too.
Like, listen, have you ever been charged with a real crime, like facing like 15 years, some shit like that?
No.
Yo, let me tell you something about that. All right.
I know people that have though. I
have, right, and I've beaten them. Right. And the thing is while you're going through this for like, you know, fucking 2-3 years of the shot or whatever it is, it's so mentally and spiritually taxing.
Oh, yeah.
Right. That like in the end of it, you just want it to stop because it's like having cancer. You can't plan anything. There is no tomorrow.
Yeah. Continuous. Yep. No, I know.
Yeah. There's no tomorrow. Right.
Bro, I was in the fucking criminal underworld. I just stayed away from it myself. You feel me? I watched other people make mistakes, and that's how I learned not to fuck my life up. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you understand that, like, yo, listen, they will drag these motherfuckers in the dirt until like they're just willing to fucking give up.
That's the point, yeah.
And they'll take a plea bargain.
That's it.
Right? I kept saying, I'm going to trial.
And they'll charge people with the same crime over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I know. Oh, yeah. I knew a lot of fucking drug dealers and shit, man. Like,
yeah. Right.
Like,
Like I was a goon, right, for a while, right? It just is what it is. And they'll go there and they'll have zero evidence against you for whatever the fuck it is they're doing. That's why they're dragging their ass, because they just want you to accept the plea.
Yep. And then free labor. That's really what
listen,
it is.
they don't give a fuck about the free labor. It ain't the fuck it's about, right? Again, it's about a winning attitude. They don't give a fuck about the labor, bro. They give zero fucks about the labor, because most dudes can't even get a job in jail, bro. They want to get a job. How many motherfuckers have you had called, bro? You probably don't know a lot of criminals, right? But like motherfuckers who call you from jail, and like, bro, like, listen, like what? They're like, I can't get a fucking job. They won't let me fucking work. I want to fucking work. Every one of them wants to work when they're in there,
right?
But they can't. This is not a thing. You know how many private, you know what the percentage of the population of like fucking people who are in prison are actually in fucking private prisons?
Right.
It's 8%.
Yeah.
And the vast majority of those are like halfway houses.
Right.
All this is nonsense. This is all bullshit.
I mean, it is like slavery though, bro.
It's not slavery.
How?
It's not. You know what I mean? It's not slavery.
Well,
right?
you're told what to eat. You're told what to fucking like wear. What to like. You're fucking every action is controlled. How is that not slavery?
It's not slavery, because it's not. That's not what slavery is. Right?
I mean,
it's not slavery. No. Okay, so listen here. All right, Yarvin put up. Yarvin put up.
Do some dumb shit, and you end up in jail for the rest of your life.
You need to read Yarvin. I'll be real with you. Watch Skeptical Waves. One of the two. Fucking like listen to him. Fucking it's fucking fascinating. But he put out this. He's putting out this book called The Gray Mirror. Right. He's up like chapter 7, I think, or something at this point. And chapter 5 and 6 are really fucking good. And one of the things he gets into is he said, listen, if there was a button you could push and you said, hey, listen, you know what I mean? I am physically, spiritually, and like fucking mentally bankrupt at this point. Like I fucking can't anymore. Right. And you could push a button and you would be whisked away elsewhere. Right. Had a new life given to you. New job, new fucking place. You know what I'm saying? Like fucking new life altogether. Right. And like all you had to do was like let the government fucking stand here and go like, hey, listen, you're gonna do what the fuck we say, right? Whatever it is,
well,
right?
People love slavery.
No, it's not that. No, it's not. It's not that. That's
people
like,
would rather be slaves than have real freedom.
No. Do you know how many dudes I have come to me and ask me? Do you know how many guys I have come to me and ask me to do this for them?
Real freedom is a lot of responsibility and accountability. You don't think that most people, as you say, they're cattle. They want to be told what to do. They want to be told what to think. They want the safety and the security and the predictability of life. Like they don't want to actually have to think everything through themselves. Like you don't think that's true? I think people are more afraid of freedom than they are fucking slavery.
It's not that, right? It's like nobody's supposed to have freedom. Freedom's fucking dumb. You're supposed to, freedom's fucking dumb. Like freedom's stupid.
Hold on, bro. You're sitting here telling me you want to do what you want to do and you want to fade into the background. How the fuck are you going to tell me the freedom is dumb?
Listen, no, fuck freedom. Freedom's stupid, right? I would much rather, right, be a part of a lineage, right? Where like, I was born in a fucking place and I had a position and this is what I did. And like fucking, I would have like a life that like my father and grandfather and great-grandfather and great-great-grandfather before him had, right? And I didn't have to stand here and like try to figure out what to do from fucking scratch.
I mean, that's still a level of freedom, though.
It's not freedom.
You're not being told what to do.
I am being told
You're
what to do.
still making a choice.
No, I'm not.
Well, unless they tell you must do this.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Oh.
Right. Okay. And you know how many men come to me and they ask me to help them fix their fucking lives and they just go, all right, bro, listen, tell me what to do. Whatever it is, I'll do it. Because like, yo, motherfuckers, again, right? When you get to the level where it's just like, I can't any fucking more, right?
Right.
People will do it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, listen, I know broad right now, right? Fuck, she's in my DMs. This bitch just drove up here from fucking Texas, right? And she's going to go stay with her mom. She got 3 dogs, right? She's fucking homeless. She's sleeping in her fucking car. Right? You know what I mean? Do you think this bitch would much rather just have a dude go, I got you. You're going to do what I tell you to do, and you're going to live the way I tell you to live and where you live?
Well, most women need direction, man. I mean, that's
okay.
Kind of
Yes, I agree. I agree. And
so men are a little different, bro. Like,
and you know how many fucking guys, right, are on the same level where it's like, Brad, just whatever it is you want me to do, I'll do it.
You emasculated them, bro.
It's not. It's because like literally we have all been pushed to the fucking margins, right? But like again,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, again, right.
We were talking about how wolves have been turned into puppies.
How
we've lost our ability to fucking interact with the natural world.
I agree, right? But
well,
like
you and I, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, what you're supposed to do, right? It's you're supposed to have a community and have a place from birth.
I mean, I don't disagree with that.
Right? You know what I mean? And you weren't supposed to make all these decisions. You weren't supposed to stand here and have to like fucking leave home. You weren't supposed to do none of this shit's supposed to work this way.
Right. I can agree with that.
Right.
For the most part. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what this is. That's what this is supposed to be.
Well, we're supposed to be tribes, man, if you really want to get down to it.
Yeah, I feel you. Right.
If you really want to get down to it. Like
yeah.
I definitely agree that like this whole idea of even having a state is a fucking mistake. A huge mistake. Oh shit.
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, you're good. I wanted to hear some shit real quick. Yeah, fucking yeah. Like this is the thing, right? As
I honestly, I'm not a nationalist, but I understand why people are. And
I'm a nationalist, bro, because like you're supposed to be part of a nation, right? And I'm not talking about like fucking the United States, because that's an empire. I'm talking about a nation. Like, I'm an Appalachian, right? I'm supposed to be part of the Appalachian nation.
Well, yeah, in that sense, yes.
Yeah.
But it's more like between a tribe and a nation, I guess, like in between the two. I would say a little more than a tribe, but less than a nation. I think a nation's too big.
See if I can find my thing.
I think a nation's too big. I think a tribe is too small. So somewhere in between the two, I guess. I don't know.
You can't have a nation of fucking 400 million people.
Right, exactly.
That doesn't work.
But no, yeah, I would agree that we would be a hell of a lot more healthy. For sure. If that's what you're saying, then I agree. I don't necessarily want to be told what to do. I want to still have choice. But I do agree that it would be better if we were part of, like you said, a lineage or in a community. I think that's definitely a lot more healthy. And these cities and all this shit is fucking toxic, man. This is fucking toxic.
Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? Like back in the day, like the urbanization, right? Of, you know what I mean? Like America, the urbanization in most countries was like 20%, right? All right. Can you see this?
Yeah, hold on. Let me blow it up.
Right. Why is it so fucking like retarded looking? Right. Why is it fucking, is it, oh wait, cancel. Is it because like, is it doing a retarded thing? Hang on, man. Output, video, output. Yeah, I think it's trying to do the fucking, whatchamacallit. But anyway, yeah, all right. So like this map right here, right? I don't know why the map is all types of like fucking stupid and shit, right?
Yeah.
It's
like zoomed out.
Nah, it's like it's
distorted a little bit.
It's like it's zoomed in. Hang on a minute. Let me. All right, yeah, this is a little better, right? Okay, so like, all right, you see how like all these like fucking different places are on this map? You have like Anarcho England, Appalachia, the South, the Hordelands, Tejas, Lakelands, right? And then fucking Big Sky, Deseret, and Ecotopia, right? These are the natural nations of like this fucking continent based on geography and economics.
Right.
Right. These are actual nations of people.
Yes. The rest of this shit's artificial.
Yeah.
It's geopolitical fucking, yeah.
Right.
Even though a lot of these countries are imaginary, really. Like they changed all this shit. They changed all this shit. Who don't realize? Yeah,
I agree. Right.
And now they just want to turn everything into a big fucking blob.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, but this is what it is, right? At the end of the day, like they've turned everything into like this like fucking retarded ass nonsense. You know what I mean? Where, you know, we're, they've turned everything into, hang on, edit avatar. Hang on. I think I have one. I don't have the avatar there. Shit. Wait, hang on. Actually, I can do this, and then I can do this, and then I can do. Oh, all right, bro. Fuck them. Okay. Anyway, yeah, they created this fucking giant ass nation like as a colony of like fucking England, right? And like what capitalism actually is, and this is very important to understand what capitalism is, right? Capitalism is a commoditization of like land, labor, and fucking people, right?
Yeah.
And like what liberalism did is it allowed individuals to be able to like interact with this, right? And so they said, listen, you come here, you come and like occupy the land, and you can, you know what I mean, like fucking, you can pull whatever resources you want out of it, you know what I mean, and metabolize it and turn it into a finished good to sell, right? And like, yo, as long as you're like occupying the land and like investing and putting more people onto the land, we will allow you to do this in perpetuity, right?
Right.
And this idea, right, is a colonial fucking expansionist idea that's like that is basically what you think of as manifest destiny.
Yes.
Right. But the thing is, this is not how long-term thinking goes, right? Because you can't keep pulling water out of the aquifer to dump on corn so you can have higher yield, so you can continue to like make money while the fucking, because like you're trying to make it off of volume instead of margin. Right. You know, I mean, you can't collapse the aquifer because you're not making any money. You can't continue to like fucking stand here and like pull iron out of the fucking ground forever when we don't have any more iron. You can't run all the fucking resources out and not have a conversation about the next 4 generations of your people.
Right, exactly. It's all about the short term, the instant gratification. That's why they have the fucking factories and the fracking and all this type of shit. Yeah. They're raping the earth.
Yeah, I mean, but like the fracking is a different thing. Like the fracking is like literally like the reason why they're fracking is because like, yo, they ran all the fucking cheap oil out, rebuilding fucking Europe and winning World War II.
Yeah.
Same with the iron and the copper. Like we ran out of helium, right, back in 2013.
Right.
Very few people know about like the fact that like we're at peak everything at the moment, right? And like everything we have to go get now is much deeper and harder to get. So that means it's going to be more expensive, which means that like you're going to end up like fucking having to like fucking have it cost more. And like, you know what I mean? Just because it's so hard to get and and it's not good quality anymore. We stripped this bitch. That's why this country was so great, is because like it was unmolested, because there was no Bronze Age population. There was no Iron Age populations. Nobody had beast of burdens to move fucking like shit around. There's known unknowns and unknown unknowns, son. Y'all motherfuckers don't know what y'all don't know. Right?
Right.
This is why, like, yo, listen, I think different than most motherfuckers, right? Like, all these motherfuckers think about God and, like, fucking law and bullshit and nonsense, bro. Like, yo, you got to think about this shit in the material world, like, yo, because we live here.
See, I have a balance between the two. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Better than most, probably.
I mean, like, the reason why all this shit exists, right, just as a whole, is because of the fact that, like, you have, you know what I mean, like, you had fucking oil allow it.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's the thing, right? It's like you had all this shit, you know what I mean? Motherfucking, whatchamacallit, you had all this shit stand here and, what the hell am I doing? You had all this shit, like fucking, like you had oil, right? Only reason all this exists is because of oil.
Black gold, yeah.
Right? Like, yo, oil is the reason why we have an 8 billion person population on Earth.
Gold, oil, and drugs, man.
No, it's just oil.
That's the God. That's the God they worship.
No. Oil, like, again, oil is the only reason any of this exists. Right? Every year we have 80 billion extra humans because of oil.
Well,
Yeah, no, shut
mean,
the
come
fuck
on,
up.
man.
You're dumb. You're dumb, dude. Shut up.
they
This guy's
kinda-
fucking dumb. Like, don't pay attention to dumb people, bro. Please don't address the peasants. They're fucking too stupid to understand shit.
I don't know though, man, because they kind of took all the gold, and they definitely make money from drugs. You know, let's be real here. Opium, come on, dude. Like you have like the fucking look what happened with China and opium, dude. Look at the East India Company. You know, like that was some crazy shit, dude. Like they're supposed to be a tea fucking company, and they had a whole naval fucking fleet.
All right, so let's address this, right? Okay, so like the ability to move fucking like things around the fucking planet, right? You know what I mean? On the seas and like fucking like across land, right?
Right.
Transport, right? As a whole.
Yeah, the Venetians
and like
did that.
place and like flying and all this type of shit, right? It's because of like oil, right? The reason why you're able to like fucking produce the massive amounts of fucking like food to be able to like feed this population is because we have giant goddamn fucking combines and like industrial machinery on farms that allows people to stand here and, you know what I mean, like fucking produce things on a level of which nobody has ever fucking seen before. Right. The reason why, like, and the reason why it is you're able to stand here and like fucking continually have fucking things year round. Like, for instance, the average fruit cup, right? You know what I'm saying? That fucking move. The average fruit cup that gets to your table goes 20,000 miles before it gets there. The entirety of the earth is only 15,000 miles around.
Right.
20,000 miles before it gets to your goddamn thing. The amount of goddamn fucking energy that is fucking used to fucking move your fucking just your food around. That's not talking your medicine, your motherfucking your clothes, your housing, your fucking wood, your lumber, your iron, your copper, your all these things, right? Oil, right, is the most important thing in modern fucking society. It is literally the blood that shit runs on. And by the way, these fucking retards, this no guy, right, is more energy and water. Like, you can go fuck himself, all right? The amount of money, the amount of energy it takes to fucking separate hydrogen and fucking oxygen versus the amounts you get out is fucking insane, right? It's like it's a fucking waste. Oil, on the other hand, you pull out of the goddamn ground, you put it in a fucking engine in the fucking caloric BTUs, which, by the way, is much higher than fucking hydrogen, right? And allows you to be able to move things the fuck around and not have to put the energy in to begin with, right? That's the whole fucking point, right? If you don't understand like net energy, like you shouldn't be talking. Like, this is why you cannot address the peasants. Right, they don't understand any of the fucking actual like fucking like physics that comes into this fucking shit.
Be kind, Pisano.
No, I'm not going to. No, fuck the peasants. All right, the peasants need to shut up and learn how to fucking listen to the people who actually know shit. Listen. They need to know that they're listening to a better. All right, we are better than them.
Oh Jesus. Look,
I'm
man,
better than this guy.
No
right?
one needs to know I'm Illuminati, bro.
Listen, we're Italians, all right? Like, listen to us. You need to know your fucking place and stay in your fucking lane, all right?
We conquered the world.
The only reason any of this exists is because of us, all right? Fucking know your fucking place. Go look at the fucking shit that you're using right now and understand that like half of it is measured in fucking units that's in fucking Roman and Latin. All right? There's a reason for that. There's a car that runs on water. No, it ran on hydrogen. Get the fuck up, stupid. Fucking retard. I swear to God. Oh man, listen. Fucking, I need to go eat. I'm fucking hungry.
I don't feel like I'm better than anyone.
I feel like I'm better than these. I'm better than this guy. I'm better than the retards you were on stream with earlier, other than maybe like fucking, Machine Lies.
Yeah, Machine's cool, dude.
Machine's great, right? You and Machine's the only decent. Oh, and God damn it, shit. The fuck's the other guy who's fucking cool. I forget his fucking name. He's not bad. The dude with the Matrix avatar.
Oh yeah.
He's not bad. He's a cool guy. Me and him fucking like we go down the same aisles when it comes to fucking reading and shit, right? Yeah. But the other guy, man, listen, fucking, the doctors didn't stand here and tell me I had diabetes. Like, fucking stop your whining, you fucking Anglo fuck. Like, Jesus Christ. Fucking children. Fracking's fucking retarded, all right? Fracking literally fucking like, there's no money in fracking. Nobody has made $1 from fracking yet. Like, it's fucking worthless. It's a stupid goddamn way of, like, literally it's no different than Uber, right? And this is the fucking problem, right? The reason why we're fracking is to be used up all the cheap oil to fucking rebuild fucking Europe, because I don't know why, right? We should have let these motherfuckers suffer. Like, we're not Europeans, for fuck's sake.
Well, wait, it's we are.
We're not Europeans. We're not Europeans. We're not Europeans. All right, listen. We're Americans. Okay, at this point.
Well,
okay, we left.
Well, I mean, at this point, sure, but
we left. Fuck Europe. We left. All right, we're not there. We're not. That's not our people anymore.
Well, no, we can't say that.
It's not our people anymore. They're not. All right, like, yo, fuck them. Have you talked to any of these idiots on Discord? Bro, listen, every time I hear a European on Discord, like, I immediately just go, like, why do they let them use our internet, bro? Like, yo, they need to build their own internet. Like, yo, for fuck's sake.
Bro, I have a lot of European friends.
I don't. Like, as far as I'm concerned, like, literally, like, Europe could, like, disappear tomorrow. And, like, I'd be like, you mean we got land?
Hey, wait, what about Italy, bro?
Listen, dog.
As far as I understand,
are me and you going back to Italy anytime soon?
Probably.
We're not. We're not going back.
What?
We're not going back,
bro.
We're Americans, bro. They don't even like us. Have you talked to them? They don't like us.
Yeah, no, they like me. I have a lot of friends that are European, man.
They don't like us. All right.
Dude, they don't think we're white enough. It's not that we're not.
Exactly. Listen,
we're not white.
It's fine.
It's not that we're not European.
Listen. These morons like Julius Evola, who said, like, oh, listen, there's a niggerification of, like, fucking, the fucking white race, and that's why Americans are so terrible, is because, like, they're all mixed with fucking mongrels, bullshit, whatever, right? Fuck them, right? They're fucking retarded.
Well, I don't
we're
believe
Americans.
that either.
We need to build our own race over here and start adopting our own shit. It's the best way to do things.
So
right?
Race.
But yeah, seriously, not playing.
Well, I don't believe in that either, man. Like, I've never.
I do.
No, one side. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in, like, them saying that, it's mongrels or anything like that. I'm not on either side of that, because I have friends that are melanated too. You know what I mean? Like, I've always got along with everybody.
Listen, I got you. Like, I have half black kids.
I have friends
I understand where you are, right?
I have friends that are Jews. I have friends that I've never had any issue with anybody, really. You know what I mean?
No. What I'm saying is, right, and this is not the thing, right? What I'm saying is like, yo, we need to build our own nation. Right?
Well, I mean, I agree with that for sure.
Right? And these need to be our own races.
Hold on, stop right there. That's exactly what the fuck I've been saying this whole time.
Yeah.
No,
European.
We can't do it, bro. We can't do it. No, it's impossible, bro. We can't do it. Nah.
What?
Why the fuck not?
Oh, listen, this is gonna be a thing eventually anyway.
No,
right?
this is what I'm talking about. You can use their fucking the freedoms that they gave us, quote unquote, to fucking to use that. It's only a fucking what do you call it? Launching pad. I'm not saying we're gonna believe everything they're saying, bro. We know it's Gotham. We know they don't give a shit. They know they'll stab us in the back the minute they have a chance. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't mean we can't fucking get off our ass and try to do something, bro. I'm not talking about the fucking masses. I don't care about the masses. I'm talking about people like you and I.
All right. Listen.
Yes.
What I'm saying is eventually, right? This is all going, we're going to have our own nations here in America, right? And I think we need to start moving towards this as the empire starts collapsing.
Absolutely.
Right? Now, this is the thing, right? And Columbus was not Portuguese. Columbus was, I'm not even gonna I'm done fucking arguing with fucking peasants. Yeah. So like, what we need to do, right, as an in general thing, right, is start thinking about ourselves as different nations of people, right? Stop thinking about ourselves as Europeans, right? Because we're not Europeans, right? Fucking like a white is not a fucking race, right? White's not a thing. It's like fucking, this is EU fucking globalist garbage nonsense, right? What we need to do, right, is we need to start thinking about ourselves as like, Appalachians, or think about ourselves as like fucking Pennsylvanians, or think about ourselves in a different manner, right? Where it's like, listen, we are not part of their shit anymore. We cannot continually be tied without them. You know what I'm saying? We cannot be tied to them forever.
Well, I mean, we're
like,
Italian. We're not European. If you want to think of it like that, there's German.
I mean, like, listen, we're Italian immigrants in America, right? You know what I mean? Which is like, this is what it is. Right, like my people came here and were throwing people off of buildings and shit and doing all types of ill stuff back in the day. As yours. Like we were doing what we were doing, right? We worked in steel factories and coal mines. We fucking gave these fucking filthy goddamn fucking swamp monkeys like actual fucking food. You know what I mean? Right? And we allowed them to be able to live in a proper way that they could have real clothes and like fucking have like actual like architecture, right? You go through and you look at like all the things that like made America great. It's basically all us, right? In the end of the day, right?
Well, I mean, we have the cars, we have the food, we have the clothes, we have
the culture. We have the culture, right? Listen. I mean, half of their language is Latin. Like it is what it is, right? So like again, we gave them everything that they are, right? Just as a whole. Right. And then we came here and we introduced unions so that their fucking people could get paid. We built them a middle class. Right. And by the way, like half the things that you think that Anglos invented, we did. Right. That's, that's the fucking thing.
We started the Renaissance. Okay. Yeah. I have a lot of Italian pride, but I don't like shit on anybody else because of it.
No. You have to shit on them. It's important that they get shit on. Let them get shit on. Okay. They need to eat shit.
There's a lot of other innovations that have come from other cultures. That's not fair.
Right. So like, and this is really no. It's important that you shit on these Anglos folks, right? So that they know their fucking place. Okay. Like if they don't know their place, like how are we going to have a conversation with them?
Sometimes I wonder if you really believe all this shit.
Yeah, I mean, like a little bit, but mostly it's trolling. You know what I mean? Because like, listen, it's just like when I go into like one of these places where everybody's screaming the N-word on fucking Discord, right? And I go in and I say we should murder all the Japanese. Right, they have no idea how to handle things. You know what I'm saying? Because they love Asians. Right?
Wait, you have an issue with Asians? Hold up.
What?
Do you have an issue with Asians? Wait.
Oh yeah, I don't like fucking Asians just as a whole. You know, what I mean? Even though like my avatar is Pol Pot, right? You know what I mean?
Bro, Asian women are dope.
Yeah, listen. I don't give a fuck about no Asian women, bro. Listen. Yeah, listen, if I wanted to fuck a child, I'd be a pedophile, and I'm not a pedophile, okay? Like, I like grown women, you know what I mean?
No, they're not all like that.
Yeah, listen, they all look like they're 12, all right? And they like, the only reason white dudes like them is because, like, they go, oh, look, they all think we still have big dicks, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my god. You're fucking too much, bro. You should be a comedian.
Yeah, listen, that's the only reason why people like fucking Asian women is because, like, their dicks look big to them compared to the fucking Chinese, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my gosh, bro. I like Japanese culture, man. I think it's really interesting. They have honor. They fucking like. There's actually some commonalities, in fact.
Listen, the Japanese are like the Anglos, all right? They're fucking retarded.
No,
okay?
Bro.
We should have wiped them
quite
out.
Interesting, actually.
We should have wiped them the fuck out. Or I'm not worshiping a small dick fucking tiny man with a bowl cut. I'm not fucking doing it. I don't give a fuck. All right. Like, I'm not worshiping somebody who's smaller than me. All right. Same reason I don't worship women. Anyway, right? The Inquisition. Fucking goddamn. Listen,
bro, they can make good food. They have a fucking a warrior culture. They have a shamanic fucking culture. Like, nah, bro. I have a lot of things I respect about the Japanese in particular. Nah, bro. They're strong people too. They've been through hell and back, and they're fucking strong, dude.
Yeah, I'm sure that's why they hang themselves on a regular basis and kill themselves. I'm sure, right?
Well,
and their women don't want to have sex with them, and they like literally dress up as like females and make music. Like, I got you, right? Like, I feel where you are, right? Yeah, they're fucking the strongest people on the fucking planet, right? Listen, fuck the Japanese, bro. Fuck them, okay? Like,
bro, you remind me of my dad sometimes, bro. It's fucking funny shit.
Yo, fuck the Japanese, bro. Like,
how old are you again, man?
42, right?
Oh, okay, so you're like 10 years older than me. Okay, that makes sense. All right. That's funny. You're a fucking comic, bro.
This is like, yo, fuck the Japanese, nigga. Like, fuck the Koreans, right? Yo, listen, like, the Japanese and the Koreans, as far as I'm concerned, are the worst of the Asians, all right?
Right.
Anyway,
I don't know. Some of them are pretty fucking smart.
Some of them are pretty smart.
Yeah.
No, they're not. They're not smart. They're literally midwits, bro. They're fucking midwits, right? Who like fucking dumb Americans go, oh look, the anime, it got bright colors and I enjoy watching. Ooh, let me eat fucking styrofoam noodles. Ooh, so good. Yummy in my tummy for 50 cents. Fuck out of here, bro. I'm good. All right. Listen, I'm fucking cool. Like, yo, listen, I'll make some fucking Parmesan or something. Like, go fuck out of here with your fucking nonsense. We already have noodles, bro. What the fuck you need Japanese noodles for?
Bro, they created noodles and we made them better. I'll give you that.
No, listen. We made noodles, okay? It was like, fuck, it was us, all right? I'm not giving them back. Listen, this is all Anglo propaganda, all right, to try and shit on us. Okay, this is part of Operation Gladio. Fuck that, all right? Yo, it's just like the Greeks all being homosexuals. It's literally like fucking Anglo propaganda.
Dude, if you were a homosexual in ancient Greece, they'd fucking like beat the shit out of you.
Yeah, I agree. Right? Again, this is Anglo propaganda, all right? The shit on like where the fuck they came from. They're like, listen, we're the fucking continuation of like the Roman Empire. Like, they have fascists hanging in the goddamn fucking Supreme Court in the Hall of Congress. Right? Listen, they don't even know what a fascist is, but Lincoln Memorial his hands are sitting on two fascists, and people have no idea where these things even come from. They don't know anything about themselves.
Right? No, it's true. Well, I mean, fucking the Abrahamic religions are partially responsible for that shit.
No, they just stole our shit.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying.
They stole our shit, bro. And they're like, it's ours. No, it's not. Their system of laws from the Germans, which, by the way, they got from the Romans, right? Listen, all of their shit is stolen. Everything that they've ever done is all stolen. That's why it is they don't have any food, all right? Their greatest fucking food in the world, right, is beans on toast, bro. They eat cat shit, all right? Like, fucking, you ever seen Spotted Dick? It's literally cat litter. Right, it's cat poop and cat litter.
Cat poop sandwich, yeah.
Right, these filthy fucking swamp monkeys think they're fucking special. You know why? Because like, yo, what they did is they fucking nationalized their fucking religion, sold out their entire culture, right, and decided money was all that mattered. And we should worship them for this. Fuck out of here with your nonsense, you fucking non-cultural having fucking swine, fucking garbage. Fucking Protestant fucking cornballs. Listen, bro, no, do you want to go with the Protestants too? We can go with the Protestants too. Like, listen, we can do that too. Oh, listen, I'm gonna go and like rape my whole community. It's okay though, because I can just forgive myself because God fucking forgives me. Fuck out of here. Yo, y'all are all trash. Okay, everything you believe in is garbage. You can be saved. Everybody can be saved. I heard somebody say this earlier tonight. Anyone can be saved. No, that's not how this works, bro. You can't just like go rape kids and be saved. All right. Okay. Like, there's sins that you can't wash off your body. Right. Well, listen, fucking gays are allowed to fucking be in the church because they can be saved too. No, dog. No. All right. There's sins you can't wash off. That's a stain that don't come off your soul. All right. You can't take motherfucking penis in the ass. All right. And then expect me to motherfucking stand here and like respect you as a man. Fucking Protestantism. Oh, listen, we want to be able to like fucking conduct business and have usuries. You know what I'm saying? And still be Christians. Jesus still loves us, even though like we're fucking, you know what I mean, when we're fucking borrowing a fucking cloak, like we're gonna fucking steal the guy's pants too. You know what I mean?
Bro, what's crazy is you have like trans fucking people teaching the Bible, using like Bible verses to say, "Be ye transformed," and it's like, see, they're talking about us because God knew ahead of time that this would happen, and aren't we lucky that we have such an open-minded God that would accept our differences? I'm just like, are you fucking serious? And they're teaching this shit to children. I'm like, are you fucking serious? This is some twisted evil shit. They want to talk about Satan like this is satanic. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, listen, they don't believe in Satan, bro. Like, fuck out of here with their
No,
nonsense,
they don't,
right?
bro. Like, Satan is humanity, bro. The only Satan is just the evil of man, for real.
Yo, do you see Peter Thiel? Like, yo, Peter Thiel is the end result of like fucking Anglo.
Fucking scary,
Yo,
bro.
Peter Thiel is the end result of like Anglo religion, right? Yo, listen, he said, you know, the fucking trans people trying to cut off their penises, they're not going far enough, right? They're not trans, like they're not motherfucking perfecting the human form enough, right? End result of like these fucking swamp monkeys religions.
Bro, have you ever heard of the castrati? The eunuchs and shit?
Yo, listen, yeah, I have.
That's where this shit comes from, bro. This is the reemergence of that shit.
No,
That's
it's not.
what it
No,
is.
yo, I mean, it's not.
No,
right?
I think
Yo,
it
it's
is.
not. Yeah, it's not. It's not. Right. Yo, the castrati thing was like literally like upper class people like wanting to hear like a soft voice, like fucking like little boy forever, right?
Bro, they
that.
chop their fucking dick off in reference to their fucking gods, bro.
Yeah, it's not even that. No, it's not even that. But it's worse. It's worse. It's literally, it is their God, right? Because their God is money, right? But here's what this is. Okay, this is really simple to understand if you actually think about this properly. Here's what the whole trans thing is, right? So, like in the economy, right? If you're working in an office and you're like living as a cubicle monkey, the best thing you can be is an employee who requires constant health care, right? And who is a motherfucking basic eunuch who's never going to have a sexual harassment case and is never going to have fucking children. So you can dedicate your entire life to buying fucking high value added fucking plastic shit on fucking credit. That's a tranny.
Thank you. Bro, you remember St. George, right? George Carlin.
Yeah, the worst motherfucker ever. Got you.
Why is he the worst motherfucker ever?
Because literally he's the one who like where they got all their ideas from.
I mean, I think he was exposing their ideas.
No, I think he was pressing their fucking ideas. He shit on fucking white people and men and the strong his entire fucking career.
Well, I mean,
yeah, exactly. Right. For every positive thing he said about like corporations and, you know what I mean, like fucking propaganda, right? He said even more about like how shitty fucking white guys were, like how much we should, you know what I mean, like whatever. And then he laughed as he's fucking was heading the fuck out in his last interview. He said, oh, the Muslims are going to take you guys over. They're going to fucking anal rape all of you. And I'm glad because I'm not going to be here to see it. And you deserve it.
Entropy and all that. Yeah, I guess he did.
Yeah, he was terrible. He was terrible. I feel you, Brad. I hate to ruin your heroes. I got you. But like, listen, I wrote a whole piece on George Carlin on Substack.
Right. Do you think that maybe it was just like towards the end though? Because I mean, like in the beginning, he really did like maybe someone got to him. Like, I don't know.
Man, listen, he was a boomer. He fucking lead, poison, and cocaine, bro. That's how it works.
Well, yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? All the boomers are terrible. You know what I mean?
I don't know though, man. He really did seem genuine at times.
Yeah, I feel you. You know what I mean? Like, no, right? Like, again, like he shit on the fucking church. He shit on like fucking, he shit on everything that was like us. You know what I mean? Like everything that like, again, listen, this is the fucking problem, right? Like real shit. The church is a necessity, right? You know what I mean? You have to have somebody like holding the standard of like what Christianity is and have rules for people, right? And like this is the problem with like the fucking morons you have in your chat right now. Like, no, right? Like fucking the issue is like they go, oh fucking we hate the church. I'm like, why? Well, the reason is because number one, Anglos have propagandized nonsense forever, because anybody that puts rules on human beings, right, puts rules on the economy, right? So if you have things that you can't do, it stops them from making money.
Right.
And the church as a whole, right, you know what I'm saying, like, has been a political organization for a while, which means they get pulled into politics, which means in order to keep asses in seats, they have to continue to like fucking move to the fucking left or wherever the fuck it is that, you know what I mean, the popular zeitgeist is, because they don't have an army to protect them.
Right.
Right. So I can't listen. I'm not going to blame the church for like fucking, you know what I mean, turning into nonsense. Like everybody goes, oh, because I agree, like the church is fucking trash today. Right. And that's only because of the fact that like there's nobody defending it. You know what I mean? There's nobody standing there holding it fucking, you know what I mean, like going, hey, listen, you know what I mean, we need this as an institution to continue to function so that people continue to live in a proper manner so we can hold back the corporations and the fucking governments.
Well, that's the thing, is the church has been taken over by the corporations and
No, it just got pushed. It got pushed because it's politics, dude. It didn't get taken over.
Well, I'm saying like most 90% of churches are under 501c3 and shit.
Oh, yeah, that's just a charity thing, right? That's just a tax filing status. It has to be, right? Almost all fucking hospitals in America, like 80% of hospitals in America, are ran by the Catholic Church. Most food banks, you know, all this type of shit.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? So again, like it has to be ran as a fucking charity, right? Because that way you don't have to pay fucking taxes. If they did pay taxes, they just be gone. And then you would have nothing holding the standard at all. And literally you just have gay guys running down the street, anal raping each other constantly.
Yeah, but don't you think it'd be better if we didn't have the fucking Abrahamic religions?
I mean, I'd like to see paganism make a fucking comeback. Like 100%, I would. Right. But, you know what I mean? Like fucking, I don't think, you know what I mean, as a whole, that works in modernity.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we've kind of fallen.
Yeah.
But do you think it would be possible, though?
I mean, again, if we had actual nations, yes. We can't do it with states. You can't do it with fucking states.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Here's what you'd have to do. What you'd have to do is you'd have to destroy, like, the Japanese and the British.
Oh, God, here we go.
Right? Like, they'd have to go. You know what I mean? Like, you'd have to wipe out the Anglo race. Like, they got to go. Right? And then everybody else, yeah, we could probably have a conversation about going back to having nations again. Right? Because you can't have small dick people scared about, like, motherfuckers invading them constantly.
What? They have a bigger dick than us? Bomb them.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I agree. Right. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry.
I feel you. Right.
I like George Carlin, man. Whatever the fuck he was. I think he's a funny motherfucker, regardless. He was funny as shit.
Right. So like, and this is the thing, right? Is so like you can't have like the people running the fucking world constantly being scared that they're gonna lose, right? Like, why are we like, so when we have these conversations, like for instance, I was reading an article yesterday, fucking on it's either Philadelphia Inquirer or Penn Live, one of the two, fucking where it said Josh Shapiro was saying that like Pennsylvania is gonna win the AI race, right? And like I was in the comments and I said, bro, listen, I feel like this is a race we don't want to win. Like, do you sure we want to win this race? Right? Yo, listen.
Hell no.
Right?
You have to show me that shit because that disturbs me.
Yeah, I feel right. Listen, hold on.
That's in fact, that's a chat we have like on your channel or some shit when I'm free. Because that's fucking crazy, bro. I didn't even know about that. So I'm listening. You got my attention.
Hang on, bro. I gotta find it right.
Just a minute, babe.
Oh. Hang on. Hang on. Can I share this? Yeah, I can share. Share. Copy link. Home. Fucking Discord. I'll send this to your DMs on Discord.
Alright.
Right. Why did I go to Apollo's message? All right, here. Yeah, here. There you go. Yeah, it was on Facebook, right? which I don't even use Facebook, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? But every once in a while it sends me a notification. I'm like, oh, what the fuck is this? Right? Because I have a messenger to like, talk to my family and shit or whatever. But like, fucking, yeah, this is from the office of the governor of fucking Pennsylvania, right? And fucking, hang on. It says Pennsylvania is in the top 3 states of AI readiness because we have the knowledge, determination, and people to lead the battle of AI supremacy, and we're going to win.
Fuck that. How could that even happen here, man? Like, what?
Yeah. I said,
that's not something I even had to worry
feel like,
about.
yeah, I said, I feel like this might not be a battle we want to win, sir. Because I do like Josh Shapiro. I do like Josh Shapiro. I do.
Right.
Like, I think he's cool. I like him just as a human being. I think he's a fucking cool person. Right.
Right.
Yeah. And so, like, I will address him with respect. It's not like Tom Wolfe, where I was like, bro, listen, I swear to God, catch that motherfucker in the streets, bro, some shit's gonna be moving the fuck around. Right. Fuck, I didn't like that guy at all. Fuck that guy. Like, that guy was a piece of shit. But Shapiro, he's a Jew from Philly. Kind of, he one of them bulldog ass little spark plug motherfuckers and shit. And I kind of like him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Jews from Philly are a little different.
Mm-hmm.
One of my best friends is an Italian Jew.
Yeah, I mean, I knew an Italian Jew. He was a Rossi back in the day. Fuck, I knew one of them. His dad was a porn star or some shit.
Go figure. They're all in porn.
Right. Handsome ass kid. Fucking, yeah. I haven't seen that motherfucker since I was like 15. Fuck. But like, yeah, man. Fucking, yeah. I don't mind Josh Shapiro, right? Because he seems like, his heart's always in the right fucking place, and he seems like a decent guy, just as a whole.
Yeah, but bro, if you think well, they're not really Jews, they're fucking like they're married into like European fucking royalty and shit. But if you think the Jews are not part of the fucking conspiracy, your eyes need to be adjusted.
Yeah, listen. Here's where I'm at, right? I don't really care about the Jews. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm just saying they are a part of it, man. It's not all like.
Listen. The part that I hate is like how like Americans hate Jews, right?
Well, no, I there is like a conspiracy to like get people to be anti-Semitic and like that works in their favor and shit. Like that seems like a whole thing, and I keep trying to tell people that they don't fucking listen.
Yeah. It's because like it takes their eye off of like the dumb shit that the Anglos are doing. But like the thing is that like
but they are part of it though.
Oh,
but I don't have a problem with individual Jews. Like I have friends.
No.
My uncle was Jewish. You know what I mean? Like
we're from PA, bro. We're from PA, right?
Right.
Yeah, like we know everybody, right? Like fucking, I got Puerto Rican friends, I got black friends, I got white friends, I got Jewish friends,
right?
Whatever, like my mentor was a fucking Jew, right?
Yeah.
And, I mean, God,
my last girlfriend was Taino. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. Right. So like here's where it is, right? So like the Jewish thing that upsets me in America, right, is that like everybody hates the Jews for sticking together and giving each other like fucking no interest loans and like helping each other out and doing business. I'm like, yo, that's what you're supposed to be doing, you dumb piece of shit, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like, yo, they're mad that they work together.
Yeah, that's dumb. I agree with that.
You're like, listen, like that's what you're supposed to do. No, we're individuals. And I'm like, well, then starve, fucking retard. You know what I mean?
In that sense, I agree. Yes. Yeah, no, we are supposed to work together for sure. That's where we fucked up. And Italians usually do too, but even we forgot.
Yeah,
that's what the mob is.
Like again, like we come from a fucking culture where we work together, right?
That's what the mob is. People have a misunderstanding of what the mob actually is, how it actually started, and what it started for. But that's a whole other topic. They think, oh, they're the bad guys. Yeah, well, who are their enemies? Oh, right, the FBI.
Oh, the one that pisses me off is the union thing, where like all the unions were ran by the mob. I'm like, yeah, listen, because like listen,
you're welcome.
Like, yo, they like you understand that like the police would literally like fucking beat women, right? You know what I mean? Who brought lunches to the goddamn fucking workers, right? Who were on strike, right? You needed the mob to fucking stand here and keep the government motherfucking in check.
Yeah, yeah. The police would beat the women, and then the mob would take them into the fucking back streets and beat the shit out of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people don't understand. They get the wrong idea about Italians.
Yeah, like we stand with y'all, and then you go,
We're like
fuck
Robin
you guys.
Hood, man.
Yo, oh, how do you pay the Italians back? Oh, you guys don't just steal stuff all the time.
We play the villain. We play the villain. We play the devil. But we're actually, I won't say we're the good guys, but like compared to most of y'all, we're actually decent. You feel me?
Yeah, like this is the like nobody understands history at all, right? Like they don't get any of this shit. You know what I mean? Right? And this is my fucking problem, right? It's like nobody understands anything about what the fuck's going on. Like they don't know anything about anything. They just like hear propaganda and then they fucking eat it and they keep going. That's the issue. It's like, you got to get away from this propaganda. But like, yo, listen, bro, I got to get a shower and get some fucking food. It's like 9 o'clock in the fucking morning, bro. Like I'm gonna go take a hike and go fucking get some exercise and shit. All right?
All right, man.
I'm gonna holler at you, my brother.
I gotta show my girl. She's already like, yeah, come here. I'm just like, all right, yeah. I'm just talking to my boy.
I got you. It's
been a minute since I talked to my boy, so I gotta holler at him for a minute.
Yeah, all right, yo, go do what you gotta do. You know, I'm not saying you said you were live, bro. Fuck, I figured come over holler at you. I'll be back. Yo, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Man. All right, peace, man.
Oh man, I do not sponsor or endorse all of his messages, but we possibly could be fucking related. So you know, I try to find common ground. We will agree on a lot of things, we disagree on a lot of things, but that's okay. You know, everybody knows where I stand on shit. He has a lot of good ideas, but he just is extreme in some of his opinions. So just so everybody knows. But he's all right though. He doesn't like start shit with anybody. He just has a fucking strong opinions. Sometimes I wonder if he believes all this shit. I don't know. Maybe. But we literally might be related from the conversations we've had, which is kind of crazy. But yeah.
Amazing, don't tell me anything about you really.
Huh?
Don't tell me about anything about people really.
Oh, sorry, honey.
No, you're fine. I'm just like saying. You like talking about all of this heavy stuff. It's just so funny.
Yeah. No. I'm just talking about somebody I met online that like we were talking and we were talking about family and shit. And we were talking about like restaurants and all that and like connections to like family and restaurants and all that. And we started talking about the same shit. And I was like, whoa, that's like my family's connected to that. He's like, mine too. I was like, whoa, what? And we were dropping names and shit. And it's like, that can't be right. And I found out like, yeah, no, that's right. It's like that there's no way that you could be a part of that unless you're related to me. And it's just like, whoa, what the fuck? He's like my dad, like really extreme opinions. And it's just like everybody's wrong and he's right. Yes, honey.
I accidentally tapped into something yesterday.
Why is it accidental?
I wasn't trying to. You knew how I would say the things we were watching were like really like obsessively like on.
Is it too much?
No, I'm just saying.
Do you want to stop or?
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify their rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by, he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life, food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, People who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belonged to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and/or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1. Those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2. Those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3. Those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative, because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into group 3, the drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless: nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power, but for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explain in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment.